As a dumb kid who didn't know any better, I'd walk through hotels and reverse the do not disturb doorknob hangers to say early maid service, please. I did not know that some places had that on the reverse. Generally speaking, I always assume that do not disturb is just a do not disturb placard. And maybe that's why they are, is what you did. I had no idea why people put up the do not disturb, so I thought it was hilarious to swap them around to request early maid service. I did this for every single one I saw. Multiple family vacation trips. My apologies to anyone in the late 70s that got an awkward interruption. Oh, it was the 70s. God damn, okay. You probably scared so many people out of sex that were already too afraid of it to begin with, dog. Come on. Birthday lie to my mom has followed me for 30 plus years. Oh boy. What in the world could this possibly be talking about, dude? I grew up really poor. When I was about 5, my mom was visibly upset because she couldn't afford to get cake mix for a birthday cake. All she had were the ingredients to make a German chocolate cake. I instantly told her that was my favorite cake ever. It definitely was not. I hate chocolate and I hate coconut even more. Every year since then for my birthday, she makes me a German chocolate birthday cake and is super excited, and it takes all I have to choke down a single slice. When she sends it home with me, I toss it right in the trash. She's much older now and I will never tell her the truth. Edit. I see many of you saying to tell her softly, but she's in her 70s now and her health is failing rapidly. She struggles to make anything in the kitchen now due to her health as it is, and probably won't be with us more than a few years if we're lucky. I'd hate to change it at all now. Honestly, no matter how much I hate it, I will miss her yearly birthday cake when she's gone, but thank you all. Yeah, I understand people saying you should let her know, but I can also very much see why something like this that really doesn't do much to you and also doesn't really do much to them, but bring them some delight, thinking that they're making your favorite thing year after year. And I don't know, the way I see it, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Maybe had it been a decade earlier, sure, you know, she probably would have thought it was funny as hell in all honesty, but it's okay. I think it's okay. Broke her heart after she farted in face while I was down under. I know, obviously we know exactly what you're talking about here, but the way that this is titled is still quite humorous in my mind. I apologize. I was dating a single mom years ago. We'd been together for about 1.5 years. One night we were in the sack. I went down on her, and just as she was getting off, she let one rip right in my face. It was loud, and I could almost taste it. Thank you for letting us know that part. Furthermore, the blanket and the legs held me in for a minute, kind of amplified the misery. Never been that close to an ass while it was farting. We laughed it off, and I casually drifted back to pretending not to care. I didn't immediately break up with her. It was a slow decay over a period of weeks. I couldn't get the fart situation out of my head. It was haunting. I even forced myself to go down on her briefly a couple more times before the split. She was the nicest, sweetest, most empathetic human I've ever met. The reason I gave for breaking up with her was that I thought I was potentially gay. Okay. My older brother is gay, and thinking of his pain and struggles through life while explaining this to her gave me the tears necessary to make the narrative more convincing. I broke her heart. I really hurt that girl. My guilt is still tremendous. Furthermore, I know she eventually cyberstalked me a couple years later and seen the new girlfriend on Facebook. I'm assuming because I've seen her tracks on one of my TikTok profiles. To this day, I wonder if she knows the real reason. I would have to assume no. I can tell you from experience that's happened to me, okay? But, I guess it didn't hit me the same way it hit you, you know what I mean? I guess we just built different. Look, it's totally fine if it, like, puts you off, but I feel like that's just sort of the thing that, as embarrassing as it might be to just bring up, I'm not sure what she could have done to make you feel better about it. I get it. I do. But, dog, I do not like you going with the, using your brother's experiences and horrific... Yeah, I could probably go on. It's none of my business, truly. But I really, really doubt she knows the real reason, especially if it was something you guys laughed off in the moment. Genuinely. I'm an adult who naps with their adult children, okay? What, like just like snuggling up on the couch or some shit? Or do you guys get weird? I am 54, and every holiday when my kids come home, we still end up crammed together in this oversized double recliner, taking naps like we did when they were little. It's not some big emotional tradition or anything. It just kind of happens. They sit down, I sit down, someone throws a blanket over us. The next thing I know, we're out. They're adults with real lives now. Work, stress, relationships, all of it. But when they're here, there's this strange sense of calm. Nobody's trying to prove everything. Nobody is on. We just exist together for a while. Breathing, warm, comfortable. Normal in a way the world rarely feels anymore. And I totally get you there. Too often, everything is seen as creepy by people online. Just everything. Oh no, did a dad and his son or daughter or whatever fall asleep on a chair? That's not f***ing weird. Like, when you describe it like you did in the title, yeah, some people might go, what? But no, this is fine, who cares? Genuinely. All too often in the modern era, here comes some boomer takes, in the modern era, people want to do nothing but judge. They will read the headline, which in this case was the title, and go, ew, you're all creepy, and you didn't listen to anything, you didn't read anything. We gotta be actually reading, folks. It seems more than okay to me. No one's being weird here. And yeah, I think about the fact that one day they might stop doing it. Life changes, people get busy, traditions fade. So when it happens, I just take it in and appreciate it without making it weird or dramatic. I do not talk about it with them. I don't make a big speech about family or memories. I just enjoy it because it feels right. They joke about it sometimes. They say we're too old for it, and then they still curl up anyway, which tells me they probably need it as much as I do, even if none of us actually says that out loud. That's it. Nothing wild. Just a dad who still naps with his grown kids on the holidays. It makes me happy in a simple way, and I'm grateful it still happens. I've been tasting my own urine every morning for 4 years. All right, to take back what I just said. I'm kidding. I have a spreadsheet with 1,400 entries rating color, clarity, sweetness, salinity, and mouthfeel. I can now predict illness onset 72 hours before symptoms appear. I know what I just said, but my first question is this something you've told your doctor you do? Because I feel like your doctor might be like, hey, Tim, you should probably stop doing that. Are you actually predicting an illness, or are you giving it to yourself? For every morning, the past 4 years, I've tasted my own urine. Approximately 5 milliliters. Enough for proper palate evaluation. Oh, I see. This started after I discovered the historical practice of uroscopy, which was the primary diagnostic method used by physicians from ancient Greece through the 19th century. Well, there might be a reason we don't do that anymore, though. For those unfamiliar, doctors tasted urine to diagnose disease for over 2,500 years. This was the standard practice, and Hippocrates did this in 400 BCE. The breakthrough case was Thomas Willis in 1674, an English physician who tasted a diabetic patient's urine and described it as wonderfully sweet as if it were imbued with honey or sugar. He coined the term diabetes mellitus, or mellitus is Latin for honey. The name of the disease literally comes from a doctor describing how the piss tastes. So, I found this fascinating. If trained physicians relied on this method for millennia, perhaps there was diagnostic value worth exploring. So I started collecting data. I've developed what I call the golden index. I'll say that part's look, it's all a little strange to all of us. Let's be real. This is actually the meanest confession to have right after I just said people are too judgy. You guys, I swear to God, they organized it like this on purpose to be mean to me. I know you did it. Whichever one of you collected these posts, screw you. I know what you're all about. They know me too well. Okay, the Golden Index, not a fan of the name, but it is really funny. A standardized evaluation framework with 6 primary metrics. Color, 1 to 10 scale, ranging from nearly transparent to dark amber. Clarity, 5 categories, crystal clear, clear, slight haze, cloudy, opaque. Sweetness, 0 to 5 scale, depending from Willis's diabetes detection methodology. Salinity, 0 to 5 scale, measuring sodium and mineral content. Bitterness, 0 to 5 scale, indicating metabolic waste concentration. And mouthfeel, 6 categories from thin, watery, to syrupy, correlating with specific gravity. Secondary metrics include estimated pH, hydration index, flavor profile classification, dietary intake from the previous 24 hours, and illness onset tracking within a 72-hour window. My current data set contains 1,400 daily entries spanning January 2022 to present. Compliance rate is around 99.7%. I missed 5 days total, 2 instances of food poisoning, 1 COVID infection, 1 camping trip without proper collection equipment, and 1 oversight. The results have been significant. At approximately month 8, I identified a predicted pattern. When salinity exceeds 4.0 and a copper/metallic undertone is detected, illness onset occurs within 72 hours. I've now observed this pattern 12 times, and 11 predictions were accurate. That's a 91.7% accuracy rate with an average lead time of 68.4 hours before symptom manifestation. I am not kidding when I say that is impressive that you've apparently managed to do this. You must be an actual scientist in your day-to-day. This is not normal interest level shit that we're seeing here. This guy definitely feels like a PhD of sorts. That being said, not something I would do. I genuinely hope this is something your doctor knows you're doing and is like, yeah, dude, you do you. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that someone who is a medical doctor in your life has signed off on this for you. I'm being so real. Additional correlations I've documented. Asparagus consumption, 100% detection rate within 48 hours. Alcohol intake, plus 1.4 average bitterness increase the following morning. Dehydration levels, so on and so forth. Psychological stress, red meat consumption. I've cataloged 34 distinct flavor profiles to date. Most frequent is standard with 847 occurrences, while rarest is complex bouquet, wine adjacent, with only 3 documented instances. I'm investigating the dietary or physiological triggers for that one. I'm still writing a 34-page methodology document. It includes collection protocols, first void, midstream, minimum 50 millimeters, or milliliters, analysis within 30 seconds, controlled room temperature, blah, blah, blah. Evaluation criteria, statistical frameworks, appendices cataloging each flavor profile with tasting notes. Once I'm finished, I can share it if you guys want to be piss drinkers. Thank you so much for ending it like that. I'm not going to take you up on that because as someone who is a hypochondriac, if I actually took this seriously and wanted to do it, that would be super dangerous for me. I would probably go down a rabbit hole that would cause me to die. Like if I'm being real with you, I would assume if I started this little science experiment every day that something is wrong with me and I've got 12 types of cancer. I cannot help myself. I have to be careful. My wife believes I simply take a long time and oh man, she's not aware of the research. I think your wife at the very least has to know about this. If a billion strangers on the internet, hundreds of thousands more now know, I really hope your wife knows by now. You know, I've considered presenting my findings to a physician, but I suspect they would not take it seriously. They might recommend psychiatric evaluation. Well, my data is clean, so whatever. Medieval physicians used something called the urine wheel, a diagnostic chart comparing 20 different urine colors to various diseases. They used a specialized flask called a matula for collection and analysis. I've essentially modernized this system with spreadsheet formulas that auto-calculate risk scores. Thomas Willis revolutionized diabetes diagnosis by being willing to taste what others wouldn't. I'd like to think I'm continuing that tradition in my own way. TLDR, I taste my pee every morning. I've done it 1,500 times. I have a spreadsheet with scientific methodology, and I can predict when I'm getting sick 3 days early. I totally understand your fear about telling your doctor and probably your wife, and I know that you assume they might want you to see a psychiatrist, because there might be something going on. There might be. Again, whoever put the one before this to this one, like, they knew what they were doing, the little bastards. How do you go from, yeah, my kids will fall asleep with me on a chair, to I drink my piss every morning, and I think I'm continuing very valuable research, excuse me. I just don't think that it's going to have the effect you think it does. Like, I know you say you like to think you're continuing with that tradition in your own way. The reason Thomas drank piss is probably because that was the only thing anyone on Earth could have thought to do at the time. How far had scientific advancement really advanced at all in order to perform urinalysis? I doubt very far. We were doing a lot back then. Was back then also when we were still using leeches or using bloodletting as a way to heal people? Times were f***ed up back then. It was archaic, and we did what we could to keep each other alive. But I don't think you need to be doing it. Your doctor is your doctor for a reason. You know what I did when I was worried that something might have been happening with my kidneys? I told my doctor. He was like, well, I know you're a hypochondriac. However, let's do a urine test. Did a test. Everything came back clean. I'm perfectly fine. I am healthy. I am good. And that is what helped me. So if you, sir, just have a slight deal with hypochondriacism, please don't be scared about your doctor thinking you're crazy, okay? Clearly you're not insane. To me, it reads like you're incredibly worried. I worked remotely, got laid off, and when they asked what equipment I had to return, I told them I had their laptop only. Oh God, what did you have? I'd worked there for a few years, and a lot of restructuring happened in that time. The company was acquired, I went through multiple managers, and the entire HR team that worked there when I was hired had been laid off long before my layoff. So when they asked what equipment I had to return, I told them I had a laptop. I did not also tell them that I had 2 monitors worth $1,000 each, the dock or the keyboard and the mouse. Look, you know me when it comes to companies. Whoever acquired them, it's their problem. They were probably acquired by a mega corporation that deserves, nothing? Like, I personally think so. Look, if my company gets bought out by Microsoft and people are getting fired left and right, and then I get laid off, okay, I'm gonna do what I can to kind of screw them up a little bit. Look, a couple of monitors worth, quote unquote, $1,000 each, they're not gonna notice. They don't give a genuinely. You know, get what you can, give nothing back. We sail the high seas together, my friend. I have lied to my son about manatees for the last 24 years. What the hell could you be lying about in regards to manatees especially for that long, man. That they're real or that they're not. 24 years ago, my 6-year-old son got me a birthday present. It was a mug with a picture of a manatee on it. He got upset when I wasn't sufficiently thrilled with his gift. Jesus. I assured him that I loved it, saying that manatees were my favorite animals in the whole wide world. Since then, manatee-themed items have been my default gift from him. Manatee shirts, manatee calendars, manatee beer steins, and so much more. 24 years of manatee items displayed proudly in my home. My confession is that manatees are not my favorite animal in the whole wide world. Never have been. I got nothing against them, and they seem like gentle creatures, but they hold no fascination for me. I only said I loved manatees to soothe the feelings of my young son over 2 decades ago. Year after year, I rolled with the lie because it was harmless, and I was in too deep to tell him the truth. See, now we have sort of a flip-flop of the chocolate cake situation from earlier. There are all kinds of little white lies, and yes, there are pretty harmless lies, I would say, that do exist, that we will go through for the sake of the ones that we love. Now, sure, in reality, probably best to just let him know. He's 30 years old now, right? So what's the big deal? He's a grown-ass boy. He'll probably think it's funny, genuinely. However, I can also see why you wouldn't. 24 years is an insanely long amount of time to just sort of keep up a facade. And you know what? Maybe through all this, you're gonna learn to love manatees all that much more. Plus, it's just really cool that you have this specific thing going with your son and have been his entire life that he can remember. You know, it's cool. You're gonna be like 90 years old, look back on all the manatee stuff you have, and just be reminded of the love that your son has for you and how silly the whole ordeal is, and that it doesn't really hurt you. As you said, it was harmless, you know? And I wouldn't say you're in too deep to tell him the truth at all. I really, really don't. I think if you did tell him, he's gonna find it very funny overall, and I think you will too. Now, my deception has reached its zenith. Next year, I'm turning 55, and he's turning 30. For Christmas, my son has booked a trip for the two of us to go to Florida to see manatees. I see where your problems are lying. My son is so excited for this trip and is telling everyone in our family about it. Even my ex-wife is gushing about my trip to finally see the manatees. Of course, I'm thrilled to spend time and have an adventure with my son. I'm grateful for his thoughtfulness and love for his old man. We'll have a lovely time together and make great memories, and I will continue the deception about the manatees, which are not my favorite animals in the whole wide world. Edit. Thank you for the award and the laughs. And the laughs? What is my problem today? For those asking, my favorite animals are dogs. Happy New Year! I do genuinely think this one's super cute. I think it's cute. You know, it's a cute lie, and I don't know. I'd be such a sucker. I'd be on my deathbed going, I don't like manatees. Sorry, I'm losing my mind today. Hot wife lifestyle might have ruined my marriage of 20 years. What does hot wife lifestyle mean? Is that something I can do? I'm not a wife nor hot, but I think I could pull it off if it's what I think it is. 44 male, been with my wife, 42, for 22 years. We got married and had kids fast, and have always been very happy and loving to each other. 5 months ago, we let the youngest go off to college, and it got quite quiet since. We started talking about kinks one night, and I brought up the topic since a coworker mentioned doing that. Well, after a while, we both realized we'd enjoy it. We thought we'd find a guy, and she can sleep with him, and I would watch. Oh, I see, you want to do the gotcha. She was nervous, but I could tell she was curious. First guy, we both didn't feel comfortable and decided to try again. At first, it went as I expected, but slowly it started to change. Then she asked me if she can see him alone and got mad when I said no, but complied and didn't see him. Then a week later, I was using her phone to check a password and saw their texts. She didn't know why saw their text. She didn't know why I didn't like what I saw, thought I was overreacting. When I told her that we aren't doing that anymore, it caused a fight to the point where we can barely be in the same room together. I know she isn't seeing him. I know she isn't keeping anything from me. It's fairly obvious, but she hasn't been the same since. She keeps begging me to let her talk to him so she knows, or so he knows, what's going on. And the only time we're normal is when our kids are home. I miss my wife, I miss our marriage, and I wish I never brought this up. I never expected it to go this way. I just want the old her back. I have often wondered about this, because there's nothing wrong with experimentation. Absolutely not. It's how so many of us figure out who we are, what things we like, and what things we really don't. And it seems like in this case, the two of you have a very different idea of what it can be, I guess. You know, for you, you want to be involved. You need to be involved. That's kind of probably why it's fun for you, right? But for her, it seems like a completely different thing where maybe she kind of just likes I don't even know how I would describe it, but it's clear that in this case, you both had the same idea going in, but found very different reasons for enjoying it. Now, you guys are 15 years older than me. Sorry, you are 14 years older than me. I'm gonna die soon. So you've lived a lot more life. You know a lot more about a lot of things than I do. I'm not actually here trying to give advice to anybody for sure, by the way. That's not what EmKay is all about. Least of all if you have me hosting it. But it does sound like there's no real solution I would have. This is the sort of thing you both gotta continue to sit down and chit-chat about. And hey, look, it's good though. It's very, very good that you still know that she's not keeping anything from you and she's not doing anything sus. The fact that that trust is still there despite what may or may not have transpired is incredibly important. That's how you know she loves you to death and her idea was never about like cheating or something like that. So anyway, I'll move on, but I'll digress, okay? But I hope you guys find peace with it and figure out something else that you'll both like in the same way. I stay up late at night to watch movies, specifically so nobody joins me. You know, I'm kind of like that, but not about movies. Let's see what you have to say, though. Let me preface this with, I love my wife, I love my daughter. However, I don't really love watching a movie with them. Movies should be watched in the dark with a big bowl of popcorn and minimal to zero talk. My wife insists on having the lights on full blast, not even dim, but bright as noon. Then she enjoys chatting and asking 15 minutes later what's going on in the movie, or when I'm doing my annual Vincent Price marathon in October, call them stupid old movies. The biggest cardinal sins are the distractions. Hey, can you get me some milk? Run to the kitchen and get me a snack, etc. I totally get where you're coming from there. See, in our house, when we're watching something for the first time, the general rule of thumb is shut up. We're watching this for the first time together, all right? If we're watching something again, go nuts. We really don't care. We put on subtitles, we chit-chat, we analyze, we giggle, we get stupid. And I love that dynamic. I think it works for us, particularly in the house, very, very well. And I would never want that any other way. But there are other people that like to do all of that first viewing. I don't. And I totally understand why, but maybe that's just something you talk about, you know? I know that talking about this stuff is always easier said than done. And I am still naive, despite my ancient age. I will never, dude, I'm sorry, this just happens. When someone turns 30, they pretend to be old, and I'm gonna do it nonstop. Look at what happened with Charlie. Okay, you think I'm not gonna do that? No, you only turn 30 once, folks, and I'm gonna be annoying about it. Haha, so there. No, I do get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from, totally. We all have different ways we want to respond to art and be a part of that communal thing. But yeah, that's always been my thing. If we're watching it for the first time, stop. I'm watching it, okay? I don't mind if people want to play on their phones, do this, do that, but generally if we have people over that are doing that, they have been made to understand that we're not going to bring you back up to speed. We're not there to hold your hand through the process of watching something, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm just glad that you get your alone time and it's a way for you to, I guess, enjoy what you want to enjoy. When I watch a movie, that's what I'm doing. I'm watching a movie. No phones, no laptops, no tablets, all the while paying attention to the movie and not 15 other things. So if there's a movie I want to see and I know she won't be interested, I wait for her to go to bed and make some popcorn and watch a good by myself. Wow. And watch a good movie by myself with no distractions. After I type and hit this post or hit post, I'm making some popcorn and watching the new Knives Out movie. I'll see your replies in a couple hours. See, that's great. I totally encourage everyone to consume. I hate using the word consume. I shouldn't do that. I want everybody to watch movies like this, to watch TV like this, to watch fucking, big YouTube events like this. That's what you should do. You should give it your all. You should genuinely sit down and give it the attention. So much work and effort goes into even the worst of movies, and it just feels kind of disrespectful to fake watch it. I wholeheartedly think that's how you should do it. Plus, I think in this particular case, he's still able to watch a movie with his family, even though they're a little goofy about it and do it differently, but he's got himself a nice solo routine that he gets joy out of, and there's nothing wrong with that in a marriage, I will tell you. I am currently a Mormon missionary, and I smuggled in a phone. Good for you. The rules are stupid. I'm currently on a Mormon mission. We're not allowed to have any kind of internet access. Not even Google for basic questions. I smuggled a phone and pretend to have stomach problems so I can be in the bathroom and scroll memes, watch YouTube, and send myself music and videos to my mission phone. Talk to friends, keep up on news and memes, send language learning resources because the ones they provide suck, look at porn, etc. If they get sus, I bring my journal or scripture so that I'm not just sitting in there. On certain days, I can find a room to call my family. 18 months ago, there's no way in hell I would have survived this long without such. However, patience is key. I keep it in a special zipper in my toiletries bag that is filled with masks, but other missionaries are way too trusting to go through my stuff. Problem, of course, is charging it because privacy is extremely rare. But that's easy during appointments where I have to be alone or calling my family. Notifications are always off and do not disturb is always on. The power off, every time I'm not using it. Never too safe when your mental salvation for 2 years is a foot away from your companion's head when he takes a dump. I put stuff on my secret place in a specific pattern, so if anything moves, I can tell if someone was snooping. Yeah, I grew up Mormon. I was never properly baptized, but I was still a Mormon child, I think all the way until I might have been 13, maybe, at the oldest, because I slowly but surely started to drift away and not go anymore. But I was raised Mormon, and I knew a lot of people that went on missions, and I hated that something like that would take your family members away from you for 2 years, where they could only send a letter every now and then, and calling people was... I do not know why they disallow things like contact. Contact is rare. It really is. There's a lot I could say. I don't like missions at all. I don't like the concept of missionaries. People going around and sticking their noses in other people's business, telling them, hey, God loves you, and if you don't listen to me, you will go to hell. I mean, okay, Mormons don't traditionally believe in like a hell from what I remember. There's 3 kingdoms, but that's neither here nor there. I digress. Honestly, I don't give a fuck if you smuggled a phone in. Your mental health is important, and if being isolated with another guy for 2 years is gonna fuck with you like it would fuck with anybody, especially if you get a mission to like Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Ohio, God forbid, yeah, man, who cares? If God is out there, he or she is not a psychopath that wants you to suffer. God loves you very much. And I don't think God would look at this and go, sorry, dog, torture.
Terminally ill and racking up credit card debt with zero f***s to give. I've had cancer for 2 years now. Did chemo, lost my leg, beat odds, and managed to even go back to work. Well, hit the fan and treatment stopped working. Probably got weeks, maybe couple months at best. I am 22, don't own a house, don't own my car, have maybe $2,000 in the bank. So I took out a credit card, 6.5K limit, 0% APR for 20 months. I was previously building up a good credit score and am now buying whatever the f*** I want. The debt will die with me and I give no f***s. And if you want to beef me about driving your bank fees up with this behavior, at least you get to live, lol. Edit. Thank you all for your amazing responses. Unfortunately, it's bone cancer that has spread through my whole body, so I'm too weak now to travel far as much as I would have wanted to see the world. I'm going to go bigger and do some good stuff. If you have ideas, I want to do some big donations to food banks and cancer charities that supported me through my journey and make some differences before I pop. Also, shame on you all for asking me for money. Jesus Christ, yeah, that's shameful. Man, this is really sad to read. I don't know if this person's still around, but using what you got left to donate to those in need, after you're gone, I respect that so damn much. Yeah. Update 2. Took out some more cards, thanks for the suggestions. Some of you asking, I'm a girl, haha. I've bought lots of things for my family, mostly sentimental things with my handwriting on. I bought a crab at a fancy-ass seafood place. That was awesome. I've donated to animal shelters and food banks. Also to the cancer charities who helped drag my ass through this. Also, can y'all stop telling me to find Jesus? I respect those of you who are praying for me because I know that's your way of thinking of me and I'm really touched by that. But finding God is in no way in my plans and not what I believe will happen after death. Trying to force a religion down a dying person's throat is really not the vibe. Update 3. Still hanging on. I've deteriorated quite a lot now, lost a lot of functionality in my body at this point, so I'm bedbound and mostly just watching lots of TV and seeing family. But I'm comfortable, eating apples and cheese and lots of little treats. Thank you all for still checking in and thinking of me. I'm really fortunate to be surrounded by my friends and family right now. When you boil it all down to it in the end, it really is all you need. Anyway, I'll try updating again soon. Yeah, f*** it. We ball. Go live your dreams. I once lied on my CV. I got the job and got promoted. I lied on my CV and somehow convinced the world I was a coding wizard. Now I'm stuck in a never-ending cycle of Google searches and caffeine-fueled coding sessions. This is when I regret it, and I do indeed. My browser history is a treasure trove of how to fix syntax errors and what does this error message mean? I learned to code on the job, which is just a fancy way of saying I'm making it up as I go along. My colleagues think I'm a genius, but really, I'm just good at hiding my panic. When they ask me to explain my code, I launch into a confident-sounding, jargon-filled monologue, hoping they'll get lost in the technical mumbo-jumbo. The best part? I got a promotion and a raise, which basically translates to, we're paying you more to keep pretending you're good at this. Edit, thanks. I feel so supported by the huge IT and developer community. At least I've learned surprisingly fast, and also that truth is told by how you work, action over words. Maybe after all, I can call myself a real programmer now? I mean, yeah, you might not have really known much of it when you went into it, but you are learning, and at some point you'll be able to do this without Googling. So technically, you're doing just fine. Fake it till you make it is a classic saying. As a contrast, I once lied on my CV. I got the job and was fired 24 hours later. I gaslit my college library out of late fees by returning my own books. Back in college, the 2000s, one semester I took out several books for a big research project. This was back when internet research was not admissible and you needed to properly cite all your sources. School and life got away from me and I forgot about them for a while. That was until the end of the semester when I got a late library dues bill in the mail. I think the fees were 25 cents per books per day, if not more, and I had at least 10 books over a month late. I didn't have any money, and if you had outstanding library dues, you could not get your grades or transcript for the semester. Instead of sheepishly returning the books and paying the fines, I put the books in my backpack, smuggled them into the library, and returned them all to their correct places on the shelves. I then called the library the next day and questioned the validity of the letter regarding my overdue books. The librarian left me on hold for a few minutes and returned to the phone apologizing to me that it seemed the books had in fact been returned. Library dues were erased and they didn't hold back my transcript. Honestly, this is smart as hell. And also, I did a little math and you would have owed what, like maybe $70 something, 10 books over a month, 25 cents per book per day. I think I did my math right. I don't know. But, f them. If they're, yeah, $70, who cares? It's a college library anyways. Colleges. They already rip people off and take way too much damn money. This is fine. This is a great idea. Good job. I worked at a university library. Awesome job, by the way. But yeah, the fear was real. Even us staff, including management, thought this out loud. People pay thousands in tuition. What's the point of twisting a knife over $1.24? Exactly. Lol, I worked at my uni library too, and honestly, nobody cared that much about late fees unless it was like hundreds of dollars. Most of us were just trying to survive finals week, like everyone else. I found money in an ATM, and now I regret returning it. Just what the title says. I show up to a Wells Fargo ATM and there is $300 sitting in the cash dispenser. No one around, as if someone made a withdrawal and forgot to take the money. I waited about 10 minutes to see if anyone came back, but no one did. I was with my 9-year-old son, who was excited and asked if we get to keep it. I told him that the right thing to do is to return it. However, this was a Sunday and we would have to wait until Monday. Good opportunity for a lesson, right? Kind of. I go in on Monday and explain to the manager what happened. They told me no one had contacted them yet, but they will put it back in the bank, and if someone comes and asks, they will look at the balance at the end of the month or something like that. No pat on the back, just a simple thanks, and the bank absorbs the cash with no real outcome. Could have used that $300, but I guess it's an important lesson for my kid. Still, I agree, the right thing to do would be to give that money that is not yours to the bank, whatever. But also, the bank's the bank, they have money, obviously. $300 is probably not a lot for them, and you have a kid. I think you would have been absolutely justified in taking that $300 to support you and your kid. Or your partner. I don't know if you have one or not. But, like, I see where you're going. I can respect the Good Samaritan vibe. But the banks. This happened to me. I withdraw money, and the ATM spit out the last few bucks when I left. Stupid me didn't count all the money. The bank actually contacted me. They have recordings and timestamps, etc. of the withdraw, etc. You did good by showing your kiddo the right to do, or the right thing to do. Neighbor tried to get my mom fined over our shed, so I got his $40,000 pool filled in. I live with my mom. She's quiet, keeps to herself, never bothers anyone. A few months ago, our new neighbor decided to report her to the city for having an illegal shed in the backyard. It was total BS. The shed's been there for years and has full permits. An inspector came out, checked everything, and left without saying a word. But the neighbor, smug, proud, thought he'd scared us. So I did a little digging. Turns out his brand new pool was way too close to the property line and illegally built over a utility easement. I reported him, attached photos, quoted city codes. 2 weeks later, the city ordered him to either move it, impossible, or fill it in. He lost the whole thing. $40,000 down the drain. Literally. Now he gets to look at our completely legal shed every day while standing over a pile of dirt where his pool used to be. Mom sleeps great now. I love that shit. Oh man, I could read stuff like this all day long. Ooh, I love smug motherfuckers who think they're so high and mighty and in the right. Oh, blah blah blah. I'm gonna cry and bitch about your shed, and then they get that pie slapped right back into their face. Ooh, I love that shit. I'd be giving him the smuggest, cheesiest grin you ever did see on this planet. Put a kiddie pool next to the shed. Diabolical. Diabolical would be sitting in it facing where his pool used to be, under an umbrella with an adult beverage in hand. Dude, I'd be chilling on top of the shed. Man, that's just so good. I love that. I've been stealing parking from my work every day for months. My work charges $10 a day for parking in the parking garage, which really adds up. We're supposed to pay this out of our own pockets, but I don't pay. I found a parking spot on the bottom floor of the garage that is all the way in the corner. It's dark there and quite well hidden. Then I back my car into the spot, put it into neutral, and push it gently until it rests against the wall, so the wall completely blocks my rear plate. And I have no front plate, so the parking attendant, if they happen to walk all the way into that corner, cannot easily read my plate. I see many of my coworkers complaining about the prices or showing parking tickets they got because they forgot to pay that day. But so far, I have not gotten a ticket. Eventually, I will get a ticket, I think, and at that point, I will not pay it and just start taking public transportation to work. The dedication of putting it in neutral, getting out and pushing it against the wall every day is to be commended. I pray for the longevity of your scam, as do I. The real scam is getting their employees to pay that much for parking every day. That's true. Yeah, like, dude, I f***ing work here. Why can't I just park for free? I faked liking sparkling water for 3 years and now I'm trapped. Dude, not again. It's the peanut butter thing, but probably not as worse. Alright, let's see what we got here. I'm 30 now, but this started when I was around 27 during a phase where I was trying really hard to be one of those put-together adults who meal prep, drink sparkling water, and have plants that aren't just dying slowly in the corner. So I bought a 12-pack of LaCroix because, you know, that's what the cool, healthy people were drinking. First sip, it tasted like someone whispered the word fruit into a cup of TV static. Absolutely disgusting. But I had already posted it on my Instagram story with the caption, "New addiction, lol." But like, why? You don't have to pretend to like something to look cool, man. Ugh, and that was the beginning of my downfall. Friends started bringing LaCroix over when they visited. Coworkers stocked it in the office fridge because I liked it. My girlfriend, now fiancé, thought it was cute how into sparkling water I was. So she bought me a SodaStream for Christmas. Now I'm in too deep. I've become the guy who nods thoughtfully while drinking what is essentially spicy sadness. I have flavors in my fridge with names like Pamplemousse and Limoncello, and I pretend like I can tell the difference. I can't. It all tastes like carbonated regret. Sometimes I just want a normal drink, but if I ever open a Gatorade, someone will say, "Whoa, no LaCroix today?" And I'll just fake laugh like, "Haha, gotta switch it up." Meanwhile, my soul is quietly screaming. Anyway, if you're young and reading this, never lie about your beverages. This stuff will haunt you. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Like, dude, just come out and say, like, this isn't as bad as saying, for 5 years you have an allergy that could kill you. This is just a drink that you really don't enjoy, and for some reason people just think you're the guy. Well, not for some reason, I know the reason why. It's because you told people you had an addiction to it, and you played along, and like, dude, I'm sorry, it's once again, you did this to yourself. You don't have to lie about things you just don't like or are not allergic to. Just be honest, man. Tell everyone you're going carbonation free. Easy solution. People's taste changes over time. You could also pretend they changed something in the formula and it's no longer pleasing to your taste buds. Or pretend you had COVID and now it tastes different. See, that's actually not a bad idea. When I was about 24 or 25 years old, I purposely caused a tailgater to crash into a construction ditch, circled back around, got out of my car, and taunted the driver. Like the title says, I'm driving down a major boulevard on my way to work when some asshole decides to tailgate me aggressively while honking and flashing his lights. It was a one-lane road only for about 3/4 of a mile, but I sped up knowing there was a construction ditch up ahead, and as I sped up, he kept right on my ass. And at the very last second, I swerved around the ditch and he went right in, totaling his car. I circled back, got out of my car, and yelled, "F*** you, asshole!" He couldn't even get out of his car, but I saw the rage in his face, and I just got back in my car all the while giving him the finger and slowly drove away. God, that felt good. This post unexpectedly blew up, so to answer a few questions. 1, this was in the neighborhood of 1997 or 98. I can't remember exactly. This was on eastbound Northern Boulevard, somewhere between Old Westbury and Huntington, New York. No, I would not do this again today. Today, I would just simply move over. I was young and dumb. He was alone in the vehicle. Good. He was alone, pissed off, and had to deal with his own damn consequences. Alone. Just soaking in him. There's a road near me that's a 50 miles per hour limit that changes to a 30 mile per hour limit just before a bend. Immediately after the bend is a speed camera. If somebody is really tailgating me on the 50 mile per hour road, I'll sometimes pull over to the side of the road just before the bend so the tailgater can pass me. If they don't know the road and don't know about the camera, they'll usually put their foot down when they finally get the chance to pass and will fly around the bend at 50 plus. From the spot I pull over, you can see the camera nicely and see the flash when it goes off. My tally is at 14. That's really fun. I love that. You're smart. That was a stupid thing to do. What you're supposed to have said was, "Oh, you can't park there, mate." I'm a nurse and I 100% judge people based on their veins? Okay, so I know this might sound weird, but I have to confess to something. I am a nurse and I definitely judge patients based on their veins. If you have big, straight, beautiful veins, I instantly love you. You are the MVP. I could get blood or start an IV with my eyes closed, but if your veins are tiny, hard to find, or moving around like they are trying to escape, I am already mentally preparing for a struggle. I always stay calm and professional on the outside, but on the inside, I am either celebrating or quietly panicking. So yes, if you have ever wondered why your nurse is silently evaluating your veins, the answer is absolutely yes. That makes a lot of sense. I've had moments where I don't know, I need to get in for blood or something, and they comment like, that easy to find. Nice, easy to find your veins. And I'm just always wondering, like, is it hard to find veins on people? And now I know. Now every time I have to get a blood drawn or an IV for some reason, I will be thinking about this, and I will be wondering if I am judged. Maybe my veins will be hard to find that day. I don't know. I'm the one with tiny, difficult veins. It took a phlebotomist 7 tries to get an IV once for a surgery. Let's be honest, I'm the one who should be panicking when it's poke time. I drink gallons of water before a blood draw, so you will like me and my veins. But I judge you when you absolutely maul my arms and hands with 5 attempts and no success and have to call a supervisor to do it. I found a wallet with a lot of money on the sidewalk. A few days ago, I was walking my dog when I picked up a lady's wallet on the ground. When I looked inside, there was $440. I was very tempted to just keep the money because I am currently broke and was already fantasizing of eating something other than ramen. I probably spent a good 20 minutes contemplating what to do. I finally decided that having a clear conscience was better than living with the guilt of spending someone else's hard-earned money. The address on the driver's license was reasonably close, so I returned it. The lady was super appreciative, and you could see just how relieved she was. I felt really bad for the fact I considered keeping it for myself. My coworker called me a complete moron for returning it and said if I were him, he would have kept the money, but I'm glad I did it anyway because it wasn't mine to keep. Okay, see, now this is a bit of a different situation than like the bank and the leftover money, because with this, if I found a wallet, I would return it to them exactly how I found it, even if there was a bunch of money in it. If you take the money out, they're probably going to know an idea of how much money they had in it, and I don't want to be the guy who returns it, taking the money, lying, saying, oh yeah, this is just how I found it, and then they might, like, judge you or question you. It also depends, like, how recently they lost the wallet. You know, if they just lost it yesterday, you give it to them with no money, and it was in a spot where you couldn't easily find it. You know, there's just a bunch of variables. Also, when I was a kid, I was getting on a ride at a park, or I was go-karting or something, and in the seat was a man's wallet. I ran up to the guy and gave it to him, and he gave me like $40. So I don't know, I'm just saying, if you return a wallet with money in it, they might give you some of that, cheddar. That's all I'm saying. I once had my rent in cash in my wallet, and it fell out of pocket. Someone returned the wallet without the cash in it, and I had to be evicted. I know that was a tough decision, but whatever reason they had that money, you're a good human for not taking it. And there you go. You really never know who could use that money. If you find money lying around somewhere, who gives a shit? Go for it. But if it's in someone's wallet, just return the wallet how it is. No, you should work on letting that go. You were tempted by an obvious choice, but you made the moral and ethical choice. You did the right thing. I like that little, the hands clasping together. That's awesome.
Why, after a good long cry, can't we take a big deep breath without that tracheal contraction? Those tracheal contractions are probably either diaphragmatic or congressional or intra-abdominal. Thanks, swipe. Whatever the everything you just said meant. Muscle spasms due to the strain. Anyway, you know how your legs get wobbly after doing a bunch of squats? Your breathing muscles get wobbly after being worked hard too. Congressional muscle spasms. Are those like the death rattle of the internet? Explain like I'm 5. Why does who produce cold air, but ha produces hot air? Okay, let me try it. Who. Okay, I can see it. Ha. Right. Okay. What's the scientific reason? Someone explain like I'm a goo-goo gaga baby idiot moron. There's 2 things to note here. 1, the human body doesn't feel absolute temperature. What you feel is how much heat is entering or leaving your body. That's why metals always have a hotter or colder than their surrounding feeling. High heat, conductivity, whatever. So, in the case of your breath, the air comes out faster on the whoo sound. A faster flow of air will carry more heat away from your hand via convection. As someone else pointed out, it's the same reason a fan cools you down even though the air doesn't get any colder. I will say at a certain heat level, that doesn't work. Anyway, 2, the reason the whoo sound produces a faster airflow than the ha sound for the same effort has to do with the opening of the size in your throat. If your lungs are pushing the same amount of air, in both instances, the air will have to come out faster if the opening is smaller. Think of a garden hose. When partially blocking the opening with your thumb, the water comes out faster. Why is it that you can eat a 2,000 calorie meal, and in theory, you shouldn't need calories again until the next day, but you can be hungry again in 6 to 8 hours after you finish eating? Is your body just not capable of actually processing that many calories? I think it can process it, it just stores a lot in fat cells because it doesn't need to use that energy. That's where fat comes from. Anyway, someone explains it. I'm not going to sit here and try to explain it. That's not the point. I think the title kind of says it all. I watched a video of someone eating like a 2.1 thousand calorie burger, and his friend said, "Good, now you won't need to eat for 24 hours," and they laughed. Then I thought, wait, why is it that you would be hungry again after 6 to 8 or so hours? Is our body that inefficient with those calories? Does this mean that when you eat over a certain limit of calories, your body just puts the rest into waste and some into fat? How does it work? Your body's like a steam engine. The fireman gets a load of coal, food, and either shovels it into the engine, your body's metabolism, or shovels it into the tender, your fat reserves. Hunger is the fireman saying, hey, just so you know, I'm not getting any coal right now. Could be an issue. He doesn't care that the tender has plenty. He just has no more new stuff coming in. I do have to add that not all of us are train nerds, and I don't know what the the tender is. The fireman doesn't know when the next load of coal will show up, but if the train stops, he dies. As soon as he makes room for it, he wants more coal, as much as he can get, just in case the coal stops coming in. He isn't the smartest, so even as the train starts creaking under the weight of too much coal, he wants more. Rather, now that he has a whole mountain of it stashed away, he can't possibly imagine having just a single cart. That would be crazy. That's asking to starve. How can large chains, Target, Walmart, etc., produce store brand versions of nearly every product imaginable, while industry manufacturers, only really produce a single type of item? If I had a quick guess, this is just a guess, I'm just guessing, I would assume that any ability to produce more than what they need from those factories is then sold at a discounted rate to retailers like Target and Walmart so they can rebrand it to whatever they want. I don't think that's correct, but that's my best guess. Because they don't actually make it. Costco doesn't make Costco whiskey. Kirkland, get it right. Costco has a contract with, it's not, but for ease of names, Jack Daniels. And again, for ease of use, I will use bottles, not barrels. If Jack Daniels sells their whiskey for $20 a bottle, say it cost them $10 to produce it, Costco says, we want to buy your whiskey at $15 a bottle, but we will order 10,000 bottles. We're going to resell it as Costco whiskey. Jack Daniels says, sure thing, but here's a non-disclosure agreement. You cannot tell anybody Costco whiskey is made by Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels may only make $5 a bottle instead of 10, but they just sold 10,000 bottles. Costco paid $15 a bottle. Cost the bottle at $1 a bottle to relabel it, and they sell it at $18 a bottle. So it's cheaper to buy Costco, and they still make money. They then do this with many other products. So it's kind of close to what I had assumed, where all of these generic products are indeed probably being made by the companies that already make them under a brand name, but they're just doing larger contracts and whatnot. Although I will say that in terms of food, the food does taste different, and I do wonder about that. Like generic Doritos from Walmart, they don't taste the same. So I don't think they'd be made by the same company. Maybe it just has to do with the patent on a recipe? I don't know. But this is part of the reason, and growing up with a pharmacist around, I will say, whenever you're out going to get like ibuprofen or acetaminophen or aspirin, just get the generic stuff of everything over the counter. It's literally identical, man. Active ingredient wise. Inactive? Maybe not. But the active ingredient and the amount in there is pretty much the same. I just want to add that the math doesn't tell the whole story. There are a lot of logistical issues that a manufacturer would have to deal with that a retail store has already built in. Using your example, Jack Daniels has to advertise. It might not be much, but Costco doesn't need to. The location in the store is enough to get people to buy it, especially sitting next to the expensive name brand. To be fair, Jack Daniels likes to be seen as the name brand that costs a bit more. Distribution. Jack Daniels doesn't just have to get their product to Costco, they have to deliver it to Target, Bevmo, a million local liquor stores, etc. Costco buys their bulk order, then transports it to their own logistics system that would run anyway. Competition. Jack Daniels doesn't want you to buy Wild Turkey. If you do, they don't make any money. Costco wants you to buy the store brand because they get the most markup. But if you buy Wild Turkey or Jack Daniels or Glenjulie Blue, they still make money. Why does hearing yourself speak with a few seconds of delay completely crash your brain? You know, I don't have any logical explanation for it myself, but I think we're just dumb, right? Like, can we agree on that at the very least? We subconsciously use our own voices to make sure our mouth is making the noises we want it to. The brain can't figure out what's wrong, but still tries to correct itself. It's also why you need to fold back speakers or an earpiece when singing with a microphone. When you can't hear the sound coming out of your mouth, you can't tell whether or not you're singing in tune. You know, as a voiceover artist, actor, whatever, I love being able to monitor my voice, but it needs to be in real time, right? That helps me a lot. But even when it's perfect, I still pop one ear cup off so that I can gauge what I'm doing even more proper. Like right now, I am monitoring my voice with headphones on. I'm good. Some days, I don't even bother putting them on. But yeah, there's something to be said there for sure. It's interesting, isn't it? I knew a guy who ran sound for a venue, and he had something he called the suck button. He'd only deploy it if the band were acting like dicks. The time I saw him do it, the band was warned multiple times they were going over their allotted time and purposely ignored it to stay on stage longer, taking time from other musicians on the bill. He adjusted some things on the board to give just the singer's monitor a 1-second delay and a half-step pitch adjustment. Almost immediately, he started singing off time and out of tune. He kept stopping to figure out what was going wrong, but he could never figure it out. He tried powering through, but then the bassist and drummer couldn't handle the weird time difference. The whole thing fell apart in seconds. Rather than the triumphant ending the singer was clearly aiming for, they skidded awkwardly to a stop and shuffled off the stage in shame. I assume it was inspired by this Far Side cartoon. I assume so too. I can't click that link, my friend. Oh, thank you for showing me. All right, here we go. We've got, the suck button, baby. Hell yeah. It was probably made as inspiration behind like maybe bands complaining about their sound engineers ruining their performance, when in reality sometimes you just suck, so they pretend that sound engineers have a button that, oh my god, wait a minute, sound engineers have had a button that makes them suck. That's what this whole story was about. Uh-oh. Are bands right? If a band ever says that their performance sucked because of a suck button, are they right on average by By and large, man, this blows a conspiracy wide open, folks. This could mean that there are no bad performing bands out there, just evil, psychotic sound engineers. My God. Why do humans need to eat many different kinds of foods to get their vitamins and whatnot, but large animals like cows only need grass to survive? You know, I've thought of this exact scenario myself, and it still makes me mad because, yeah, what do you mean I have to eat a bunch of different things or I'll die? But cows can do grass, horses can do hay and apples. Like, man, don't you think that I would absolutely eat nothing but Crunchwrap Supremes until the day I died if I had the ability to eat nothing but Crunchwrap Supremes until the day I died? Sure, there's a lot of individual ingredients in there, right? But that's beside the point. Why can't I just eat that forever and live to be 90? I don't understand what the problem is here. What's the disconnect? In addition to the efficiently breaking down grass thing and the they eat a variety of plants thing, there's also the fact that species typically evolve the ability to make vitamins that they can't get easily in their diet. For example, humans make vitamin D because there aren't many food sources of it, but we can't make vitamin C, but can find it in food. Other species can make their own vitamin C. It's a trade-off between needing to find a variety of food and not needing the cellular machines to make more stuff. Humans are rare in their inability to synthesize vitamin C. Almost every mammal can do it, with few exceptions like humans and guinea pigs. To be fair, it's not just humans. All monkeys and apes. I didn't know we couldn't synthesize vitamin C. But to be fair, I didn't know how much exactly we were synthesizing, you know. And when it came to, say, vitamin D, I assumed that we synthesized that through, I almost said photosynthesis, not quite what I meant, but, you know, getting sun exposure, right? I thought it was almost exclusively that. And when it came to vitamin D, you'd need like a supplement or you're gonna die. Okay, not to be that dramatic, but you know what I'm getting at. This subreddit so far is just going to show that we truly know nothing. We know nothing, folks. If fruit is sweet to encourage animals to eat it and carry the seeds away from the parent tree, how do lemons and limes fit into this mix? Well, I'll tell you, they don't. Those guys are sour and stupid. No one likes them. Which I know is actually the point of the question, because lemons and limes aren't traditionally super sweet. Lemonade can be super sweet, but limeade? I don't know, man. TLDR, because lemons and limes are crossbreeds that weren't actually a wild plant. And even if they weren't sweet, their ancestors still had sugars, and that made them appealing for creatures to eat. Most of the types of citrus plant that we grow and sell in produce sections now were crossbred from a mix of only a few original plants. Lemons comes from citron, a really thick rinded fruit with a small but sweet pulpy core, and bitter orange, which is what it sounds like. Limes come from a citrus type tree called micrantha. But even so, just because they taste sour doesn't mean the animals won't eat and spread them. A lemon does have sugar, and in the same way we humans like a little bitterness, animals may appreciate it too. Food doesn't have to taste sweet to be extremely healthy and an easy source of calories. Adding to this, some animals may lack the ability to taste the bitterness or sourness of citrus fruits? What the hell did I just say? Or may experience the taste differently. Spices, herbs like oregano, for instance, use their unique taste as a defense mechanism against insects. Insects hate the taste, but humans like it. God, thank goodness for genetically modified and crossbred plants, man. Seriously, without it, there'd be a lot of food we don't get. What's the reason that almost every video game today has removed the ability for split screen, including ones that got famous and popular from having split screen? If I had to guess, thanks to games like Call of Duty causing serious explosions, which they had split screen as well, but games like that causing such a serious explosion in long distance over the internet singular screen play, right? That a lot of developers just thought that people today don't do LAN parties anymore. They don't play on the same console anymore. They do not do what we did when we were kids. I think that's something that people have to get used to the idea of, is that times have changed, and whether we like it or not, split screen co-op to the average gamer just actually means nothing, even though it breaks my heart to think about it. But what's the reason Reddit says? Let's see if they make more sense. 3 main reasons. Takes a lot of extra processing power to generate the split screen aspect. True, lots of extra rendering. It's development work they would rather put towards their more lucrative multiplayer, usually with microtransactions, correct? And they sell more copies of the games to groups of friends who want to play it. Now, all of those are horseshit reasons, and I want my cow couch co-op back, but still, I would and do support games with couch co-op like Borderlands, Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time, Speedrunners, etc. I also recommend you do the same. Also, Halo 5. Oh, and Halo Infinite. This was 9 years ago, right? 9 years ago. Halo Infinite came out with a promise that they would put co-op, local split-screen multiplayer into the game. They just dropped that shit. Why is it always Halo? Genuinely, why was it Halo? I wasn't even like an Xbox boy growing up. I was a PlayStation and Nintendo kid. The depths to which Halo has fallen is sickening to me. Yeah, seriously. And as I've commented, they're missing the family demographic. I have brothers, and so we used to go out of our way to only buy games we could play together. Now, if we did that, we just couldn't buy any games, and thus we don't buy as many. I will say, Nintendo does seem to be keeping up the split screen stuff more than anybody by a long shot, all right? For instance, Mario Kart World, I went out and bought myself a Switch 2 because, damn it, I could not keep to my word. I really genuinely couldn't, and I bought one. But let me tell you, Mario Kart World was some of the most fun I've had with my roommates and friends in a long time, just sitting in the living room playing the game, and we're still doing it. We're still doing it. It's such a good game. Just being able to sit around and play without some dipshit online subscription. Why is it that Mandarin and Cantonese are considered dialects of Chinese, but Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and French are considered separate languages and not dialects of Latin? There's a saying in linguistics: a language is a dialect with a flag and an army. The field of linguistics does not actually define what is a language. Linguistics definitely has the concept of a dialect and can discuss whether two groups of people speak the same dialect or different dialects. It has concepts of things like mutual intelligibility, i.e., can native speakers of two dialects understand each other? But the idea that two dialects are part of the same language is a question that linguistics entirely cedes to the field of politics. So, to answer your question, China considers itself a single political unit, and they place a high value on considering themselves unified. France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal consider themselves distinct political units from each other, and modern Italy considers itself distinct from the Roman Empire. It's also worth noting that people from different regions in Italy sometimes can't understand each other because dialects of Italian have a very large spread. Again, they're considered the same language because Italy wants to perceive itself as a single unified cultural entity. Were one of these regions of Italy to become independent, it's likely they would consider their dialect to a language over time. Although, that process would likely involve doubling down on the regionally distinct features of that dialect and probably having a distinct literary tradition as well. Something like this already happened when Norway became independent of Denmark. Why can people walk many miles without discomfort, but when they stand for more than 15 minutes or so, they get uncomfortable? As someone that's waited in a lot of queues at Disneyland and Disney World, I'd like to know the same thing, please. And can we start building chairs into pants? Your leg veins have one-way valves in them. They work when the skeletal muscles around them contract and release. When you're walking around, the flexion and relaxation, I invented a word today, of the walking muscles are literally pumping the blood back to your torso. When you're standing still, you aren't getting that pumping action naturally. You could flex and release your legs intentionally while standing, but it's not nearly as effective as walking is. Hope that makes sense. It does. It really does. Plus, from a non-musculature standpoint, I guess I can't really say that because it's all part of that, but when you stand there and lock your legs, don't lock your legs. That's just a bad idea, man. That's a whole different type of discomfort. What I want to know is, why can I walk 10 miles for fun around where I live or for exercise and my feet will feel fine? But when I go to an expo like PAX, my feet will hurt so bad after just 3 hours of wandering around. Okay, good to have the diagram. Very, very interesting. I've always wondered about that myself. On the side note, seasoned military personnel are able to stand at ease for long periods of time because they're actually swaying back and forth in very micro movements to contract their muscles and relieve the tingling and numb sensation you get when standing for long periods of time. As others have suggested, not locking your knees is also key. As others have mentioned, micro movements could be flexing your calves, distributing weight back and forth between your heels and toes. That's why a lot of people do rock. If you have persistent leg problems, even without prolonged standing and even after conservative measures, compression, stockings, exercise, etc., I would recommend getting a referral to a vein specialist. Why do some animals like spiders or lizards spend so much time just doing nothing? What is happening and why? What's the most energy efficient thing you can do? Nothing. And if you're not hungry, it's not mating season, and there are no challenges for your territory, why do anything? Reptiles and arthropods have taken a much different evolutionary path to success that relies on massive energy efficiency. They require very little energy and can thus live for a very long time without food and or survive in poor environments. I'm telling my employer this exact line all the time. No, really though. See, us humans are very different. We are very self-aware, conscious beings in such an interesting way. We need to be entertained. We do. It's a part of how we exist. And in doing so, we're always doing something. Even video games get your heart pumping, man. They get your teeth clenched. I've been playing RE4 Remake Mercenaries like a madman lately. Been kicking ass, but it'll get me going, brother. I actually do wish it was a workout. That would be sick, though. How did we get to the point where laptops and smartphones are in the same price range? Companies suck donkey shit? I'm sorry, I apologize. What's the real reason? Demand for fancier phones with bigger screens and better cameras is a higher cost, and more people are willing to pay that. That being said, this is only true if you're comparing very specific subsets of price ranges. Laptops are still notably more expensive, unless you're, say, comparing a middle-of-the-road phone to a low-end laptop, which isn't really a fair comparison. Looking at the only big name brands here to remove extreme outliers. A low-end smartphone, a Samsung Galaxy A10, might be $120. A low-end laptop, like an Asus Chromebook C523, might be $240. A top-end smartphone, God, this is old, an iPhone XS Max, might be $1,500. A top-end laptop might be anywhere from $2,500 for a more general-purpose high performer, high-end MacBook Pro, or $3,200 plus for a high-end gaming laptop with a high-end display. Wow! A high-end MacBook Pro is a lot more expensive than a high-end gaming laptop on average. A high-end MacBook Pro is between $4,000 and $6,000 now. But again, this is an interesting look. This is 7 years ago. It's interesting because the top-of-the-line iPhone you can get now, I believe, is $2,000 only because it has 2 terabytes of storage built into it, right? Meanwhile, I will say the cheap Samsung Galaxy phones or the cheap Android phones that are that inexpensive still exist, and that's awesome. I will say Chromebooks need to die, but that's a whole different story entirely. It's just interesting to see how things both have changed a lot in 7 years and how they haven't changed at all in 7 years, right? Most consumers don't know about RAM, ROM, storage, and processor speed. So instead, most people buy the new brand name with a bigger number. You can get relatively cheap phones and computers if you buy based on the actual specs instead of whatever is being marketed as new. I get it, Divvy Divot, I totally understand, but the vast majority of people, while I do believe they should know more about how their stuff works or what the numbers mean, we gotta chill a little bit on, being kind of, what's the word, passive-aggressive about buying new brand name thing with bigger number. Yeah, that's how 90% of humanity works. And while I wish that wasn't the case, I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? It's okay. How come all those atomic bomb tests were conducted during the 60s in deserts in Nevada without any serious consequences to environment and humans? I'd have to imagine because they were relatively small by comparison to certain tests, and it's the desert, so there's not a whole lot of ecosystem going on? The simple answer is there were serious consequences. Oh, okay, never mind, so I'm just an idiot. To both the environment and human health. There were marked increases in cancer rates noted, not just in Nevada, but across the Midwest. Test site workers and downwinders, communities downwind from the test site, sued the federal government. To date, more than $500 million in compensation has been paid out. John Wayne, Susan Hayward, and 90 other people developed cancer after filming The Conqueror near a testing site. Damn, that is insane, actually. There was an unpredicted wind shift just after the detonation that blew fallout directly onto the town of St. George, Utah. Federal agents rushed to the town and made everybody get indoors, but cancer rates went through the roof. I used to carpool with the guy who grew up there. His elder family all died of cancer. He had to have annual colonoscopies for life. People who worked on the Manhattan Project and handled plutonium had to have had an annual urine test for medical research. They had a social organization called the IPPU Society. There's actually an entire cancer generation from St. George, where almost everyone within a certain age range either developed or died from cancer due to radiation exposure. If there's no cell phone signal, how does the emergency calls only mode work? Pre-satellite, I've been curious. Your phone is allowed to use any network it's physically capable of using for emergency calls, whereas normally it can only use networks you've paid to use. It looks like I was partially wrong. Quoting this guy, every carrier has roaming deals with other carriers who use the same signal, meaning your AT&T phone will work on T-Mobile towers, vice versa. Same with every major carrier. To add to this, to fill in any dead spots, sometimes small towers are erected in remote areas. These are networkless and will only respond to emergency calls. Not just that, but the military and private towers will also bounce signals for emergency calls. And I think, what do iPhones specifically now? Do they have like the ability to use satellite in emergencies if you're in hyper remote areas as well? I'm not sure if that's correct though. I'm just guessing because I've seen advertising about that.
I have terminal cancer and I'm not telling my family. I feel like just reading that title, I should probably warn anyone who is listening in. This doesn't sound like it's going to be a happy story. So trigger warning if you're sensitive to disease discussion. The title says it all. I'm a suburban housewife. The past few years, I've gotten tired of the way my family is treating me. I have young adult sons. The older is finishing college and has a serious girlfriend. He barely has time for me because he prioritizes everything else. I've spent my adult life raising this child, providing for him and making sure he had many opportunities. He's polite to others, but not to me. His dad defends his behavior and says I'm too sensitive because I expect him to have a conversation with me at least once when he comes home. So I don't want to interject too much, but this is already really sad. This sucks, man. When he does come home, he only wants to spend time with his girlfriend. He talks to my husband about their mutual interests, but either starts talking to someone else when I chime in, or tells me he has to go do something and never comes back. On the occasion that he does this to my husband, he gets annoyed. When he does it to me, it's justified because I talk about things that no one cares to hear. After being reprimanded by my husband about wanting to join the conversation, and how no one was interested in hearing about what I wanted to talk about, I found out that I have cancer today. It's stage 4. There's very little that they can do. I'm so mentally beaten down that I don't want to tell them. They don't realize that I don't really have friends anymore due to being the primary caretaker to my other son who has a disability. At least I know that he loves me. I'm heartbroken that I won't be here to take care of him. That part makes me cry when I'm alone. So does the other part, but I don't want attention now that's just to keep them from feeling guilty. Sadly, I don't even think it would be long lasting. Thanks for letting me vent. My heart is broken, but not much more than it's been for the past few years. And just to clarify, I've not been abusive or neglectful. I've not been a martyr. I've expressed sadness at the way they've treated me, but they constantly say I'm being ridiculous. I know in my heart that this is true. This is such a rough story because you hate to see someone be dealt such a shitty hand, you know? And by all accounts from this story, that is a shitty hand. At that point, you just got to do things for yourself or try to make happy memories for the other son, you know? Like, you don't have to tell anyone, you don't need to disclose your illness, but I think you have the one kid that you do really, really love and care about and know that they love you as well. So I would imagine just making good memories while you still can with them would be the priority, right? And do things for you, you know? You spend so much time sacrificing so much of yourself to build a home and to let your, kids get off on as good of a foot as they can. You, at the very least, you deserve to be able to take time for yourself. This is such a crazy story. I work as a data analyst for a massive tech company, and I think the dead internet theory might actually be real. Throwaway for obvious reasons. I've been a data analyst at one of the largest data infrastructure firms in the world for about 7 years now. Most of my day is just numbers, pipelines, dashboards, and all the boring backend stuff that keeps the internet functioning. It used to feel meaningful in a weirdly satisfying way, until around 2 years ago when I started noticing things that didn't add up. It began with a simple audit for a retail client. The data looked fine until I realized that roughly 87% of their active users weren't traceable to any known or consistent activity history. New devices, IPs that didn't match known regions, even fake GPS trails. It wasn't bot traffic, at least not in the traditional sense. These were fabricated identities, whole clusters of them. It was like they were generated just to exist. At first, I assumed it was some glitch with an API sync or metadata corruption, but the deeper I dug, the weirder it got. The user patterns weren't random, they were rhythmic. Behavior that looked human at first glance but followed time loops so precise they could only have been synthetic. Clicking the same pages at the exact same second every single day, pausing for identical intervals. I literally graphed it out, and it looked like music on a staff. I ran sentiment analysis on conversational data too, just to reassure myself. But the more I looked, the more everything online felt off. The comments, the tweets, the search results, all had the same tone. This strange generic neutrality. No real emotion, no true disagreement, just empty, polite noise. Someone in the office one day joked about the dead internet theory, about how a majority of online people are now just fake. content generators talking to other content generators to keep engagement metrics alive. I laughed along, but later I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I tested it. I cross-checked anonymous data streams using internal tools I probably shouldn't have had access to. I wanted to see how many truly unique human communication signatures were still showing up across our indexed data. The number was ridiculously low, like 12%. 12% of all global traffic showing the entropy patterns of a real person. The rest was echo noise. I'm gonna briefly interject into this story to say this sounds like the dopest setup for like a r/no sleep story. I know this is a confession story, but I'm locked in. I'm hooked in, right? The way this is written, I'm so like, I'm enthralled. When I flagged the results as a pattern anomaly in a report, it got closed almost instantly. The next morning, my access history had been wiped clean like it never happened. Even my local backups were corrupted. I honestly believe I'm gonna get fired or pushed out of this company, but touch wood, nothing has happened yet. Ever since then, every time I scroll social media or read comment threads, I get this uneasy feeling that I'm surrounded by bots. Words designed to look alive, hosted by systems that learned how to sound human, or by people who gave up caring enough to notice the difference. Sometimes I wonder if the internet really did die and we're all just screaming into the void. I've seen the data, and it makes me feel alone. Dude, this is such a crazy, like, okay, the way this is set up of like, all my data was wiped at the company, I'm uncovering too much, I've gone a step too far, and now like they know, like this is such a crazy, oh, that would be such an awesome horror story. This is so awesome. I've known how I'll die since I was 16. I'm currently 30 years old. However, I've known exactly how I will die since I was 16 years old. I was born with a genetical defect known as NF2, neurofibromatosis type 2, which causes the growth of non-cancerous tumors along the nerves in my head, neck, and spinal cord. When I was 11, I had surgery to remove one on the left side of my head, which resulted in hearing loss in the left ear. And then the same thing happened the next year in the right ear at 12. When I was 16, I watched the Terry Pratchett documentary Choosing to Die, and while watching it, I came to the conclusion that this is how I'll die. And when I reached the point that the tumors on my ocular nerves can no longer be removed or stalled with surgery or radiotherapy or medication, I will fly to Dignitas and go the assisted suicide route. In the past 1 year alone, I've already been made wheelchair bound due to a tumor on my back, making me unable to move my legs. Oh my god, this is horrifying. This is haunting. So now I pretty much rely on my parents for help changing, drying after the shower, into and out of bed, and now my eyesight is slowly becoming blurrier. Why have I not followed through with it? I want as much time as possible with my parents. I don't want them reduced to caring for me when they should be retired and traveling, enjoying their golden years after working all their lives. I want to collect as many One Piece physical volumes as possible and pass them along to my nephew when he's old enough, so he can start the journey that I might not live to see the end of. I don't want to leave my dog wondering where I went to, but I also don't want to go through the grief of losing a dog again, and truthfully, I'm scared. Thank you for your time reading this. Dude, this is so haunting to read, especially learning like in the past year where they're like tumors are growing on their back and just like the illness consuming. That's so, wow. I don't know, man. Again, like there's a lot of heavy stuff in this subreddit, but like firsthand accounts of illness like really destroying one's body, that really racks me, man. That just affects me. Roommate sees me naked all the time. I like being naked at home. I'm not naked all the time, maybe like 50% of the time. When I go to common areas, I usually put on a t-shirt or something, just one item of clothing. At times when I'm especially lazy, I just walk around naked. My roommate, who's male, is pretty chill with it and is used to seeing me partly or fully naked. Sometimes his girlfriend comes over. At that time, I am fully clothed. I always am when there are guests over. But I really don't think she knows about the situation. It feels weird to ask my roommate. I mean, this is weird and you know it's weird, right? This is, you can't like feign ignorance with this kind of thing. Like this feels like you're pushing the boundary with your roommate and you know that like, the fact you won't, I don't know. This feels icky. You know what I mean? Like, you know what you're fucking doing, dude. Like, I feel like this is a clear thing where you're attracted to him. And it seems to me like you want to be told like, oh no, good for you, man. Like, yeah, no, this is fine. Why would you be weird about it? Like, I get it. Sometimes you want to just free ball it, let it hang. I'm with you on that. But when you have roommates, you do that in the common, you don't do that in the common areas. It's like there's like some decency and decorum that need to be followed. This is one of those things where, and just so we're clear, if your roommate's girlfriend knew, there'd be we're making a Waffle House brawl. You know what I mean? But again, this is one of those things where I just hope it's like a creative writing prompt, because this is so ridiculous. It's so stupid. I don't love my 8-year-old son. I regret having a child. When I first had my son, I was 20 and didn't expect a pregnancy. I thought it would be amazing, and I was excited to be a mother and raise my son. I thought having kids was sunshine and rainbows, and never expected my own child would physically abuse me. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. Okay. This is gonna be a heavy confession story, all right? My relationship ended, but we do co-parent, and my husband also has a role in his life. It started from a young age. Biting, hair pulling, grabbing. That felt normal at his age, but it never stopped. He's thrown a hairbrush at my face, hit my face and back of my head with his iPad, bit me hard, yanked my hair. Sometimes I'll just be sitting and relaxing and he comes over just to kick me and try and strangle me. I'm so fed up. I don't know what caused his aggression. I've never laid a hand on him and neither has his father. We try not to yell. We've been to multiple therapists and do everything and so much research. The father told me he has none of these behaviors and is an angel with him, and he's never gotten into trouble at school or his friend's house. He only behaves like this to me and I have no idea why. I didn't do anything to him. I dread coming home from work. I dread having to spend time with him. The worst part is, I can't tell anyone because they'll say he's just a kid, it's not his fault. Or make me seem like a horrible person. It's like I'm not a person and I just have to take it. I feel miserable and horribly depressed. I'm scared for the future. What if he gets older and can overpower me? He once poked my eye so hard it was swollen for days and red. He's yanked my eyelashes. God damn! I'm scared of him. I've tried to love him, but I can't. I know I sound awful for saying that, but I just can't take it. I want to abandon him sometimes. When I prepare food, he throws it at me or on the floor. He's peed on my bed and my clothes on purpose, destroyed my things, dropped my phone in the toilet and tried flushing. I've tried grounding. I've done everything professionals have suggested and he just won't stop. I'm stuck with this forever. I can't escape this hell. My marriage is suffering because my son causes me so much mental distress and I don't feel safe in my own home. I hate my son. Now, I have no idea how to even begin broaching this story, but I do think this is one of those things where it might be, I don't know. I know it's like a hard thing to do, but I feel like it's for your own benefit and maybe the kid's benefit if you like give up. I would just be like, Dad, I can't do it. Like, this kid hates me. But there was a comment that I wanted to read that reads, I shared this with my wife, expert with kids. On review, she said it could be a number of things, but he needs a child therapist and psychologist for sure. Your son may be undiagnosed with a disorder, and his different behavior around others could be him masking, and during this period, he could be going through internal torment, shaking the bottle. And if you're a safe person, the mask comes off and the bottle explodes. It could be learned behavior, and in this case, there may be 3 sides to the story. Moms, dads, boys, in which respect is seen with boys and dads, but not with moms and boys. Was your ex-husband abusive to you? Does he have a partner he could be abusive to? Kids who witness their father abuse their mother or vice versa can exhibit abusive behavior to the partner or victim's gender in general. Good luck. One thing for sure is that you don't want him to be in the same house if this behavior worsens or remains the same once he becomes a teenager. It's such a scary situation, and there's no way to there's no one set in stone way to approach it, you know? It's so delicate and fragile, and you hate to see that kind of shit, man. I just don't know if I was in OP's shoes that I would have the internal strength to keep trying. I feel like I would give up my parental rights. I fucking hate showering with my girlfriend. My girlfriend has been clingy recently. She follows me around the apartment and doesn't really give me any space. I just want some alone time, and every time I go to shower, she wants to shower with me. We've been dating a year, and at first it was sexy, but she does it just to spend time with me. But we spend all our time together, and in the shower we have to keep moving the water on us, and it's so annoying. I found myself purposely jumping in the shower as soon as possible if I find out she's coming home a bit late from work, and giving her the excuse that I'm shaving so she can't be in with me. Does anyone else have this problem? And yes, I do expect a bunch of people hating on me and just being happy that she likes me at all, yada yada yada. Now, this could be a novel concept, okay? I feel like you're in a relationship with this girl, and it's been there, you've been together for a year. You could try having a conversation about it. I think, I'm not trying to give you any radical ideas. This seems like, I don't know. Obviously, we only have one side of the story here, but this could be something where it's like she's reacting to maybe feeling a sense of like, oh, what if he's pulling away? What am I doing to lose him? And then so she's reacting to that, and then he's reacting to her getting really clingy and is like, oh my God, I just want some me time. It just feels like they're not talking about it, and so they're just reacting to each other. It's like being on two boats sailing by each other, and you're like, oh, you f***ed with my boat current. I'm gonna come back. You know what I mean? This feels like a communication thing. And you can't be like, and just so we're clear, with communication, you can't just, you don't be accusatory, right? You can't be like, oh, you're too clingy. You're too clingy, and I hate when you go in the shower with me. Leave me alone. You know what I mean? Like that's not productive. This is, I would imagine, gonna be like a difficult conversation because there is a critique there, and she's already feeling maybe a little sensitive because of how close she's trying to get, and maybe feeling like you're pulling away. So you would bring this into, instead of being a you statement, make it an I statement, where you're like, I love, how close you want to be with me, and I love spending time with you, but I also need alone time or time to decompress. And for me, that would be in the shower, or that would be this amount of time. You know what I mean? Like, it's just setting a boundary in the relationship. And if she loves you, then that should be something that can be respected. And it's such an easy thing to do. Communication obviously cannot be the easiest thing, especially when you don't know how to do it, but there's definitely like, I statements, reassurance that you're like, I'm not, this is, I love spending time with you, but I need my alone time as well, and it's not going to be we had the talk and it's fine. There might be times where you need to reassure them. That's just part of the thing. And being in a relationship, part of the whole thing is like you open yourself up to be vulnerable and you have those kinds of conversations. So I hope that works out. My mother-in-law is currently giving me the silent treatment because I won't share a family recipe that is actually just expensive takeout. I'll die if I don't share this. 3 years ago, I was supposed to cook for my wife's birthday, and I completely torched the main dish. In a total panic, I drove to this Italian deli, oh my God, 2 towns over, bought 2 massive trays of lasagna, scraped the cheese on top so it looked messy/homemade, and hid the foil containers in the outside trash. It was a hit. They wouldn't shut up about it. Best thing they ever ate. Now I'm the lasagna guy. Every birthday, every holiday, I have to drive 40 minutes, smuggle this stuff into the house in a gym bag, and transfer it to my own Pyrex dish while my wife is in the shower. The issue is my mother-in-law asked for the recipe last week for her church potluck. I didn't know what to do, so I told her I promised my late grandmother on her deathbed that I wouldn't write it down. She called me selfish and is actually pissed off at me. I feel like a total fraud because I can't tell her the secret ingredient is $80 and a guy named Sal. Again, this feels like something where you should have had the conversation with your wife the birthday of and been like, hey, I'm glad everyone had a good time. Honey, I'm so sorry. I completely f***ed the main dish and I panicked and I went out to get lasagna, and I'm so sorry that I didn't tell you right away. I wanted you to have a good birthday. And then you guys could have laughed it off. But now you're in deep. Now you got to figure out this. You got to navigate your way out of this. My girlfriend slapped my mom. Last week, my girlfriend and my mom got into an argument. It started over something stupid. Something about my mom making a comment about how girls these days don't know how to run a home, and my girlfriend took it personally. Words were exchanged, voices got louder. I tried to calm things down, but I froze. Then suddenly, my girlfriend slapped my mom. Everyone went silent. My mom didn't even yell. She just looked shocked and walked into her room, and I stood there doing nothing. Afterwards, my girlfriend cried and said she lost control. She said my mom has always been passive aggressive and that this was, quote, years of frustration coming out. I don't like how immediately she is like passing. I don't know how I feel about that. She begged me not to leave her. My mom hasn't talked to me properly since. She says she's fine, but I know she's hurt. Not just by the slap, but by the fact that I didn't defend her. So what I'm noticing here is So it started with the mom making a comment about how girls these days don't know how to run a home, and OP's girlfriend takes it personally. I think that was the moment where you should have been like, hey, whoa, what the hell are we talking about? Why, what do you mean? Like, this feels incendiary. You could have asked your mom to stop or change the topic. You could have left the house with your girlfriend. Like, there's something you could have done, but it's hard to get the full picture here. And then also with the girlfriend being like, your mom's always been passive aggressive and this was years of frustration. Like, has this been something that's been expressed before? Or we're given such a small slice of the pie here. And I feel like all parties can be held accountable. I think the slap is a step too far at all. Like, I don't ever agree with things stepping into a physical realm ever. I think that's always a step too far, and you have to cross multiple lines to get to, a physical strike. But I don't know. This is one of those things where I wish there was more context. If we had more info, I could make a more concise judgment, but right now it feels like OP's at a crossroads, and it just depends on the circumstance, the surrounding circumstances of what he should do.
Let a woman DoorDash my What does that mean? Married 14 years, never seen wife naked. What? I'm sorry. 14 years. And again, I'm that question, that flabbergastedness that I have there comes through the lens of what I imagine to be the average, marriage, right? So like the title says, I've been married 14 years and have still never seen my wife naked. She's extremely self-conscious, and even though I absolutely love her body, and she should too, I still can only see her with clothes on. I never thought I'd be this age, married this long, and still have to mentally undress her, but here we are. Sexual attempts, and I use this term generally, can only occur in pitch darkness. Any hope of looking into her eyes is not possible. I've only really gotten it in once or twice in that time anyway, though. Usually it's just painful mashing. We can't use lube because that's gross, and only she can initiate. My feelings do not matter at all. And attempts only occur maybe once every other month anyway. It's totally duty sex, so she can lay there and check the box. What I would give for even one time with some passion, to feel wanted, to feel like she wanted it too. We didn't even get that on our honeymoon. Zero sex at all then, and she didn't feel like it that week. I should have gotten an annulment immediately. I now understand why people cheat. All right, that's a little okay. So yeah, that's my secret. People think we have this great life, and in reality, it's just misery, and my feelings like I have no say, or wow, why is it written like that in our relationship? And I should just be happy to be married or something. What a joke. People cheat because they're assholes. It's not because something very... Your wife might have something she has not discovered about herself yet. I feel like she just doesn't like or want sex at all. And maybe she didn't realize that and got herself into a corner here by getting into a marriage without letting you know or really knowing that about herself yet, right? And the longer you wait, the worse it becomes. And I cannot imagine discovering that sex just isn't my thing after marrying someone at any time. I cannot imagine how impossible that would be to tell your husband or wife at any point, right? It sucks. It does suck. But it sounds like therapy needs to happen, like you guys need to go to a marriage counselor, and this needs to be said and aired out, because regardless, it seems like you can't be happy in this. 14 years is an insanely long amount of time for you to just let it boil over, man. It does seem kind of weird that at any point in the last over a decade, you didn't go, hey, what's going on? What is happening? My brother was arrested today. I can never look at him the same way. Oh, Lord, what the hell could he have been arrested for? Holy shit! Sorry, I flipped over and the image was completely zoomed out. Guys, this one is going to take us a hot minute, but bear with me, okay? I, female 20, am the eldest of 4 siblings. This morning I dropped my youngest sister, 10, off to school and made sure my other sister, 14, caught her bus. Once I got home, I was about to have a shower when I heard someone banging on the door. It was the police. They asked if my brother, 17, was home, and I said yes. They stormed in, headed to his bedroom, and arrested him. All they could tell us was it was burglary. My mom rushed home from work, and my dad headed from his house. They're separated. They took him off and searched our home. They asked us to identify multiple pairs of underwear and sex toys they found in his room, as well as at least 5 wallets. Multiple pairs of the underwear belonged to me and my sisters, but most of it was pairs we've never seen before. The wallets didn't belong to him or any of us. It's now 5 p.m., and I'm home with my sisters while my parents deal with him at the station. I'm traumatized. I had to watch him be shackled up and identify the disgusting shit he had in his own bedroom. I'm so unbelievably angry, upset, and I feel so much shame. We live in a small village, and word will spread fast. I feel like I can never leave the house again. I hate him. I never thought I'd say it, but I hate him. To violate someone in this way is disgusting. To enter into someone's house and take things, he's revolting. I don't think I can ever look at him the same. He was a good kid. He was so funny and caring for his sisters. But now, I hate him. I hate my own brother, and I think I always will. Update 1. We woke up this morning to be told he is going to be charged for 1/3 of the burglaries. He basically is cleared for one of them since we were on holiday, and the other one he has an alibi from my dad for. My dad has CCTV and can prove he never left the house that night, but he had possessions from all 3 homes, so it's likely he didn't do this alone and it was a pre-planned idea. He's going to a hearing/court thing or whatever in an hour to decide whether to release him or keep him until a court date is set. All this information is pretty vague since I have to stay home to look after my sisters, and I'm slowly getting information from my parents who are at the court. I'll update again if anything new comes to light. Update 2. He had his hearing. He pleaded guilty to one of them and not guilty to the other 2 robberies after guidance from his solicitor. They presented a small amount of evidence, and my mom keeps saying things don't add up. Like a ladder was found leading up to a window, but the intruder entered through the back door. A wallet was found in his room containing 100 pounds and a backdoor key with a handwritten note saying backdoor key. They also revealed the house he pleaded guilty for is his best friend's house and was broken into the weekend they were all away on holiday. My brother's legal team are under the impression his friend paid him to do it for some reason. They could claim home insurance or for the son to get back at his family or something. They've brought his friend into custody to interview him, thinking he gave my brother the key, wallet, and money prior to the break-in or left it in the garden, excuse me. Since on the CCTV, my brother rummaged in the garden for a couple of minutes before entering the home, none of the evidence makes sense. Update 3. It's been around a month since he was initially arrested. Sorry for the delay on updates. There's a new online safety law in place, which means you have to verify your age before accessing 18+ content. My passport was at the visa office for a couple of weeks and I just got it back. Anyway, as I mentioned, he was kept overnight in the cell, then he attended a court hearing in the morning. He was charged with 1/3 of the burglaries and punished with 4 months rehab and community service. He's on bail for the other 2 robberies until he can be found guilty or not guilty. We aren't fully sure if he did those or not, though we initially thought he couldn't have done them due to him being home and in bed. He was locking his bedroom door and sneaking out the window, so we have no way of knowing. It has come to light that 2 other young boys were caught on the CCTV also, and the police are in the progress of searching his phone to try and find these other 2 guys. He won't tell anyone who they were. I don't feel fully comfortable discussing how I feel right now since I'm not fully sure how I feel. I'm attending weekly therapy and counseling, which seems to be helping a lot with processing and moving forward. My attitude toward him has not changed quite yet. I still feel as though he has truly betrayed all of us and I cannot forgive him. The investigation has brought to light some disturbing details about the family who he definitely stole from, the one he pleaded guilty for. They're related to gangs, and a search of their house revealed drugs. I don't know what prompted this search. Most members of their family have been arrested. Due to this, the investigation into my brother has been paused until their investigation has concluded. They still need to identify a lot of items, but they can't do that at the moment due to the family's arrest. Addressing some frequently asked questions. Why did you let the police into your house? I don't know where everyone asking this is from, but in the UK, the police only need an arrest warrant to enter and arrest. I'm 20 years old, was home alone, and I have never been in trouble with the police. If you think I could instantly turn to defensiveness and try to argue, you're cruelly mistaken. I was terrified and just agreed to everything they asked because, as I said, I've never been in trouble with the police before. You guys need to do better to understand some people's feelings and fears of police. Why do you seem to not care if he had family's underwear? Right, I was actually kind of curious about that myself. I mean, probably not that they didn't care, but anyway. At the time of writing my post, I hadn't fully had time to process all these facts. I was mainly in shock and processing the information I learned in order. First, we found out it was burglary, and I was still processing that when I learned about the underwear. I've had a lot more time, and that is now part of the story I am processing, and I'd like to keep my thoughts and details about that investigation private. All I feel comfortable telling is that we're all being individually supported by Child Protective Services and have regular therapy and counseling. You're 20 and you're being... I mean, I'm glad the other 2 are, but never mind. It doesn't matter. How has the community responded? I can't lie. Since I've been home from uni for only a month, I don't really have many friends here at home. From what my dad has found out, many people people are currently trying to find my brother's whereabouts to jump him. He is with distant family right now for his own safety. The wider community have given me dirty looks when visiting our local store, which is crazy to me, by the way. She's not the one in question here, all right? Calm down. And my sister's friends have totally unfriended her due to the situation. His actions have impacted everyone. This will probably be my last update. Any more details that come to light are for me and my family to process alone. In 2 weeks, I'll be moving abroad to start a new chapter of my life. This had been the plan for years now and isn't a choice I made based on this situation. I'm excited to move on and leave all of this behind me if I'm emotionally able to. Thank you to everyone who has given support and shared their story. You made me realize I'm not alone and my feelings are valid. I gave an escort 3 Bitcoin in 2013 and I still obsessively check her wallet address. Oh, no. This is probably weird, but I need to get it off my chest. Back in 2013, I guess I can't read today, I paid an escort with 3 Bitcoin. It was worth maybe $300 total at the time, so it seemed like a reasonable transaction. Here's the messed up part. I still check that Bitcoin address regularly. Have been for 11 years now. These Bitcoin just sat there untouched all this time, and she probably had no idea what they were or how to access them. It does seem weird, though, that she would allow you to pay her like that and not know what the hell that was or care about it, right? Recently, I noticed movement on the address. She's been transferring small amounts to Coinbase. Okay, she's figured it out. Coinbase probably finally figuring out how to cash them out. Do you know what 3 Bitcoin is worth today? Around $350,000. I've watched that address occasionally over the years, wondering if she knew what she was sitting on. Part of me hoped she'd forgotten about them entirely so I wouldn't have to think about it. But now she's cashing out and I can't stop checking the blockchain explorer. It's like watching someone win the lottery with money that used to be mine. I get it, but it's not your money anymore and you need to move on. The worst part is I have 0 Bitcoin now. Spent it all back as play money and never tracked any of it properly. Back then, I didn't care about taxes or records, but now when I look at what I let slip away, I realize how badly I handled the whole thing. She probably doesn't even remember me, but she's about to be $350,000 richer because of a transaction I made over a decade ago. And that sucks, dude. That does. But you can't predict the future, okay? Bitcoin shouldn't be where it is now. I think it's a pile of garbage that's helping to destroy the planet and ruin our lives and societies. I think it's garbage. But, you do need to move on. I know how hard it is. It's like being a number off on the $1 billion lottery. I can't even imagine how awful that is to deal with. But if you don't deal with it properly, you're gonna lose your mind, man. All right? When it comes to money, you will lose it. It's her money. You gave it to her many years ago. You need to off, genuinely. I know it sounds like I'm being super mean, but this is for your benefit, dog, okay? It's kind of like if you tip somebody with a lottery ticket. You're not doing them a favor. They're not going to win. But if they did, you're owed nothing. It's not your money. So please, for your own sake, off. Feeling mortified. Had a rectal exam in the emergency department by a female doctor. She put her finger in the wrong hole. What the what? Exactly what the title says. I was super unwell with GI issues. They wanted to do a PR exam. I consented. Laid on my side, and the next minute, the doctor's finger was in the wrong hole. I was mortified and frozen until she moved her finger around and asked, "Does that hurt?" I really assumed she'd know the difference. So I had to say, "No, I'm pretty sure that's my vagina." She didn't remove her fingers at first, but then inspected externally and then removed her finger and changed gloves. Then repeated the exam properly. No apology whatsoever. I thought this shit only happened in movies. I'm also a nurse and midwife and didn't tell the doctor this as I was already embarrassed. But seriously? My two holes are far from each other and very different. Yeah, they really are, and I don't think there's any excuse for a nurse, a registered nurse, right, who is definitely trained, even if she is fresh on the job. I don't think there's an excuse for that, man. That's wild. That is pretty wild. I got nothing. I totally understand why, out of embarrassment, you wouldn't want to bring that up. But of course, in my mind, I'd be like, yeah, she needs to be trained properly or not working this job anymore, man. I really hope that she'd ever did that to anyone else. My fiance thinks I'm saving for our wedding. I'm actually saving to leave. Oh boy. I, male, 29, have been with my fiance, 28, for 6 years. Everyone thinks we're relationship goals. We've got the social media photos, the mutual friends, the inside jokes. We're supposed to get married next spring, but I'm slowly dying inside. She's not abusive, she's not cruel, but I feel invisible in this relationship. I feel like a prop in the life she wants, not a partner. We talk, but don't really connect. We laugh, but it feels rehearsed. Sex is rare and robotic. I brought these things up before, and she always says I'm just stressed or looking for problems. That's how you know this can't go anywhere further. Like, sure, maybe you are just stressed, but if anybody ever tells you in your relationship that you're looking for problems and invalidating how you feel, you probably just gotta go. So a year ago, I opened a secret account. I started saving money on the side, just a little at first, then more. She thinks it's part of our joint wedding fund. You opened a secret account that she knows about? It's not. It's my escape plan. I don't know when I'll do it. Maybe in a month, maybe the night before the wedding. Do not wait. Don't do that. But I can't live this lie forever. I just hope one day she forgives me for walking away, and I hope I forgive myself too. I know you probably meant it as like a hyperbolic joke or whatever, but please don't wait the night before the wedding, because I feel like there could be some serious complication with that, okay? I don't know what the rate is of, say, let's say her dad paid for the wedding or something like that, or even your parents or whatever. I know it's not super common anymore, but I don't know what the rate is of lawsuits after, a spouse runs off. But here in the US, I feel like the overly litigious world that we live in here, I just don't want you to f yourself over and have that emergency fund have to disappear or something like that. You know what I mean? I paid a fortune teller to potentially lie to my now wife that we're perfectly compatible. Uh-oh, I'm white. Now husband to an Asian girl. She's a woman, but okay. Both she and her family are superstitious, and they told her she has to go and see if we are an astrological match based on Chinese astrology. I'm a person that's very rational and doesn't like to leave things to chance. We had already been dating for a year and things were getting serious when the topic came up. That does seem a little weird. That to me, just my random stupid idiot opinion where I know nothing of anything, it does seem a little lame to do that a year into a relationship, suddenly being like, we need to check astrology to see if we're compatible because I think I might break up with you if not. By that time, I was already deeply emotionally invested in this relationship, and when I began to realize that for her, the astrological match was a potential deal breaker, I panicked and knew I could not just gamble on it working or not. So I told her, we'll go to Chinatown and see a fortune teller. This is starting to feel like a fucking SNL sketch, I'm not gonna lie. What? I'm sure there are more sophisticated words for them, but honestly, I don't care much for them or their profession. The day before, I secretly went to Chinatown, met a fortune teller with a good reputation, and paid her $400 to tell my wife that our astrology and whatnot is perfectly compatible. The next day, we went to said fortune teller. He did as asked, even printed out some report sheet that details why we're such a great match. I'm happily married now. Our first child is on the way, and I have zero regrets. That is super weird. That I got nothing, man. Hopefully you guys are happy. If you're happily married, great. What does it matter? I'm not an astrology guy either. Excuse me. I pretended to hate my neighbor's cooking for 4 years because her husband confided in me that it was the only joy she had. You pretended to hate your neighbor's cooking? Anyway, 4 years ago, my neighbor, 70s, very sweet, started bringing me food every Sunday because you're too skinny to live alone. Her cooking was aggressively experimental. Paper dry meat, mysterious spice combos, soups that tasted like wet socks. One night, her husband pulled me aside and said, "Thank you for pretending to like her food. She lost her sense of purpose after retirement and cooking keeps her alive." So I doubled down. I hyped up every dish like it was Michelin level. She would beam every time. It became this whole ritual. She'd hand me a plastic container. I'd compliment her seasoning. She'd blush and wave me off. Fast forward a month, her husband had a mild stroke. They changed his diet and she's too overwhelmed to cook, so the meal stopped. And I realized something. I actually miss him. Not the food, hell no, but the weird warmth of it. It felt like someone who was caring about me in their own clumsy way. I want to check in on her, but I feel like if I ask for food again, I'll come off as insulting, and if I don't, I'll seem ungrateful. So I've been silently grieving the world's worst lasagna. I replaced my husband's Pokemon cards, and he didn't notice. Okay, this could go one of two very different ways. I am known in my family for giving elaborate gifts. It's a long-running joke and is usually something annoying or difficult to get into, which I've heard a lot of people say is abuse now. I've heard a lot of people say that if you do the big, silly, goofy, annoying gifts that are hard to open and whatnot, you're an abuser. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I could see how an abusive person would do that. Anyway, just putting that out there. So when I decided to give my husband one of these gifts, I thought he would clock on immediately. He did not. We're a Pokemon card family. My husband, my son, and I all collect cards from different sets. My husband collects temporal forces. He had gotten to the point where every collector knows we're getting a new card in an opening is rare, and he was bemoaning how he had never in his life collected a whole set. So I knew I wanted to gift him the remaining cards, but also just getting the cards, that won't cut it because the magic in collecting cards specifically is the discovery when you open a pack. So I purchased every single card that was missing and around 15 sets of booster packs. Then I opened the boosters as carefully as I could, removed the cards and replaced them with the cards he was missing before before he sealed them. The boosters were stacked. We're talking about multiple holos in some packs, gold holos, rainbow holos, and I even bought shiny variants of the regular cards wherever possible. I thought he would open a couple and then realize what I had done, but he didn't. He opened every pack getting more and more excited as his missing cards stacked up. He even shot me a, "I bet you're jealous of these pulls." I fully expected this man to open a couple packs and realize it was me. We would have a laugh and he would know how much effort and love went into this gift, but he never clued in and never clocked on, and now I don't think I'll ever tell him. He was wrapped in the magic of opening them and keeps bringing up how lucky he was that day. So confession, I replaced all my husband's booster packs with cards I knew he needed, thinking he would realize what I had done. He didn't, and now I'll take this secret to my grave to preserve the magic. You're better than me, man. I don't think I could preserve that magic. I'd have to be like, "Hey, do you know how much I did? F you. Santa Claus ain't taking credit for this shit." I got fired from a job I never actually worked. Oh, so it's just like a wash then. That's good. I, 23, male, applied for a remote position last year. The onboarding was chaotic, everything was through email, and they somehow forgot to assign me to a team. I waited, asked around, no response, so I figured I'd chill until someone noticed. 3 months passed. I was getting paid every 2 weeks, no tasks, no meetings, no contact. I started treating it like free universal basic income. I traveled, gamed, lived my best life. Then, last week, HR finally emailed saying your performance has not met expectations. I laughed out loud. Performance? I literally hadn't logged into a company's system once. They fired me and sent me a severance check. I didn't even bother replying. They paid me nearly $20,000 to do nothing. And I do feel a bit guilty, but also like I beat the system for once. That is lucky that you got away with that, because I feel like a lot of companies, when they notice this and catch it, they sue you. Again, overly litigious here in the United States, and corporations will never let a penny go away. But hey, in this case, let's hope no one from that company is watching and taking a closer look, because corporations, and get your bag. Not like you did anything. Let a woman DoorDash my I feel like we need to take a break after just that title alone. What the hell? What does that mean? What am I doing here? Remember when I said I feel like I'm in my element doing these ones? I don't know if that's true anymore, man. I drive DoorDash from time to time just for fun. Yesterday, I was DoorDashing and gave this gorgeous woman her food, and she gave me a cash tip. It was a pretty big order. Looked like a party. Anytime I get a cash tip, I always text them from the DoorDash number thing it gives you just to say thank you. So I text her, "Hey, thank you so much for the cash tip. Hope you enjoy your party." Nothing crazy. I'm not trying to get fired. She responds and says, "Oh, thank you so much. You were really cute. Feel free to come party when you're done," and gave me her personal number. So I texted her number and tell her I had plans later, but would have loved to. Later that night, and I mean way later, like 1 a.m., I get a text from her. It says, "Everyone left. Would love to place an order of you." I've never left so fast in my life. I sped over to her place, and we had the most amazing sex I've ever had in my life. I love older women. Hopefully I'll see her again. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm referencing people using these subreddits for creative writing. Look, it's possible. It's possible. All things are possible. Look, maybe it's just that I'm bitter. I'm not a hot enough dude to do DoorDashing and just get, like, laid from it. You know what I mean? But I really doubt it. I'm sorry. I'm casting doubt. I married a guy 12 years older than me, and I regret it deeply. Please be kind. I, 27, met this man, 39, when I was 21 years old, and he was 33 and freshly divorced. I've always been the girl who liked older men, but I didn't consider how much this age gap would affect me down the road. Looking back, there were so many red flags, I couldn't see past my rose-colored glasses. He was extremely charming and charismatic, good, and took care of me in ways no other guy I'd been with had. I was also in a deeply chaotic and unstable period in my life, and his maturity and groundedness deeply appealed to me. I know people are going to shit on me, but I have to write all of this out. He has 2 kids, 10 and 16, that he splits custody with his ex 50-50 on. I'm technically closer in age to his son than I am to him. I know some people will assume I got with him because he had money or paid all my bills, but he was broke and only just this past month got a big boy job with a salary and benefits. As I write this, I feel so embarrassed to admit that I let myself marry a man-child who, when I met him, only hung with people much younger than him, early 20s, and even had a weird, deeply questionable hookup with a 19-year-old girl where she claimed he got her drunk and took advantage. Okay, great. Anyway... It's like I didn't fully understand how f***ed all this was until my frontal lobe finished developing when I was 25 and I'd matured myself, and suddenly my eyes opened and I realized he isn't who I thought he was. He isn't a bad man or physically abusive, but he's deeply codependent, suffocates me, and needs to be babied 24/7. His mom still treats him like a baby, so we see where that comes from. And I even feel like marrying him wasn't entirely my choice because his deeply religious family basically coerced us to marry so we weren't living in sin anymore. I feel like he's siphoning my life force and I've wasted my 20s. It's not not so much grass is greener as it is air is breathable at this point. I hope that you found a way to reconcile your situation. That's all I can really say about the vast majority of these, because they do get pretty darn serious, folks.
I was pushed off a cliff by a former friend at his own birthday party. People who have survived a murder attempt by dumb luck. What's your story? My husband and I live alone above our place of business. Our alarm company called us at 3 a.m. to say there was a motion detect alert. Just one in a weird place. We assumed it was a mouse, but went to reset/check it out. Husband ended up face to face with a burglar who was on his way out the window he had broken. He ran back inside, called 911, and we heard mad chaos going on in the depths of the building. So much crashing and smashing. Burglar monkey climbed a 10-foot iron gate, bodily smashed through 2 sets of commercial-grade glass doors, and was outside again. Holy cow. My husband was like, yeah, screw this dude. Tore after him and tackled him. Got him on the ground and pinned him. Bear in mind, the whole time I'm narrating to 911 and chasing around in panties and tank top. I was a bit behind my husband in the middle of the street about 15 feet away when a minivan squealed around the corner. It was his girlfriend/getaway driver. I luckily missed it. I was super focused on reading the license plate, which is one of those cutesy fun out of the state ones and therefore hard to read, but she yelled, "Get the hell off him or I'm running your girl over." Then she tried to. The audio and video I had to watch for the trial was horrifying. I had blocked it out nearly completely and really didn't remember how close it was. She guns the engine at me. I throw my hands up in front of my face when I realize what she's doing and scream, and jump out of the way with inches to spare. Oh my goodness. He jumped in and off they went. He bled all over my husband, yikes, and eventually the DNA and the partial plate info nailed them. They're both in prison. Addendum, trials suck. ETA, to make this clear, do not do this. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug and it's best not to fight burglars. We definitely both could have died. It was the 3rd time this guy had broken in and caused X amount of mostly uninsured damage and inventory loss, and that definitely contributed to the whole thing. He wouldn't have stopped doing it. He was a pro and was doing upwards of 3 jobs a night most nights, all over the state, 4 years. My brother has BPD and is totally incapable of controlling his emotions. He saw red and came at me with a steak knife and stabbed me several times in the neck. I guess I was lucky in that most of the stabs glanced off me as I was protecting myself with my arms. He didn't really strike any clean shots where it could have caused me to bleed seriously, but he wasn't really aiming. A few inches to the left and he could have hit a major vein. I was 14 and outside of my garage petting my cat. It was November, so it was already dark by 5 p.m. Someone opened the door behind me without me hearing, grabbed me by my ponytail and started dragging me outside. Whoa. They hit me on my head with a brick and knocked me out. Pulled me halfway around my house when, I'm guessing this is when, they stabbed me on the left side of my stomach. This must have brought me out of my daze because my mom said she heard me scream from inside where she and my brother and sister were in the kitchen. They came out the front door and saw me bleeding out on the sidewalk, called 911, had 12 stitches, double layer, a severe concussion, and whiplash. Didn't eat and hardly slept for a week. They never found them. Well, I don't know if this counts as an attempt or not, but my wife, my kids, and myself went to church one time. We ran into one of my wife's old flings. This guy followed my wife and our daughter around and kept trying to talk to them, so I confronted him about it and told him to back off. As we were leaving, he makes sure to yell across the parking lot, telling my daughter goodbye. My wife forces me into the car and we leave. So I messaged the guy on Facebook to ask him what his problem is, and he tells me that my wife and daughter are his friends and I have no right to tell him who to be friends with. I told him again to back off or I would call the police. Fast forward a week, I worked every other Sunday. I get a call from the pastor saying that he had to call the police on the guy because he was causing drama looking for me. When they arrested him, he had a backpack with him that had a sawed-off shotgun, a meth pipe, and some meth in it. Crazy old meth head man looking to cause some trouble, huh? I was pushed off a cliff by a former friend at his own birthday party. He was 14 and I was like 12. We were on a hike, just the two of us, and he took a detour and we reached a steep cliff and he just up and pushed me off. I caught onto a tree root that was jutting out. There was a big tree growing right where I fell. The root grew in a way that part of it was exposed and made a surprisingly good handle. He didn't catch on and simply left me there. I was there for about an hour if I had to guess until someone else was alerted to my presence and managed to get me back up. I still have nightmares about it. I don't know why he did it, but he had been an insane a-hole to me for a long time in retrospect. So, I did not know it was a murder attempt at the time, but looking back now, it was a definite possibility. In middle and high school, my next door neighbors were a boy 1 year younger than me, John, and his younger brother who was 4 years younger than him, Nathan. My own younger brother and I had a similar age gap, and we found ourselves around each other all the time. Now, I'm a female, and the rest of the group was all males, so there were just naturally times when the three of them would hang and I wouldn't be around. One day, my little brother, who was around 9 at the time, comes home with a porno mag and is telling me about the porn videos they are watching as a little unit. Now, guys, I have no idea if this is something that is done in your pre/adolescent circles, but it freaked me the hell out and I told my mom. My mom then went and told their single dad. What I didn't know was their dad was an abusive POS who would beat both of those boys so badly that they couldn't go to school for weeks. No, we didn't call the police, we just filed it away and knew from that point forward to never tattle. I still carry the guilt of telling on John and Nathan with me to this day because it set off a chain of events I would have never anticipated. As we got older, the brothers started acting out more and more. Bullying other kids, vandalism, weird stuff like toying with roadkill. As the level-headed female in the group, I opposed all of these things, and a faction emerged with me and the other neighborhood kids on one side, and John and Nathan on the other just screwing stuff up and causing trouble. One day I had done something to piss off John, and he came at me with a large chef's knife. I didn't have shoes on, so I took off running through the backyard and crossed into the neighbors. John was hot on my tail, trailing me by maybe 4 feet when I fell down. There was some sort of exposed PVC drainage pipe that had been shattered at the top that I didn't see and ran over. My foot was sliced open immediately and I went down screaming. I think it shocked him, my screaming, the sudden change of pace, and the blood. He stopped, laughed at me, then ran home, presumably so he didn't get his butt whipped. After I took care of myself, I told my mom what happened with the knife. She had started dating someone new, and I think this was sort of the feather that broke the camel's back. We moved to another part of town in the same district, about a 10-minute drive from our old house. Around the exact same time we moved in, a new family moved into the house on the other side of John and Nate. Things continued down a bad path for those boys. Over the next year, they got in trouble with school and would randomly show up at our new house and locked out of their own. The year I went off to college, I received a panicked phone call from my mom telling me to look up the local newspaper. John had murdered the girl who had moved into the other house next door to him. It was really grisly too. He chopped her up and stuffed her into a trunk that sat outside in his dad's car all day while a family picnic was happening. He and his little brother got caught trying to throw the trunk into the river from a bridge at night by a cop who happened to be driving by. I just thought to myself that could have been me. Both brothers have been locked up for what has to be about 10 years at this point. They were both tried and convicted as adults. Everyone in our town just wants to see them burn in hell, but honestly the only thing I can think about is how it might have been different if our family reported the abuse from the onset. Maybe their little minds wouldn't have warped from a tender age. Was walking with a few friends to hit the bars after a bottle of tequila as a young, dumb 17-year-old. Through an abandoned dockyard because screw getting a taxi, we're invincible, right? Well, out of nowhere, a dozen men ran out of the darkness near a crumbling abandoned water tower with knives shouting at us. So we all take off naturally. Now we get to the bridge on the other side of the dockyard and my friend gets grabbed and the assailant goes to plant a knife in his back. I grabbed the guy and pulled him into some bushes right by water's edge. My friends continued to run and made off fine. I, however, was cornered and stabbed 4 times, including once in the head. We'll upload pics for proof if this takes up. As I'm lying against the fence and they're deciding who's going to finish me off, one of them starts shouting my name because I knew him from school. He might have been in with the wrong crowd, but he rugby tackled the one that was about to finish me off, pulled down the fence, and sent me running. Still think about him time to time, between the fluoxetine and the PTSD. Mine's not extreme by any chance, but a couple of years ago, my brother and I went to walk the dog at like 11 p.m. We left through the side gate, live on a corner, and right as we exit, I see this weird looking dude at the corner of the footpath walking weirdly towards us. Got bad vibes and told my brother to get the dog and get back inside. This dude is walking kind of side on and hiding something in his hand behind his back. As I'm getting my brother through the gate, the dude says something like, "Oi mate, can I come in? I need a blanket, I'm freezing." I just ignored him and went inside and locked the door. We then get a call from the people who live 2 doors up. The same dude knocked on their door and their 10-year-old son opened it to see the dude holding a frickin' hatchet. Anyway, I'm glad I went with my gut on that one. When I was 2 weeks into my first job as a 16-year-old at a smoothie establishment that should be known to NBA fans, we were robbed. It was late and my coworker's friends had been playing pranks on her all day. So when I saw someone burst through the door, I thought it was just that, until, that is, I had something metal pressed against my back and an arm wrapped around my chest. The robber gave me the whole stereotypical give me all the money spiel and ordered us to go into the back room, kneel down, and face the wall. As I was kneeling and hearing him walking towards us, time seemed to slow down. Thankfully, I had been refilled refilling juices whenever he came in, so the door to the back room was partially blocked by a heavy cart. With whatever substance he was on, he wasn't coordinated enough to get past it to us, so he fled. He was followed by my coworker's husband and caught. When he was caught, they found an industrial-sized pipe wrench wrapped tightly in his fist, so that he could get a stronger grip when swinging. I'm so glad that cart was there. Once a year or so, I would look him up in the parish prison roster to see if he was still in jail. One year, he suddenly wasn't. I later found him named in a lawsuit as having stabbed his cellmate a half-dozen times while the guy was asleep. Definitely doesn't seem like the nicest of people. 9 years later, I'm still unpacking this incident in therapy. It's why I don't like walking around cities at night or sitting where I can't see the door. Chilling with the bros, drinking in a park. As we drive off to leave, a car coming our way almost hits us. Driver obviously reacts like WTF, and I guess the other car noticed. They turned around and caught up to us at a stop sign. Other driver asked if we had a problem, and we told them stop driving like a-holes. Then their back window rolls down and two guys in the back draw Glocks with drum magazines. We just kind of froze up at first, but then our driver pulled off hastily. Later found out those guys got arrested for shooting someone else that same day. The thing I love about AskReddit is these stories get so engaging. Like, I'm reading through these and I don't know about you guys, but my mind pictures myself in these situations, how people must be feeling during these kinds of engagements, and you're just like, you never know how you're gonna deal with them, and you get almost, you know, enthralled by especially in these stories where it's blind luck and fate that is keeping them from biting the dust early. It's insane, dude. I was out with a few friends, and with us was a girl that had just broken up with a psychopath. We didn't know he was a psychopath. We found out that night. We were just walking back home from a restaurant. It was about 1 a.m. and the guy came running out of nowhere. I don't know how he knew where and when to meet us. He ran to the girl, lifted her shirt up, and stabbed her in the gut, literally splitting her belly open like a fish, and then ran off. This whole thing happened really quickly, so we were all in shock. The girl was holding her own intestines in her hands, and she was so shocked that she didn't even seem scared, wasn't screaming or anything. She just stood there. We called an ambulance and they managed to somehow put everything back and sew her up. This happened about 3 years ago and she still has pretty serious problems with her digestive tract. Can't eat certain things and that kind of stuff. That image of her just standing in the middle of the pathway holding her own guts will remain stuck in my head forever. The guy got 13 years in jail, by the way. Edit. Now that I think about it, a big part of why they broke up was his constant abuse towards her weight. She wasn't even fat, just a bit on the chubby side. I wouldn't even call that overweight. But he would always tell her that she had a big gut. That was almost an obsession for him. So maybe the fact that he stabbed her in the abdomen is a symbolic action of some sort. I don't even know what was in that guy's brain, and I honestly don't even want to know. That is just not long enough being the jailhouse party hole. For doing something like that, the sheer depravity of that a-hole, just wow. I am just as worried about her life. After he gets out, please help keep her safe, friend. Yeah, we were hoping for at least 25. His father worked in the judicial system some years ago, so that may have something to do with it. We live in a relatively corrupt country. I got jumped by 2 grown men when I was a freshman in college. I was walking back from my friend's house and it was about 30 past midnight. One posed as a homeless man asking for $1 and the other had on a security jacket like he worked for the university's safety patrol. When I passed the homeless guy saying I had nothing to give him, I saw the security guy walking towards me. This is when I felt a rear neck chokehold and the security guy started wailing on me. I had my bag on me, but like I said, I literally had nothing on me. They couldn't take me down to the ground. Surprisingly, I must have had an adrenaline rush. The guy posing as a homeless guy said, "Open a backpack, find anything, let's dip." This lasted about 2 to 3 minutes, but it felt like forever. The whole time I could feel something pointy in my back, but I just like to think that the guy was extremely excited and it wasn't a knife. Luckily, it was right outside my friend's house and a couple of them came running out when they heard the commotion. The guys fled immediately when 3 of my friends came sprinting towards them. I still look behind me when I walk home alone. When I was a kid, I was riding my bike home from a friend's house at sunset. I rode past the community pool, which had been closed for a couple months. There was a car in the lot with a guy in it. I didn't think much of it as I continued the trek home. I cut through the local elementary parking lot, which has gates. I get like 20 yards past the gate and I see that car pull up at the bottom, thinking that's odd. Anyhow, he backs out away from the gate. My spidey senses were kind of tingling at this point and I get up to the school and head towards teacher's parking lot, which is my standard direction. As I'm about to turn the corner, I see headlights from the parking lot. I stop and peek peek around the corner and it's that frickin' guy again. I flip my bike around and start going the long way around the school. He sees me but just gets back in his car and starts driving around the front of the school. I camp in these bushes, heart pounding. He is slowly driving up and down the front of the school, keeping an eye on the teacher's lot. Another car comes down the street and he has to move his dumb car out of their way. As soon as he does, I just blasted up to the street and full tilt flew my bike into some random open garage. So I'm hiding in the garage waiting for him to come around again, but he doesn't. I give it a few minutes, then decide to pop my head out. Still no one. Okay, I'm a few blocks from home, just gotta go for it. Bust out the bike and start hauling A home. Not a half frickin' block later, this dude turns the corner on me. I just veer my bike into some random lawn and run up to the front door. I look at him and he's just in the street staring at me. I grip the front door handle, praying to any and every god these people don't lock their doors. I see his reverse lights flicker and I know he just put it in park. I just rip that door open, run inside and slam it. Two old people just sitting there. I look at them and I'm like, some dude is trying to get me out there. They don't completely believe me because they barely react to what I said, but they don't kick me out or anything either. I'm watching the dude from their window and he's just chilling. Then the grandpa looking dude gets up from his lazy boy and opens the curtain to look for himself. When he does this, the a-hole in the car just leaves. Old guy is like, well, looks like he's gonna leave. I'm like, I'm not leaving for a bit. So I hang out for 10 minutes and no creepy abductor car to be seen. I assume he figured I'd call the cops. Finally, I'm like, I have to get home. This is before cell phones were common for average people. I hop on my bike and I swear it felt like I drove 35 miles per hour the whole way home. I'm exhausted and in complete shock. They basically brushed me off. I'm stunned that every adult I interacted with acted like I was crazy. I basically never talked about it again. It was so traumatic to talk about at the time. The image of him in his car while I held the door handle to the random house is permanently seared into my brain. To this day, it's still as crystal clear as if it happened yesterday. Like 18 to 20 years later, I decided to confront my parents as to why they didn't do anything that day. They were like, what are you talking about? I explained it far better than I could have when I was a kid in complete shock. Anyhow, with the current, more expansive explanation, my mother broke down. She started crying at this public restaurant because she saw how serious I was when I was like, how could you ignore what I said that day? As well as talked about how that morphed my stranger danger techniques for better or worse. Thankfully, I was on the verge of puberty and ended up becoming a giant human being, so my actual fears diminished quickly as I could defend myself, until I moved away from that town. However, I looked every day for that goddamned car. Never saw it again. I would fantasize about what I'd like to do if I ever found that guy. Hell, I still do. I have a friend who had a party at his parents' house when he was in high school that a ton of random people went to. He got super drunk during the party and went upstairs to go to sleep, knowing that his friends would watch the party for him. My friend woke up from his nap to a guy from his school sitting on top of him, stabbing him to death. He was stabbed 7 times before it stopped, and he laid there on the bed dying. The only reason he's still alive is because his best friend came upstairs to ask him if it was alright if he made a frozen pizza and found him. Imagine being that guy. Oh, you're at your best friend's party. You're feeling hungry and you're like, I want some Tostinos. You walk up the stairs, you open the door and you're like, hey Frank, is it cool if I make a, oh my god! And it's just, oh. The assailant was put in jail and recently was released, and it scares me to know that a guy who wanted to know what it would feel like to kill someone, said during the trial, is still out there free. That's our justice system, brother.
I met my current boyfriend by slipping him my number while he was on a date with someone else and I was their server. I used to work at a cheesecake factory as a server. About 1.5 years ago, my current boyfriend came in with some other girl on a date. I'm not sure what it is about my boyfriend, but he just does it for me. He's not at all my normal type of guy I'm attracted to, but for some reason he just makes me melt every time I look at him. He's got this super self-assured smile, and something about the way he talks gets me. He's got this little chuckle he does, and he always looks down and bites his lip after. He's just like it for me. So I immediately rushed over to their table. Typically, if I saw a guy I was attracted to, I could give better service because I genuinely wanted to interact with him and everyone at the table, and that usually led to nicer tips. When I started serving them, I couldn't help myself and I was flirting super obviously. So much so, my coworkers were telling me to be careful I didn't get complained on, but he flirted back. So I was like a shark who smelled blood in the water. I spent so much time talking to him at their table, other tables I was serving had to call out to me because I'd forget about them. Honestly, looking back, that was more of a date for me and him than her and him, because we talked about what he did for work, what I studied, what my favorite foods are, what he likes, music. I must have been at that table accumulatively for around 40 minutes. At the end of it, she was being very short short with me and him, and I kind of figured she'd complain. So I said, screw it, scribbled my number down and put it under his card when I gave it back to him. He texted me that night, and we've basically been dating since. I'm moving in with him on Friday. It was honestly a very rude and shitty thing to do, but I'd do it over again in a second. In high school, I went to the movies with this girl to go see Fantastic Mr. Fox. The security guard ID'd her on the way in and mentioned that he knew her from another school. We showed up early to play arcade games, but it ended up just me playing by myself for 15 minutes while she texted with his security guard. Our movie started at 5:45 and ended just after 7. 15 minutes into the movie, she says she's going to the bathroom. About 20 minutes later, I noticed that she took her coat with her, but maybe she was going out for a cigarette. Well, the movie ends and I go to message her on Facebook and see that she's tagged in bar pics and the security dude was there. I commented, what the f***, and she blocked me. It wasn't the first or last time that things like this have happened, but it was most blatantly the disrespectful. When I was a server and had to wait on a couple, I would always pay more attention to the girl, especially if I found the fella attractive. That's how I got better tips. Aw, you both deserve each other. Reread this when he cheats on you. Uh-oh. Why would you go with a guy who accepted a number while out on a date? That's a fantastic question. Because his little chuckle is hot. Duh. Bites lip. I've stolen hundreds of dollars worth of water just by saying 5 words. My college has a food court in one of the main buildings. Chick-fil-A, sandwich place, salad bar, etc. You get your food and pay at the exit. Every single time I've eaten lunch there since I was a freshman, I grab a bottle of water with my meal, walk up to pay and say, I brought the water in. The employees aren't paid enough to care, and I pay enough in tuition to not feel bad about it. It's a win-win situation. I absolve you of your sins. Enjoy your water. Chick-fil-A gives out free large waters if you ask. Yeah, but that's not as fun. Not having your own water bottle is pleb tier. I run a fake restaurant on a delivery app. I registered a company, bought all the takeaway boxes from Amazon, signed up for a few delivery apps, made a few social media accounts, and printed leaflets that I drop in mailboxes. I resell microwave meals. On some meals, I add something to make them look better, like cheese. So far, it's around $200 a day in revenue. Nobody suspects a thing. Soon, someone will come in for hygiene inspection. You misspelled hygiene, so that's already not a good sign. But I'll pass that check without any problems. It's not illegal to operate out of your own kitchen. Should I feel bad? I feel kind of proud to be fair and free as a bird from the 9-to-5 life. Half of restaurants reheat from the freezers of Cisco and Gordon Food Service. I mean, it genuinely just sounds like OP started a full-on business, and they're thriving. You're living in the year 3000. If you've not noticed, keep going, I say. That's fantastic. Wow, more things to add to my restaurant anxieties. Found out my dead best friend was in love with my wife. I'm writing this as a confession because I don't know where else to speak about this, and I don't want my kids finding out about this on my main account. My friend died a few months back due to heart problems. He was taking care of himself, so it was a shock to everyone, especially his wife who was with him at their house when he died. Due to this, she decided to move somewhere else, and because she and her daughter were still distraught, she asked me to pack up his stuff. He had some boxes in his basement, and after a while, I started feeling nostalgic and decided to look into them. I found pictures of us from when we were kids all the way to before we got married. That was enough to make me feel bad, and I just got back to taping them up. But one of the boxes seemed to be in much better condition, so I decided to check it in case it was something important. To my surprise, I found out it was pictures of him and my wife from when we used to hang out together, as well as more recent pictures from family reunions. The most recent being from my wife's birthday party. Alongside the pictures, there were letters that he never sent her. The first one dated 2 months before I met her. The last one was also the same date of her birthday party. There was one that stood out the most, and it was from after I started dating her. He wrote that his time had passed, and since my happiness was as important as his own, he would watch over us. I'll keep his box safe since it isn't my secret to reveal. He not only loved your wife, he loved you just as much. Exactly. That is a genuinely was a really sweet read. Holy shit, what a tremendous human being. Who among us could really be sure we'd make the same sacrifice? I hope I would, but I'm so happy that people like him exist even if I wouldn't be strong enough.
Make sure your friend's wife never finds out about that box either.
I cheated to get my bachelor's and my master's degree. Yeah, I cheated. I didn't write any of my papers.
I didn't do any of the work myself. I stole a lot of work.
Took only classes anyone I knew did and used all their work for it with minor changes. I made it through 6 years and got 2 degrees. I got a scholarship at a high school by cheating. I cheated during the SAT. I cheated most of my life and I feel a little bad, but not really. Thanks to a couple real ones for holding it down for me. Wouldn't have made it this far without you. I used to date a girl that would always cry to professors to get her grades raised from C's to A's. I remember the first time she did it, I was impressed. I couldn't believe it worked. She laughed and said she did it all the time and it nearly always worked. She was right. She kept doing it and I never saw it not work. I even witnessed her get an A on a paper she didn't even do and thus didn't turn anything in. The professor literally just gave her an A to stop her from crying. It became disturbing. Yeah, I had a friend in college mooch off me and he had a better career afterwards. This isn't a confession, it's a brag. 8 years ago, I caused a UFO panic. One college summer break 8 years ago, my friends and I were bored. We remembered a demonstration from a high school science class of a solar balloon. This was just a really thin black plastic bag you'd fill with air, seal, then let out in the sun. The sun would heat the air in the black bag and the bag would become buoyant and float. We had the idea to find the cheapest, thinnest black plastic trash bags available and combine a bunch of them to make a huge balloon. We spent a few days driving around to Walmarts and dollar stores trying to find different brands to make the thinnest possible plastic bag and thinnest tape which would work the best. Finally, we took a number of them, cut off the bottom ends, and taped them together into a huge balloon, which we filled up with a leaf blower and then tied the end. After sitting out in the sun for a half hour or so, we'd done it. This is a picture my friend had taken as it was just becoming buoyant. Oh, dude, it looks like an obelisk of some kind. We had to mess around with how the tape was sealing the bags to use as little of it as possible, as the weight of the tape added up and made the balloon harder to float. Shortly after this, the balloon got away from us further. Oh no. Oh, it's going, it's gone. It looks like a Leviathan. This was disappointing, but we made another one and got funny looks from cars driving by and were entertained for a bit. Shortly after that, this new balloon met its demise, smacking into a tree and getting popped. Oh well, mission success. A few years later, I happened across this news article. Police flooded with UFO sighting reports after residents see large tube-like object over Somerset County. The balloon that got away and had apparently blown a town over caused a big UFO panic. People were calling 911, the police, and local radio stations about it. Our boredom unintentionally created a UFO panic in central New Jersey. I moved out of the area, but when I get together with my friends, we always bring this up and have a good laugh. This is amazing. Funnily enough, I wrote the article you cited. That's a small ass world. I'm the sole reporter working the late shift at the same news organization. I just looked at our traffic and was like, what the fuck? Why is this 8-year-old UFO article suddenly buzzing? Cheers, mate. I remember that day well. Created some fun into what I recall was a slow news day. This is so crazy. I'm actually the balloon. I floated out over the ocean and then sprung a leak and drifted down into the Atlantic. I joined a huge garbage mass about 6 years ago and have always wondered if anyone noticed me that day. Oh my God, that was you? I live in the area and a bunch of people at Rutgers were talking about it and I thought they were out of their minds. When I was younger, I saw a lady drop $100. I picked it up and used all of it on Yu-Gi-Oh cards right in front of her. Basically, she dropped the $100 bill in one of those aisles of this game store. I picked it up and I remember wanting to give it back, but I was there to get Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'd recently lost all my good cards to my friend in a bet, so this was a miracle of sorts to make a solid comeback. So I kept it. I thought the woman had left the store, so I went to go purchase my cards. Right as I gave my money to the cashier, she walks up behind me watching me buy my $100 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This isn't a normal thing to do. She said nothing though, and I left before she went to go buy her items, so I didn't have to see the look on her face when she realized. There is no doubt in my mind that once she realized she was $100 short, she would make the assumption it was the kid in front of her in line who spent $100 on cards. I just want to say I'm a different person now, smile. Yeah, well, I once found $10 on the floor in GameStop. I left it there as I assumed it was someone else's and I didn't want to steal. When I went to pay for my game, I noticed I was $10 short. I connected the dots and those $10 on the floor were mine to begin with. I went back and they were gone. I had to go back to my dad and tell him I lost part of the money he gave me. He screamed and shit, but went and bought the game for me. My brother found a wallet with $500. He actually did return it. She gave him $100 for returning it and he got himself some really nice name brand sneakers. Damn, I found a dude's wallet with over $3K in it along with his wedding band and the dude gave me $1 as a reward. My brother, age 11, 9 years younger, stole $3,000 from my mom's bank account to buy a Switch, a few games, and a Samsung Galaxy. Mom forgave him though. God, my parents are pushovers. Just depends on which kid though. They blamed it on the fact that he has no concept of online shopping. I'm pretty sure at that age and in this day of age, you know that a Visa card is real money. For 3 years, I switched my partner's tea in the morning because I couldn't deal with his fake snobbery. When my ex and I started dating, I used to make him a morning cup of tea as a cute gesture, and it stuck for the 3 years that we were together. It's a nice small thing you do to make someone's day, and it's a nice way to get to know how someone likes things doing. So my morning tea used to be any old tea bag, Yorkshire tea if it was on offer, a splash of milk, and the first cup always had a teaspoon of sugar. Every cup after was just tea and milk. My ex, however, had to have a very specific ritual. Thompson's Punjana tea, a teaspoon of milk, and absolutely no sugar. He was adamant that he could tell in a heartbeat when his morning cup of tea, and at the age of 33, he's never liked any other tea than Fortnum and Mason's Royal Blend. So in the beginning when he would stay at mine, I entertained this notion and used to make his morning tea the way he liked. Thompson's Punjana tea, a teaspoon of milk, and absolutely no sugar. He would always thank me and tell me that I make the best cups of tea and it was nice. 3 times a week didn't kill me, and it was a sweet gesture. Fast forward 3 months, when he would spend nearly every day of the week at mine but not moved in, he was very demanding of his morning ritual, and being a student, I couldn't keep affording to buy that brand of tea. Besides, what was wrong with PG Tips or any non-branded supermarket tea? Tea is tea after all, it is just leaves. So I used to make his cup of tea with any tea bag and a teaspoon of milk and no sugar. I was always sure to only make it when he was in the shower or still in bed, so he could never catch me out, and initially, he was dubious and was always asking to make sure it was Thompson's Punjana tea. He used to call it by its full name to emphasize how good it was. After a few trials of different teas, I finally found that sweet spot where he couldn't taste the difference. I would drink it with him, and as he sipped, would go on about how you can taste the quality and that there really is no other tea like it. When we moved in with each other, it was a lot harder to disguise the fact that I was keeping the same box of tea and just filling it with regular tea bags, so I had to be a bit more clever. At the time, I was studying at college, so I was in control of weekly food shops and only really wanted to go twice a week to minimize costs, so we had more to spend on meals out. I used to buy 1 bag of his tea and 2 bags of mine a week and kept them in the drinks cupboard. When it came time to making his in the morning, I would take one of his tea bags and put it in my pocket, giving him one of mine instead, and I used to give my tutors at college his tea to drink during the day. He would always comment that I run out of my tea quicker because of the quality, and that with Punjana, 1 bag is enough for a considerable amount of time. Little did he know. This went on for a couple of years, and I never told anyone about it out of fear that he would find out, as after all, he really couldn't tell, so I ruined the fun. It was saving me money and it was sort of amusing. I never let him make a cup of tea unless I was away, so he never really had to find out. After we split up, we remained good friends, and I spent some time with him in our old flat. Every time I visit, he always asks me to make a cup of tea the way I used to for old time's sake, because everyone he's been with or dated after me can never make it taste the way I did. He even says that when he makes it himself with Punjana, that he can never make it taste right and that I was some sort of special tea maker. I still haven't told him. Wow, I can feel the Britishness in this post. Britishness intensifies. God saving the Queen intensifies. In it. I wag one, my G's. What's your motives for the night, fam? Even as a Brit, this is too much for me. All these are just people being like, wow, this is a very British post. He even says that when he makes it himself with Punjana that he can never make it taste right and that it was some sort of special tea maker. I still haven't told him. This is the funniest part. You retrained his taste buds, and he's none the wiser and never will be. You've ruined it. This is the kind of story that messes with me. I'm paranoid of being with someone who does stuff like this or moves things or steal valueless items just to mess with my head. You may think it's just tea, but it's gaslighting, and that can ruin people's trust and confidence and trust in their sanity. Next time, just tell him, buy it himself. I lied to a blind neighbor and told him I moved away. Well, why did you do that? Many years ago, I was standing on one of my balconies when a taxi driver was obnoxiously blowing his horn out and yelling for a blind man to walk toward my voice from his own townhouse. That direction was toward traffic. My roommate and I went down and helped him to the taxi and scolded the driver for being so rude. I made the mistake of giving the blind neighbor my phone number so I could give him a ride in the future. Then the phone calls came and never stopped. And when I gave him a ride, he would ask for various detours. I'm very calculated by nature. If he had told me beforehand where he wanted to go, it would be cool, but no. We'd be driving around and he'd throw in 2 to 3 extra places on each ride. And it came to be every day that he wanted rides. And he'd even call me to remind me to give him a ride. Not that was ever late or backed out. Finally, I had enough, so I gauged how blind he was. His response to that, he was, blind as you bet. A week or 2 after he said that, I told him I had a job interview in the next city. A week after that, I told him I got the job and was moving away in a month. After I moved away, it was strange as hell walking by him in silence as he stood on the sidewalk. You know, I think it's important to take this post as an opportunity to reflect on how you could set boundaries in the future. There will be other metaphorical blind guys needing rides in the future. Yeah, this could have been solved by just saying, hey man, I don't want to do this so often. The blind guys were the friends we wish we hadn't made along the way. I bet he could smell you and knew. What, like a dog? I was gonna say the sound of your footsteps, the way you walk, I guess, or sounds of your particular keys would have been a dead giveaway. I always know my boyfriend's coming up the stairs outside by those sounds, and I could imagine it would be a noticeable thing, even more so if you didn't see. I hope he doesn't see this post. It's a simple joke, but I'm a simple guy. When I nannied, I would read the journal of the mom. Oh, you got free tea? I was only 20 years old and I nannied for this little baby boy. The mom seemed off. She would sleep the entire time I was there in the mornings, or go on 3-hour runs, or sometimes would just go about her business around the house, completely ignoring me. One time, we both sat in the living room while the baby was sleeping in his room. I was reading a book, studying, and she sat like they are eating McDonald's and watching her show. She did not say a word to me the entire time. Well, one day when she was out, I snooped around and found her journal. I read the whole thing, then got sad for her. She was so unhappy in her marriage and in life. I ended up working for her for 3 years and we became close. But that first year was so uncomfortable and awkward. In retrospect, it seems very obvious that she was suffering from post-pregnancy depression. I mean, good on you for trying to lighten her load, OP. A little empathy and help can go a long way in helping someone to ride out a depressive episode not feeling quite so alone or overwhelmed. I'm a guy with no kids, but all my friends are starting to have kids. After the first year, I always hear women talk about how great having kids is, and they didn't know they could love so much, blah, blah, blah. Don't get me wrong, I want kids, but I know they all can't feel that way, and particularly in the beginning. A new mom hearing this wouldn't be able to help but feel like a terrible mother if she didn't connect with her kid right away or was having a hard go of it. There really wouldn't be anyone to turn to. Yeah, this isn't close to weird behavior. I've had a nanny for 4 years. I pay her a good wage so that I can do what I want to do, and if it's my choice to sleep or go to the gym or anything else under the sun, then it's just that, my choice. Sometimes I sit and chat and sometimes I don't. She's an employee and we do consider her part of our family, but really as long as she's being paid, I expect her to do her job the same no matter what I'm doing. Just my point of view.
I call fake orders into a pizza place to get free pizzas. My husband works at a popular pizza chain. We call it piece of butt for the sake of rhyming. If orders are messed up or carry out orders don't show, the employees get to take the food home. Sometimes I order pizzas under fake names and give the numbers of local businesses as callback numbers, and then purposefully never show up to pay for it. 9 times out of 10, my husband brings home the pizza I ordered. This is sinful pizza, yes I know, but sin pizza tastes better than honest pizza, inexplicably. Man, I got fired from a pizza place when I was in college giving a burnt pizza to a homeless old lady. My husband used to also work at Pizza Butt, and we always joked about doing this but never had to because his coworkers were shit at their jobs and he just brought home all their mistakes. My husband and I are currently going through a divorce though. I think we're gonna have to start paying for pizza soon. People that steal pizza are thinking too small. Yeah, steal a large pie then. I intentionally ask women well above the legal age limit for alcohol to show me their ID. I work as a cashier at a grocery store. Whenever a middle-aged woman who clearly looks older than 21 purchases alcohol from me, I intentionally ask them to show me their ID. I do this because somewhere deep down I feel that if I ask them for their ID, it creates an impression that they look far younger than they are. I do this every chance I get, regardless of how busy the line is, in hopes of making them feel younger and possibly happier. I remember back when I worked as a cashier, my manager said I have to ID everyone. She then informed me old ladies will find it flattering. Old dudes though, they don't like that shit. They just want their booze. Dude, can confirm. My beard looks like it belongs on a 1,000-year-old pirate and I get asked to prove it? Blasphemy. I'm in my mid-30s and regularly get ID'd. Clerks usually apologize and I always respond, it's all good. I'm old enough now that it's a compliment. And we have a laugh. I once told an elderly woman, have a nice day, young lady. She went and told the manager and I was written up. Well, she's no fun. Nothing makes me feel older than being patronized. You're perpetuating the stereotype that younger women are worth more than older women. I don't think it's the correct reason to card people. Law is the reason and that's it. I shit on my neighbor's doorstep. Well, was it justified? So back when I was 10, my dad asked me if I wanted to make $20. That's incredible. I accepted. The catch was I had to shit on our neighbor's doorstep. It was clear my dad had beef with this woman. She woke in the morning and tried to blame our chihuahua. My dad yelled at her saying that the shit was bigger than our dog. Impossible. The point is I don't feel bad. Forever daddy's girl. Wow. That last line really got me. Wait, girls can poop? No, this post is clearly fake. Here's what you gotta do. You gotta piss in a CD box, put it in the freezer, and then slide your newly acquired disc of piss under your neighbor's door, and then let it melt. And now your neighbor's asking themselves how someone could take a piss into their home. Do this until they move out. You just brought us one step closer to women's equality, and we thank you for your service. God bless. Did you ever find out what the beef was? No, but she was a mean lady, so she had it coming, one way or the other. I pretended I was selling something on Craigslist and got 2 strangers to meet awkwardly. Years ago, I made a new email address and got 2 potential buyers for a PlayStation that I was pretending to sell. I confirmed a date and time with both of them, decided on a mall near a certain store. I asked what they'd be wearing so I could find them. I gave them each other's description for myself and then went and hung out. One walked up to the other. You could tell there was an immediate confusion. They started arguing over who had what. You could see them get pissed once they realized what happened and wasted their time. They both stormed off on their phones. Sure enough, I got angry emails from both of them. I feel kind of bad about it, but it was a funny interaction to witness. Was anyone else hoping the end of the story would go? They instantly connected and decided to catch a movie together since they'd come all the way down to the mall anyway. That was 5 years ago. They're getting married today and they asked me to officiate. Rom-com gold right there in my honest opinion. Yeah, and then everyone stood up and clapped. I used to do IT recruiting and you would get a ton of
Indian people harassing you for jobs they can't do. Sometimes at the end of the day, we would set up 2 of them on a call telling them they both had interviews. Pretty mean, very funny. Insert Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man pic. When I was a kid, I would wipe my ass with towels that were hanging up. You are disgusting. This is something I've never admitted to a single person. I'm not sure at what age I stopped doing this, but throughout most of my childhood, I had this OCD compulsion where every time I would finish wiping, I would stand up, walk over to the towel rack, and give it 1 or 2 more thorough swipes. I couldn't not do it. I felt unclean if I didn't. It wasn't until I got a little older that I realized just how fucked up it was. My older siblings spent their entire childhoods drying their faces off with my shitty remains. I've been mortified about it for years, but I'm actually in tears of laughter writing this out right now. Why does everyone in this house keep getting pink eye? Yeah, that's the sequel to the poop knife story. When I was younger, I wouldn't wipe my ass. Yeah, you heard that right. Hey, stealing my thunder here. This is more common than one may think. Please no. Oh yes. And never leave your toothbrush in the guest bathroom, even with trustworthy friends. They're the worst kind. I kicked a kid in his balls and he had to have one removed. Good God. This happened when I was around 7 or 8 years old. It was my first year in primary school and I had joined the school with some of my friends from the local feeder school in the area. One particular boy was a year older than us and was repeating the first year for some reason. He was of German descent from a very well-to-do family and a lot bigger than the rest of us. Possibly because he was embarrassed at repeating the year, he was a bit of a bully. He often picked on me and some of my friends. I'm sure we probably escalated things at times too because I know he was teased for being German. So one day, standing outside class, I kicked him full whack in the balls. He buckled over, but I can't really remember much of what happened afterwards. We probably tucked tail and ran. I can't even say for sure what he deserved to be kicked at the time or if I just thought I was getting him back for previous behavior. Anyway, he missed school for a few days after and I heard some kids saying he was in the hospital. Soon after that, I was called in to speak to a teacher who, as far as I remember, dressed me down and explained he had gone home and his testicle was swollen to the size of a tennis ball. Holy shit. And it had to be removed. I don't really remember getting into much trouble about it, but I do remember some of the other kids going on about it in banter. He's the ball destroyer. The chosen one. The details are hazy, but I felt so bad and I felt I was in so much trouble that I never even told my parents about it. This was made worse as my dad and his dad had gone to school together, only found this out after seeing my dad chatting to his dad at a rugby match that me and the kid were playing one Saturday about a year after. I was freaking out the whole time they were speaking and then started feeling guilty that my dad might have been seen as rude by his dad for not apologizing for my action. It didn't come across that way as they seemed like old friends catching up, but I felt so guilty. I felt so awful about it. I mean, at the time I didn't realize that it may have an effect on him being able to have children, but I felt like I'd done something so horrible and always expected my family to confront me about it. When I learned the reproductive challenges might cause, the guilt was just amplified. The years that followed in primary school were mostly fine. On the odd occasion he would have a go at me. I remember him having a slightly shorter fuse with me than others, but I think he ended up being okay and less of a bully. That said, he did try to drown me in a river at our primary school leavers camp as I'd pissed him off for some other reason, but mostly the in-between years went by without incident. I left that school to go to a different high school, so I never maintained contact with him. I saw him once during my teenage years and we chatted for about 5 minutes. I remember it being friendly. I never ever mentioned it. I hope he was able to have children. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry I never said sorry too. Holy fuck! The size of a tennis ball? You must have kicked faster than the speed of light. I got kicked in the balls by a kicker on the football team. God damn, it hurt so bad. And I formed a cyst on my nuts, but never seen one swell up like a tennis ball. My God. You must have murdered that man's sperm sac. My own little confession you just reminded me. In elementary, I grabbed a girl's earring during playground time. Not out of malice or anything, and it just ripped through her ear. Oh my God. My favorite thing working as a window washer was going through people's private possessions. Come on, not again. So I worked as a window washer in my small town in Sweden for about 5 years. Every morning you went to the warehouse where we had all of our stuff, drank a cup of coffee with your coworkers, and talked for a bit before getting into the places you had to go for that day, and who you had to do them with. Our bosses were very keen on everyone getting to know everyone, so they changed up the teams every day. This meant sometimes you got to go out by yourself. A typical workday is 4 to 5 houses and or apartments. Sometimes old people, they were always home. Sometimes families who were home because they knew we were coming. Not very often you got people who left their key under the mat and let us go inside without them being home. I liked this the most since you didn't have anyone breathing down your neck while you worked. And sometimes, once in a blue moon, you got a house with nobody home by yourself. I don't know if there's something wrong with me, maybe, but to me it felt like I'd struck gold because I knew I'd be able to walk around that house by myself, checking out every inch of it. I usually started by doing my job super super fast. Make sure I had some way of knowing if they got home. Usually I'd place a ladder somewhere close to the door so if someone came home they had to move it. Then I got to work. I never looked to steal anything. It was pure curiosity. I looked through bathroom cabinets, nightstands, desk drawers, basically anything that you could open, while making sure everything I touched was placed back exactly where it was before. During my years, I found diaries with dark secrets, cute secrets, and just downright weird secrets. I found used condoms in the teenage boy's room, and in the daughters and mothers' nightstands. I found a gun under a mattress, which in Sweden is not something you see every day. One couple had a sex swing hanging in the bedroom, so it's not really something I needed to look for, but I thought it was strange that they didn't take it down when they knew people were gonna be in the house. I once opened a teenager's MacBook and boom, Pornhub paused mid-video. No password, no incognito window, nothing. Jewelry, expensive watches, and knives. One kid had 3 knives welded together like a ninja star, but with a handle. Like I said, never stole anything. That wasn't my goal. I just love going through other people's shit. It's wrong, I know that, but I couldn't help myself. You ever wonder if your house guests snoop in your bathroom cupboards? Strategically place several marbles in the bathroom cabinets. Works every time. Yeah, it's weird to me that people just let a random stranger into their house when they weren't there. I always thought of window washers as people who only wash the outsides of big buildings. If it's someone's home, why don't the people living there just wash the insides themselves? Fair warning, odds are if they're fine with you in the house, they have cameras. Ooh. I didn't think about that one, huh?
Would you watch a show where a billionaire CEO has to go an entire month on their lowest paid employee's salary without access to any other resources than that of the employee? What do you think would happen? I personally don't give a shit. A show, not everything needs to be a show. Maybe, I don't know, let's force these guys to go to psychiatrists. Maybe they'll be a little bit more empathetic. Anyway, what does Reddit say? I doubt a month is enough to really feel the effect. Yeah, 1 month. They might make it 1 month, like by the skin of their teeth and be like, this is fine. I don't need to eat. They don't know what it's really like after a month. They would need several months, at least, to fully understand the implications and what it means. And a camera team changes everything. I won't trust doing business with a random nobody, but a guy in a suit with a whole production team following him? That's a different story. That's why reality shows are intrinsically just shows. It would be incredibly self-serving and boring. They would never truly experience what it is like to be in the precarious position of a minimum wage employee living hand to mouth, and the novelty is just salt in the wound. Playing up the struggles of real people for entertainment. I'm gonna be like a whore for a month. Check out my show. It would be more interesting to see the reverse. Why not both? Or trading places, as we called it back in the 80s. Watch Rich House Poor House on YouTube. The UK already has a show exactly like this. But is it good? That's always the real question at the end of the day. Is it worth the shit? Maybe. I might check it out. That does seem like an interesting premise. A trading places idea. Very interesting. There was this similar themed show in Hong Kong and mainland China a few years ago. They swapped billionaire with bottom feeders, let the rich do the basic job on the lowest salary to see how far the rich could go by purely their own effort. Nearly all of the billionaires admitted that they could not make it anywhere, regardless of how hard they worked, even working without sleeping and resting. It couldn't give you any accumulation to help climb to the higher level of society. There was only despair and admission that the divide between the poor and the rich is already a deep valley, and mere personal effort makes little sense. It stirred a big debate among the society back then, and I think that was part of the reasons the show got canceled. There was also another show in China, swapping senior political figures with community-level council workers to see how good they could do in each other's posts. The mayors were flooded by angry mobs who kept asking for more and more benefits that were impossible to fulfill. By the end, they had to admit that the amount of work at basic community level was too much to achieve anywhere. The show also got canceled quite soon after a few episodes. Interesting. 3 months minimum, and I'd watch it. Thanks for the gold. With problem scenarios thrown in. Broken down car, tube strike, dodgy boiler, sick child. The wheels would come off pretty quickly. Don't forget the pay rent or buy food dilemma scenario. It's more than just the money. It's the lack of security these people endure. Not knowing if you'll lose your job tomorrow and having no savings, being kicked out of your home, an unexpected bill you can't afford, which may lead to increasing debt. Putting these rich people in a poor lifestyle for a month isn't enough. Even if they lost their money and homes, they'll still have such a huge network that they'll be back on their feet in the time it takes for us peons to earn enough money to eat for a week. They can never truly understand what it's like to be poor or ever face that reality again. So what would happen? It'd be a completely self-serving advert about how, now I realize we need to do more for our employees. The workers get a small vanity bonus, probably give an immigrant worker with limited English a car, pat themselves on the back, and then 2 weeks later we've all forgotten about the show, and they'll go back to their their old ways. What if Earth is like one of those uncontacted tribes in South America? Like the whole galaxy knows we're here, but they've agreed not to contact us until we figure it out for ourselves. The way I see it, and this is going to sound sad, I guess, knowing how far away everything is from each other, and knowing that faster than light travel or meaningful travel around the galaxy or universe is literally never going to be physically possible, but we will never see them, they will literally never see us. It's not physically possible within the confines of the universal laws. I'm sure that someone will correct me on that. I'm actually kind of being so staunch in that opinion because I hope somebody goes, hey, wait a minute, buddy. Wait a minute. No, we might. I don't think so, but that's just kind of the reality of the situation as far as I can tell, is it's never going to be possible to contact, let alone meet each other. And crop circles are just teenager aliens doing graffiti. I really love the idea of irresponsible teenager aliens. Maybe we're the irresponsible teenager aliens, and when we die, you'll look down and see some weird bong-like device between your knees, then look up, surrounded by your alien homies. They're all smiling at you and one asks, how was the trip, bro? Did you conquer civilizations and And then you tell them, nah, I just worked a 9 to 5, got married and had kids. Then they all laugh and think you're a loser. I feel like that was also a game in Rick and Morty. That's the premise of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, except for the waiting for us to figure it out part. Mostly harmless. No, I don't think we're mostly harmless. I do not believe that. I mean, we could always just be cosmic ants. How often do you go out to your garden and try to communicate with the bugs? So, the prime directive? We just need to create warp drive. Paging Zephram Cochrane? What if aliens showed up here millions of years ago, saw a planet inhabited by enormous lizard monsters and said, don't come back to this place? They'd have been like, oh, this isn't done. Leave it on high for a while longer. Then they come back down and be like, damn it, it's full of mold. They probably treat us like animals on National Geographic. Attention, unidentified spacecraft. You're approaching the planet Terra. Terra has been designated a primitive wildlife zone and has been designated off limits to interstellar travelers by the Galactic Council. Cut engines and prepare to be boarded. Failure to comply with this demand will result in hostile action. I feel like no matter what, any ultra-advanced civilization is going to be just as warmongering and destructive as we are. What if the people that were abducted by aliens were actually abducted by some alien TV host equivalent to the Crocodile Hunter, where he abducts a human and shows it off? Crocky, what an interesting little fella this is. I'm gonna buy a bigger anal probe. Oh, he's angry. What if God came down one day and said, it's pronounced Jod, then left? I wouldn't be paying attention to Jod. I would be paying attention to the fact that you're f***ing real? Come back. Hey, wait, what's going on? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe you could help with anything? What if Jod was one of us? Just a knob like one of us. A large chunk of my taking the Lord's name in vain would go away. Ah, that's a good point. I've been doing it a little since the name change here. Jod knows what was in your heart when you said it. Jod, damn it. Oh, for Jod's sake, I would be converted. Edit. Thanks for the upvotes and awards, guys. A lot of people are focusing on the pronunciation part while overlooking that it would confirm God exists. Edit. Multiple people replying saying that it would confirm Jod exists. No, it wouldn't. It would still be spelled God, just pronounced differently than we thought, right? What if Satan came down one day and said it's pronounced Zlatan and then left? Zlatan means golden in some. Is it Zlatan or Zlatan? Gold is money, root of all evil. Satan. See? There you go. I recognize the council has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it. Then all of Scandinavia will pronounce it like Yod, and the Spanish will pronounce it like Hod. This then pisses some people off because Jod is also how you pronounce dirt. I see. This would basically just throw the biggest monkey wrench possible into the gears of civilization as we know it. You'd have different religious factions arguing that they're right and the other is wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. You mean to tell me that even if Jod, him or herself, comes down from the heavens and tells us something, it's not going to solve a single problem and will probably make everything worse? Anthony Bourdain once said, there's a guy in my head, and all he wants to do is lay in bed all day long, smoke and watch old movies and cartoons. My life is a series of stratagems to avoid and outwit that guy. Who is that guy for you, and what do you do to avoid him? Honestly, my guy wants to feel bad for himself. My guy wants all of you to feel bad for him because he doesn't want to take any responsibility. He doesn't want to take his life into his own hands. He does not want to actually do the work necessary to make his dreams come true. That's what that guy is doing. I make sure he doesn't stay around long. I try any creative effort, any outlet that will cause that current iteration of that guy to spill out of my being so that that iteration of him can die. But that's kind of what I'm doing here. Every time I write a poem, every time I try to make a video over on my personal channel called Robin Nelson that you guys should be, subscribing to, that is what I'm doing. Just by simply getting your grievances out of your body and out of your brain, you will will feel better. That's why therapy's so nice. I hate mornings. I don't like waking up. I don't like breakfast as a genre or activity. I don't see a good reason to be anywhere before 10 a.m. I started forcing myself to wake up early and go to the gym before work, and I hate it so much, but it makes me feel so goddamn good all day long. It's a shitty, healthy dose of morning endorphins that stops me from getting sleepy after lunch, keeps me energized after work, and gets me a better night's sleep. It sucks so much, and it sucks even more that it improves every aspect of my day, because now if I stop, I know I'll just start having bad days again, and it'll be my dumbass, lazy fault with a simple fix. The guy wants to settle for anything out of fear of nothing becoming or nothing better coming later. That guy is okay with the dead-end job, the abusive relationships, and no master's degree. I tell that guy, it's never gotten me anywhere. It's the definition of stuck, and I have no intention of being stuck anymore. That guy's kicking my ass right now. You gotta fight back, man. He's a lazy stoner. He can't be that good of a fighter. This was somehow insanely philosophical to me. I used to have a little sign on my desk that said the worst possible feeling is when the person you are meets the person you could have been. It was there to encourage to pursue my goals rather than to procrastinate on games, Reddit, etc. I think it's time I dug that sign out again. Ouch. Worse than that Ben Franklin quote. A man can die at 25 and not be buried until he's 75. Man, funeral companies were hella inefficient back then. The guy wants to go streaking during the Super Bowl halftime show. I avoid him by remembering that prison is not a pleasant place to be. That guy's cousin lives in my head. I go to AA meetings to avoid and outwit him. Yeah, there you go. We came to an agreement and take turns occupying the same body. It's me from 5:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays. He gets evenings, weekends, and holidays. There you go. Sometimes it's not inherently an evil guy in there. Just, a guy that lets you be, I guess, a more chill version of you. All that guy wants to do is do Reddit and play video games. I don't do anything to avoid him. Oh, that's great. That's great. Bill Gates said, I will always choose a lazy person to do a difficult job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it. What's a real life example of this? I was working as a stock boy in a supermarket and we had to fill the milk cooler. People would just bust open a 12-pack of milk cartons and put them in one by one. On my first day, I just placed the 12-pack in the cooler, cut the plastic off of one side with my box cutter and yanked it from under it. And the look of the store manager and other employees who was training me was pure bewilderment. From that day, everyone did it my way. Worked as a laborer at a nursery one summer. Daily tasks included manually watering 15,000 plants each day. Put together a back-of-the-napkin plan to build an irrigation system and spent the next few weeks building it with some money from the boss. That system is still running 15 years later and does all the work now. I did automate myself out of the job and had to find another eventually. A couple years later, got my engineering degree. I'm convinced engineers are inherently lazy people that will spend a disproportionate effort to make things easier. Yes, engineers make the thing work better, and the artists make their thing look a little bit nicer. The clerk was asked to bring 145 white papers into the office. He doesn't want to count the papers manually, so he printed 145 blank sheets and took them in. When Carl Friedrich Gauss, the famous German mathematician and physicist, was in elementary school around 1784, his class was assigned the busy work task of adding all the numbers from 1 to 100, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, and so on. This usually kept the class quiet for a half an hour or so. 7-year-old Carl was sitting quietly with the correct answer, 50-50, while the rest of the class was just starting. So the surprise teacher asked him how he came up with a solution. He replied that he added 1 and 100 and got 101. Then he added 2 and 99 and got 101. 3 plus 98 equals 101, and so on. He realized there was a pattern of 50 pairs of numbers with each pair adding up to 101. And 50 times 101, 50-50. I plug clocks in at midnight, so they're already set. Oh, that's good. Trip the main fuse in the house at midnight to do all the appliances too. Ah, nice. I see what you guys got going on. An older company had a person dedicated to data entry, which boiled down to copying and pasting portions of data from text files into spreadsheets and formatting it into a report. The person originally doing this job spent a full 40+ hours a week doing it, but was not very computer literate. When they retired, the company hired someone with actual skills. The new hire convinced management to let her work remotely after getting up to speed on the job. The first week at home was spent automating the entire job. The remainder of their multi-year tenure with the company was spent doing whatever they wanted, save the 10 to 15 minutes weekly to run their program and to answer the odd email here and there, all while getting paid full salary and benefits. They actually had to add in a few errors now and then to make it seem realistic. Having to add problems. That's cute. Worked goods in for an aircraft manufacturer as a summer job at university. Parts would arrive, we'd open them, and key in all the details into a terminal. That bit was long-winded. I discovered the terminal keyboard has assignable shortcuts and set up a bunch of them for all the boilerplate, such as that keying in an item was about 6 keys keystrokes. Saved myself and my workmate hours every day, which we would spend pranking each other, other warehouse staff, and staff at other sites. Back in high school, a lot of kids used to walk through this park to get to home or school. A portion of the path went into the woods because it was just quicker than walking the actual trail. At one point in the walk to the woods, you had to go up this small but tedious hill. Nothing major, but it took like 10 seconds of hard work to go up. You couldn't go around because on one side was a small cliff to the creek below, and the other side had dense trees. One summer, a bunch of us got together and decided to just dig through that hill to make it flat. It took like 14 of us 3 good days to get through it. It was a hard 3 days, but it was worth it. Saved 10 seconds of hill climbing every morning and afternoon, 150 plus days of the year, and it wasn't just us, but hundreds of other kids who took the same part every day. Sometimes you need to put in a lot of work so your future selves can enjoy the easy way out. Some future railroad surveyors right here. Which legendary Reddit post or comment can you still not get over? Me personally, I still can't get over EA's reaction to people complaining about Battlefront 2's, Star Wars Battlefront 2's monetization system. That was amazing. There was this post on r/awe of a gorilla using sign language to tell people not to feed it or something to that effect. To this day, I still laugh when I think about a comment that said, "It's a shame there's so many deaf gorillas." This one guy was on the toilet and he sneezed while he was taking a shit. That same moment, the power in his house went out. He proceeded to cry because he thought he shit himself blind. That would scare me for just the briefest of moments. Someone in r/homeowners trying to get rid of ants in their house. Tons of comments. One fellow Redditor suggested maybe there were no ants, but they were hallucinations due to carbon monoxide poisoning. OP had his house tested and turns out there were in fact no ants and he was hallucinating them due to carbon monoxide poisoning. For the love of God, no matter where you live, please have at least one carbon monoxide alarm on each floor of your home. Believe I saw it on Reddit, an IT tech-related post. Guy starts a new job as a system admin. No other IT at the place. Previous admin had been there for just about fucking forever and left behind some documentation, but not enough to make the job easy. The guy finds a note from the previous tech with a few miscellaneous tips and then says, if there is a critical emergency and everything else has failed, there is a box in the server room behind the switch, open only as a last resort. Guy's there for a few years. Metaphorical fires get fixed. He learns the tricks of the place, but one day the server doesn't boot. Tries everything, can't get it to work. All the files are there. The company can't function. Actual fires are about to start. Guy freaks out and remembers the emergency box and figures now should be an emergency and figures maybe the guy left access into offsite backups or something. Well, behind the switch is a box. He pulls it out and opens it to find a bottle of tequila. Thank goodness. Honestly, no. If I were this guy coming in, if I'm the incumbent sysadmin, I'm going to figure out what that box is the second I read about it. I'm not going to wait until, cool, now I'm fucking fired, to pull out a bottle of tequila. Like, it's a funny joke, but I feel like this guy lost his job immediately.
I was a mean girl in middle school and am wondering if I should apologize. I really don't know if this is the right place to post, but I'm doing it. I want to start this off by saying I am in no way trying to apologize to feel better about myself. I'm also not trying to post this in order to get sympathy. In middle school, I was a mean girl, 6th and 7th grade. I desperately wanted to be popular, and I did become popular. However, I grew a huge ego. I picked on people, lost friends, it was a fake friend, talked behind people's backs, made fun of people I thought were weird, laughed at people. I remember tons of text fights me and my friends had too, accusing people of trying to be us and have our style. I was really just jealous and deeply insecure. I mostly grew out of this in 8th grade and I am now 15, but I do not know if I should apologize or not. I do not want the apology to only make me feel better, and I don't want the apology to the girls, who likely want nothing to do with me, to reopen any wounds. I want them to know that I was insecure and jealous of them, and I want them to know that I got a huge amount of karma. I think at this point it feels good knowing they're thriving and I am not. Not in a self-deprecating way, but knowing that bullies do get their karma and the victims live better lives puts me now at ease. 2 of the girls moved away and I cannot find their social medias, so I don't know what to do, but 2 of the others still go to my school. Should I apologize or just leave them be? I'm 40, and I still remember the people who were cruel to me in school. It would have meant the world to me to get an apology from any of them. I'm sorry to hear you're not currently thriving, but I'm proud of you for growing and becoming a better person. Grown adults are still scarred by their victimization at the hands of school bullies. So yes, you should apologize. Unfortunately, your classmates, being so young still, may not be in a very gracious place to hear it, but you are doing the right thing. They also may not trust it right away. What would mean more than an apology would be helping them a little socially, or stepping in with their current victimization. Good luck. Throw them a curveball and send them each a handwritten letter with a genuine apology. If they accept it, great. If not, you've still turned a new leaf. Showing showing personal effort might leave a lasting impact, one way or the other. I wouldn't go the letter route, but if you happen to see them, just say, hey, I'm sorry I was such a to you in the past. You didn't deserve that. That will be plenty, and it doesn't make it about you and your ego. Yeah, I mean, I remember all my bullies in school. I don't hold many hard feelings against them because we were all stupid kids. But yeah, people remember for a long time. So I definitely think it is a great idea to apologize. Maybe make an effort to become their friend, get involved with their lives in a positive way, make amends. I think it takes a lot to recognize, hey, I did some really shitty things and I regret them and I want to make up for them. So yeah, I say apologizing is the way to go. I told people that I had cancer in the 6th grade. I got bullied really bad in 6th grade because I was very vocal about my love for anime and everyone thought it was weird. This was in 2014. So when I found out I was moving schools, I told my best friend to help me out with telling people I had cancer to make people feel bad for bullying me. She was practically my only friend, so no one would know if I was lying or not, because no one really knew me like that. We started telling people, and when I moved schools, I had her tell them that I died from the cancer. Jesus. She told me this one girl started crying when she told her I died. I don't know if she ever told the truth to them. She hates me now, so I'll never know. Yes, I'm prepared for the future cancer that karma will bring on me for this. Just wanted to put it here. I feel pretty messed up when I think about it. Probably should have made a throwaway account for this. Now people are gonna think I'm really messed up in the head. Whoops. Fantasizing about being sick or injured is a lot more common than you might think, especially if you're experiencing abuse or bullying. You wanted to feel loved and you were like 12. It probably didn't feel great for that girl at the time, but it's really not that bad in the grand scheme of things. I had a good childhood, but would occasionally fantasize about being in a hospital bed with a lot of people around me feeling sorry for me. I told my mom about this when I was 6, and it must have really thrown her because she got so serious and told me to never think like that again. As the youngest middle child of 4 siblings, it's clear to me now that I've always just wanted attention. No biggie, maybe something similar to you. At that age, kids just don't realize how messed up lies like that are. I hope you are living a happy life now. Yeah, kids simply lack the perspective at that age to fully comprehend how hurtful certain lies can be. The important thing is having compassion for your childhood self and using it as a learning experience. When I was a kid, I would steal my classmates' cookie every day from their lunchbox. What the hell? I've never told anyone this, and my classmate still doesn't know. When I was a kid, I saw one of my friends eating a massive white chocolate macadamia nut cookie for lunchtime. That sounds so good. I wasn't given a packed lunch. I had free school meals and a free fruit, so I would get pretty hungry during the day. Anyway, when everyone had taken their first break, I stayed behind in the bathroom. I went to her packed lunchbox and stole her cookie. It was beautiful. It was slow-baked and fresh and had the sweetest taste and tore apart like a crumble in my mouth. To this day, it is still the best cookie I ever had. Anyway, after I'd finished, I threw the rubbish away and returned her lunchbox. Coming up to lunchtime, I kept a keen eye on her, anxious to know if I would be caught and frightened that the jig was up. To my glee, she hadn't noticed that she was missing her cookie. She had probably thought that her mom didn't pack it for her. The next day, the same thing happened. I waited for everyone to leave on the first break, hid in the bathroom, devoured the cookie, discarded the rubbish, and returned the lunchbox. This time during lunch, I could see that she was confused as to why the cookie wasn't in her lunchbox. The rising adrenaline took over, my heart began to race, and my hands became clammy. I watched from a distance, convinced she would come over and confront me. She didn't. After lunch, the case of the missing cookie spread. It was the talk of the class. Someone was stealing her cookie and others were deliberating if they had been struck by the cookie culprit or if they would be next. Accusations were flying. Someone saw another classmate with a similar cookie for lunch, and another person had seen someone in the corridor earlier. I was off the hook again. But now, it was serious. The next day came around and all I could think of was the cookie. I overheard her talking to her friends. She confirmed that her mom had packed it and she would be eating it at lunch. First break came around and I was ready. I snuck into the lunchbox area like before and scoffed the whole thing down, anxious that I would be caught. I scurried out to the playground and went about my day undetected. After lunch, the teacher announced that her mom had called in. Someone had been stealing from her daughter's lunchbox, and she wanted to know who. We were all warned that it was being taken seriously and of the ramifications of our actions. I knew I couldn't steal the cookie again, but I also needed a fall guy. The previous year, a boy in my class had punched me, and I never got my revenge. It was coming together like a jigsaw puzzle. He would be perfect, and it would be believable. I confessed to the teacher that I had seen him looking suspicious in the corridors, and the bait was taken. He had taken the blame, and I got off scot-free. I do feel guilty about this to this day, especially for blaming it on someone else. When I look back, I can't believe that I would ever do that, but I did. To my classmates, I'm sorry I stole your cookie, and I'm sorry for blaming you for my actions. This be kinda villainous, but a V entertaining story, so thuks. I was on the edge of the toilet seat the whole time. Dude, you pulled off the perfect crime and got away with it. You are lucky they can't trace you down because the statute of limitations is long since expired. The jig would never be up with the way you hatched that plan. It was a thing of beauty. Framing the jerk was a stroke of genius. Well played. Yeah, that was a roller coaster, dude. Like, I was on the edge of my toilet seat as well. I'm actually recording this in the bathroom. Really good sound treatment. But, yeah. I think that is diabolical. I would be very sad if my mom packed me a delicious, giant, white macadamia nut cookie and it was gone. I'd be very upset. I would be watching my lunchbox like a hawk, dude. I wouldn't let anyone get away with it. I caused a girl to have to get glasses for the rest of her life. Oh my god, dude. I feel so guilty. It was an accident, but I still feel guilt. In grade 1 or 2, it was winter and recess. I told a girl to go down to the tallest slide on her knees. It was fun for me, and she did. But right at the bottom, she twisted or lost her balance or something and smashed her face off the end of the slide. When she got up, she had her hand over her eye, and it was bleeding above the eyebrow. Didn't seem too bad, but I was a kid, so I don't know. She went home at break, and when she came to school the next day, she ended up having to get stitches and glasses. I'm almost certain she wore glasses for the whole year. I changed schools the year after, but I feel like she needs them permanently. What guilts me more, aside the fact that she needed stitches and glasses, all because I told her to go down the slide in a dangerous way, all I actually cared about was that I was going to get in trouble for getting her hurt. I'm sorry, Purnima. Purnima? I can't even spell her name, but that's how it sounds. Probably got given an eye test at the same time she got her stitches, and just needed glasses anyway. I mean, that's a pretty optimistic way of looking at it. That's what I would hope for. You're such a good person for even feeling guilty for something that happened so long ago when you were a kid. I think you're fine. Huh, thank you. I just wanted her to have a super fun time, not smash her face and go blind. Wait, you're not supposed to feel guilty and crippling regret over every action you took as a child? I can't believe I read that right the first time. When I was 9, I stole my mother's diamond earrings, which were precious family heirlooms, to give them to my sweetheart at the time. My mother comes from an old money family and inherited precious family jewelry, although she almost never wears it. One day in primary school, I decided to give a birthday gift to my sweetheart at the time, Lucille. I went to my mother's bedroom, picked out a pair of beautiful gold and diamond earrings, and put them in a small camera film box. The next day at school, I gave them to Lucille. Since my mother almost never wears jewelry, it took her several months to notice, but when she did, she was very upset. Not only did the earrings have sentimental value, but apparently I had stolen the most expensive pair of all. She searched everywhere for months and asked my brother and me many times if we had seen them. Eventually, my grandfather was informed, and he was furious too because those earrings had been passed down for many generations. It's been over 20 years now, and I've never said anything. Sometimes the topic still comes up at family gatherings. Holy dude. That's like something you reveal like on your deathbed because you're already gonna die. What are they gonna do? Kill you? It's like, God, I would hate if it still got brought up 2 decades later. And what do you say to that? You know, what do you do? Like, you just have to hold on to that. You just gotta bite your tongue, man. That sounds awful. My daughter received some really nice diamond earrings from a boy when she was about 10. We contacted the boy's mom and she was ecstatic. We told her and had them returned. Plot twist, you contacted the wrong mom and OP's mom is still looking for her earrings. My oldest stole my senior ring from my jewelry box and traded it on the playground for some marbles. He was in kindergarten. His teacher called me and I told her to tell him it better be in his pocket when I pick him up, and it was. Oh, thank God. He never tried that again. Dude, imagine it's just gone. It seems much more frequent than I thought. A boy stole my iPod, so I hacked his account and got him taken out of school. When I was in 7th grade, a boy I was friends with told me he had a math test, but forgot his calculator and asked to borrow my iPod. I said sure, but when I went to go get it at the end of the day, he never showed up. The next week, he still never showed up. After the second week, I asked the school office for his mom's phone number and called her saying that he took my iPod but didn't give it back, and the next day she dropped it off in the office. When I took it home, it had all of his accounts logged in, the wallpaper was changed, and all his contacts were in it. Oh yeah, so he just straight up stole it. He tried to finesse it. I wanted to get revenge, so I went on his Facebook and changed his profile picture and cover photo to pictures of porn, and made posts about how much he hated his mom and his religion. They were very religious. I knew this would get him into trouble. Apparently, from that moment, his mom decided to take him out of school and homeschool him because he was troubled, although there were other external reasons too, and he was also paranoid for years about being hacked online. I talked to him once years later, and he brought up unprovoked about using fake names online because of someone hacking his account in 7th grade. No one ever found out it was me, and he never even suspected me. I still feel bad, and I'm not sure why I even did it. It's one thing to borrow it and be absent from school because you're sick or family issues, but he made the mistake of logging in and basically staking a claim on the device. Have you tried searching his name online to see what he's been up to? I remember this whole thing because I saw one of his social media accounts. He seems to be fine now, lol. Holy cow, I also got my iPod stolen in 7th grade by a friend who claimed I never let her borrow it. What the heck is wrong with these 7th graders? I still remember her name. F you, Bianca B. Yo, shout out Bianca B for stealing this person's iPod in 7th grade. I mean, I wouldn't feel too bad about it. They tried to steal your iPod, basically. They were like, yep, this is mine now. I'm gonna log in. You know, like, yeah, maybe you couldn't, maybe you shouldn't have put porn on his Facebook, but it's your iPod, you know, he tried to take it. I used to pick my friends mostly based on looks. Too ugly. Next. Too pretty. Next. Somewhere in the middle. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so a little bit of background, just for context is, I was raised by narcissists, and specifically a narc mother who was always commenting on other girls' bodies and looks in super critical ways. I knew deep down that everyone was equal and looks shouldn't matter, but I think subconsciously I did this because I heard my parents speak on looks so much, I just went with it without question. Unfortunately, it wasn't until my 30s that I really set aside all care of others' looks, mostly because I did the work to heal the insecure parts of me that even cared. I'm sure it's no surprise that I fell into the mean girls group at one point, and only years later did I accept that I was one for a while. Being raised by toxic people can corrupt even the best intentioned people. Parents set us up with patterns that can be exceptionally difficult to break. Kudos to you for doing the work to break free of that nonsense. It's common to absorb hurtful messages from bad parents, even when we know they're not true. Getting better takes time, and it seems like you're doing well. It's brave to admit when we've messed up before and learn from it. Both of my parents objectified women in front of me and even encouraged me to dress older than my age. They were narcs who had beautiful people over for tea. I'm still unlearning it. Mine did this too. From a young age, I understood that my body and everyone else's was being viewed through a very judgmental lens that I would never be able to adhere to. As much as I rejected this view, it still seeped in and I have a lot of unlearning to do as well. I used to make up crazy stories to see how gullible people are. When I was a teenager, I used to be front-end manager at a grocery store until my early 20s. The job sucked, so I did what I could to amuse myself. We cycled through employees pretty quickly, so sometimes I would make up crazy stories to tell new hires that I didn't think would last too long. One night I had a younger kid on shift. He was like 15 at the time and clearly not the brightest. For some reason I had Velcro strap on my wrist that I needed for something and just put it on as a bracelet so I didn't lose it before I needed it. The kid asked me why I had the Velcro on my wrist, so I convinced him that I had some rare disease where I didn't show up in photographs because my body didn't generate enough static electricity, and I had to wear the Velcro to generate enough static to do so. In all honesty, I never thought it was believable, but he was fascinated. He asked, "So if I take a picture of you right now, you won't show up?" I said, "No, I'm good now, I have my Velcro on." But I came up with a whole backstory about how it was months before anyone noticed, because in the age of disposable cameras, my parents picked up on it after getting a bunch of rolls of film developed from when I was an infant to realize I didn't appear in any of the photos, and my family members appeared as if they were holding nothing. That is insanely in-depth. Jesus Christ. I'm glad you grew out of it. I'm in my 40s and still do things like this. Plot twist. This is a made-up story. I mean, yeah, it might be, but come on, it's kind of fun, right? I have a friend that does this. She wouldn't know, but we all know she's lying and over-exaggerating things. We talk about it to each other as well. You may not realize, but people know and they're talking about you. They won't say anything to your face, but they won't trust everything coming out of your mouth. I do this to strangers, not people I actually care about. Chill. When I was 8 or 9, I charged several $1,000s for my grandparents whom I live with. To this day, they don't know it was me. When I was very young, I was extremely addicted to Roblox, and one day I decided to buy Robux with my grandparents' credit card. That's when this one kid who was probably older than me took advantage of my stupidity, and I ended up giving him probably several hundreds of dollars worth in Robux. When they found out about the charges, I just lied about it and somehow got away with it. I am now 13, almost 14, but I feel horrible for what I did, and I would be very scared to admit this. 1. I bet they knew. They are smarter than you think. 2. You are partially to blame, but those in-game purchases are predatory, and this is exactly what they hope will happen. It's not the end of the world. Apologize and offer a way to make it right. Yeah, exactly. Grandparents are the best, no doubt. Addiction is hard. As long as you realize how this was a bad thing, you are good. Happened to me when I was 7 and my mom thinks Roblox hacked her credit card. Happened to you, or you made it happen? I don't know, but all I know is it wasn't me who used the card, it was my brother. When I was 13, I spit on a stranger's head from the 3rd floor of a mall. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you people? I was being dumb and I guess my intrusive thoughts won that day. Yeah, I guess so. I was peering over the balcony and I saw a lady sitting down. I was thinking, there's no way my spit could hit her from here. I outwent the spit and it fell right on her head. I felt so bad, but I ducked as soon as she flinched. It was you! About 10 years ago, I had a really mouthy girlfriend, now ex. One time she was driving and I was in the passenger seat. We came across a group of teenage girls who were, shall we say, a little slow to get out of the road. My ex opened her window and started shouting at them. This girl just saunters over as cool as a cucumber and spits at her point blank, and plop, it went straight into my ex's mouth. It shut her up. When I was 16, my boyfriend and I were stopped at a red light. I was in the passenger seat and had just cracked one of those movie candy-sized boxes of nerds. The person next to us was in a convertible. We were in a truck that sat significantly higher than the car. His brother was in the back seat, and to this day I have no clue what possessed him to say, "You should rain those nerds down in that car." And I didn't think twice. I reached out the window and slung that whole box of nerds into that car. I think about it still to this day and how unnecessary it was. Jesus Christ, man, you do that to the wrong person. I mean, like you are going to be like dead. You're gonna get hunted down. You're gonna get rammed off the road, man. People are insane. I stole from my work as a teacher when I didn't get a raise. When I was a teenager, I worked for a local chain of gift stores that specialized in greeting cards. We had 8 stores in the region, and not once did any of us ever work in any other location than our store. I worked there for 2.5 years. I was never late, never called in sick, picked up extra shifts whenever they asked me to, worked late for special events, and volunteered holidays. I was even put in charge of my own department, ordering and floor setting Mikasa crystal. But I was always paired with a miserable supervisor. She was an older woman who used to make us massage her back, tie her shoes, kept drinks at the cash wrap even though it was allowed, and loved to leave us with one cashier, usually me, at our busiest time. She also had this lovely habit of coming into the break room to see what we were eating for lunch and say, "You can eat that in 10 minutes, you need to be on the floor, we're busy." We were an extremely busy store. It was the 90s. Everyone complained about her, but nothing ever got done. I absolutely adored the job, but working with Beth was pure torture. At the 2-year mark when raises were being handed out, I was given a 0.10 per hour raise. The reason? Well, Beth said you aren't a team player. I was furious. Money was tight at home, so I worked to buy my own school lunches, clothes and car insurance, gas, school supplies, etc. My senior prom was coming up and I needed a dress. This store sold a lot of collectibles. Think of the overpriced bric-a-brac they used to sell in the 90s that all of our moms hoarded thinking they would be valuable someday. Figurines, little light-up houses, plates, etc. One day, a customer bought a new figurine that had recently come out. It was from a collection of figurines featuring doe-eyed children, to give you an idea. It was huge and very expensive for the line, around $300. She paid with cash. I went to the back to get one of the boxed ones. Notice there were half a dozen more of the same figurine. After I rang her out, I reprinted her receipt. This was before transaction capturing. Our reprint didn't say they were reprints. I then went to the back, took one of the figurines and stashed it in the trash. Beth would never take the trash to the dumpster. I always had to do it, so I did and stashed the box behind the compactor and retrieved it after my shift. 2 days later, I went to another one of our stores in the next town over and returned it for cash. I did this every few weeks for the last 6 months I was there, only ever cash transactions, and only when we're busy, so 1, no one would notice me reprinting receipts, and 2, I was always going into the stock room. I only did it with boxed collectibles that we kept in the back. Never got caught. We had enough stores in the area that I could go to a different one each time, so no one was wondering why one store was getting so many returns from our store. I quit that to fall and leave for college. Looking back, I know it was stupid, not just immoral, but they definitely would have pressed charges had I been caught. And I really did like the job. While classmates my age were standing over deep fryers, I was dusting crystal and straightening cards, and came home smelling like scented candles rather than lard. So I felt rotten about it later, but my parents were really struggling and I was a teenager on my own to pay for even basic essentials and getting ready to leave for college. The chain folded a few years later due to impersonal problems between the owners. I don't think they ever noticed the missing merchandise. For asshole managers and owners like that, I wouldn't sweat it. Stores closed down anyway, and I doubt the scheme you had going ran them out of business. Yeah, I was desperate at the time, and I started thinking about 2 years of having to work through lunch breaks, unpaid because of that witch. You invented quiet quitting. Everybody does it now. I'm stealing time from my employer as I type this, and I feel justified in doing so. People have been stealing from their employers for a long time. I think quiet quitting is doing the bare minimum until you get fired, not stealing $300 every week. But I don't know, definitions change over time. I used to love going in those stores, looking at all the things I couldn't afford, lol. It was at the height of the Beanie Baby craze too. Shudders.
I pretend to walk my dog longer than I need to, so I can sit on a bench and call my mom. Okay, is there going to be a twist in this confession, or is it just going to be sort of a wholesome, I want to call my mom and talk to her without being interrupted? I'm a 32-year-old woman. I have a good job, a house, a life that looks totally put together from the outside. Every single evening I tell my husband I'm taking the dog for a long walk, and I do. But the walk only takes about 20 minutes. After that, I sit on this bench by a little pond in our neighborhood and I call my mom. We talk for like 45 minutes. About nothing, about everything. She tells me about her garden. I tell her about my day. She asks if I'm eating enough. I lie and say yes. She knows I'm lying. We both laugh. My mom was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's 2 years ago. She still lives mostly by herself right now, but I've watched it start to chip away at the edges. She repeated the same story 3 times on Tuesday's call. I laughed all 3 times like it was brand new. I don't tell my husband the real reason the walks are so long because I don't want him to look at me with pity. I don't want this to become sad. These calls aren't sad. They're the best part of my day. I'm storing up every conversation like I'm filling a warehouse. I know one day the phone won't really make sense to her anymore, but right now, today, my mom still laughs at my terrible jokes and calls me her baby and tells me she's proud of me. So yeah, my confession is that I'm a grown woman who sits on a park bench every night pretending her dog needs extra exercise just so she can talk to her mom. I'm not even sorry. And there is no reality which you should ever have to be sorry at all. I can understand the thing with the husband not wanting him to pity you or make it seem like it's a sad thing. I know what you mean. I know why you're doing what you're doing. I totally get it. I'm sorry that you have to go through that and that you feel like you have to sort of keep it some kind of a secret. Hopefully one day you won't. Hopefully one day things are going to get better. I'm at the very least glad that you still have this time. What I would recommend, though, I believe you can do this on any phone, if I'm recommending something like this person is here watching, but if there's ever moments like this where you can see where the future is going a little bit, modern cell phones can record calls. They can do that, and I highly recommend that you do so. If there is a loved one that might not be sticking around for as long as you need them to or want them to, I'm pretty sure that phones can record calls now. I really, really hope that I'm not just making that up. If they can't, please make that a thing, but I'm pretty sure they can. So I recommend doing that. Having some phone calls or voicemails from loved ones is such an incredibly cool thing to still be able to have access to, trust me. I was gonna dump my wife, but my brother-in-law saved our relationship. She doesn't know and may never know. Oh baby, what? My wife and I met when we were teens. I had just come off of 2 very bad situations with girls who I thought were my girlfriends, but I was just their side guy. So when I met my wife, I was raw, not very trusting, but absolutely in love with her. She had a bunch of guy friends who were also obsessed with her. The worst guy being named Bradley. Bradley? Oh boy. We all know how Bradleys can be, right? I'm sorry to all viewers named Brad. I told her I didn't like him, didn't want to be in a relationship with so many other men hanging around. She begged me to be understanding, and I tried. One night, she's doing something, and I'm alone with Bradley and my now brother-in-law in their parents' kitchen. Bradley tries the whole alpha dog, I've known her longer, and if you hurt her, shit on me. I was already raging at even seeing him because we had an argument about him earlier that day. Some shit was said. Brother-in-law just watched quietly. Bradley implied something about my wife that just made me snap. I backhanded him and said I was done with his shit and left. We'd been dating about 9 months by then, and I had reached my limit. Of all the guys in her life trying to get with her or with me or both, I planned on breaking up with her that day or the next, whenever I cooled off. She found me early the next morning and started apologizing and crying nonstop. Apparently, my brother-in-law told her everything and gave her a harsh lecture about her choice in friends that seemed to finally get through to her and left me feeling like a shitheel for making her cry. I changed my mind on ending the relationship after we spent hours talking. Been together 16 years, married 11. But I came so close to losing something that has been so perfect because I was young and didn't know how to handle it. My brother-in-law saved my relationship with my wife. Quiet guy, doesn't speak up often, but is the only reason I am with her today. Yeah, absolute applause for the brother-in-law taking all of that in and going, hey, your friend is a worthless piece of shit, by the way. Like, I totally understand being someone's friend and wanting to make sure that whoever is going to be spending their life with them, wanting to make sure that they're good for that person. You know, you care about your friends. But when you pull the whole alpha crap, like you're not her dad, and even if you were, that just feels weird, right? There's a difference between wanting to make sure that this person is good for your friends and getting all up in their face like they're your possession. Your friends are not your possessions. Your loved ones are not your possessions. They are people, and we need to communicate a little bit better. And it seemed like Bradley was a bit of a dipshit who definitely had some ulterior motives. For sure had some ulterior motives. So I'm glad brother-in-law was there to save the day. We need more people to call out the bad men and to be honest with the people in our lives, all right? That's fantastic that this all went the right way, for lack of more poetic terminology. I accidentally sat in on a C-suite meeting during my first week, introduced myself, and then had to pretend it never happened. C-suite. I'm not familiar with the term, though I've heard it, so how bad's this story gonna be? This was about 2 years ago, and I've told exactly one person, my roommate, who laughed until she cried and then said, you have to take that to the grave. Good Lord, could it really be that bad? It was my 3rd day at a new job. I was still in that phase where every hallway looks identical, and you're so scared of seeming incompetent that you just walk confidently everywhere and hope for the best. I had a calendar invite for an onboarding session in conference room B at 2 p.m. I found a room with B on the door, walked in, sat down at the big table, opened my laptop, and started setting up my notes document. There were maybe 8 people already seated. Everyone looked busy and slightly stressed, which seemed completely normal to me because it was my 3rd day, and everyone seemed slightly stressed all the time. Nobody questioned why I was there. I assumed this was just how onboarding worked at this company. Then, the woman next to me smiled and asked which department I was from, and I, a normal, confident person on my 3rd day who did not want to seem lost, said, oh, I just joined the marketing team last Monday, still figuring out where everything is, and she nodded and turned back to her laptop. I was so proud of myself for sounding casual. 2 minutes later, someone closed the door, and a man at the head of the table started talking about Q3 acquisition strategy and a competitor by name in a way that was absolutely not entry-level onboarding material. I remember thinking, this is pretty advanced for day 3, and just kept taking notes because I genuinely did not want to look unprepared. I was there for approximately 11 minutes before I quietly checked my calendar invite again and noticed the room number had a floor prefix I had completely missed. My onboarding was on the 2nd floor. I was on the 4th. The people in this room were almost certainly very senior, and this meeting was almost certainly confidential. I closed my laptop slowly and said, "Sorry, wrong room," in the most normal voice I could produce, and walked out. The woman I had introduced myself to watched me leave. The man presenting did not stop talking. I found my actual onboarding. It was fine. 4 people, a slide deck about company values. The notes I took in the wrong room sat in my laptop for a week. When I finally read them properly, 2 things turned out to be genuinely relevant context for a project I got assigned a month later. I used that context. It helped. I did not explain where it came from. I still work there. The woman I introduced myself to became a fairly senior figure in a department that occasionally works with mine. She's never mentioned it. I have never mentioned it. We've had maybe 6 normal professional interactions since then, and every single time I wonder if she remembers. Now, I triple check every calendar invite before walking into any room. That's great. I'm gonna be so honest with you though. Your roommate might be a bit of a hyperbolist. I'm gonna invent that term today. A hyperbolist. What do you mean you're gonna have to take that to the grave? That's the most normal oopsie poopsie nothing happened I've ever heard. I get that you totally shouldn't have been there. Yeah, it was probably confidential. But everybody in that room probably went, "Oh yeah, okay." It did not matter one bit. It literally did not matter. It's not like they came after you and were like, "Hey, whoa," or like stopped you from leaving and got like said, "Hey man, whoa, wait a minute, we're gonna have to kill you now," or made an example out of you or anything like that. Sure, it's always good to quintuple check that email or whatever to know where you need to go and all of that, but this feels like the most normal mistake I've ever seen. Actually, what does surprise me is that none of these top-level executives and whatnot, who clearly had no idea who you were, none of them asked, "Hey, are you supposed to be here?" You're not in the right room. Like, sure, one of them did, but the fact that she didn't have anything else to say to you was quite strange. Sorry, this feels totally normal. I don't think this is embarrassing at all. Literally at all. Nothing happened. You're good, man. That is kind of funny though, I guess. I hate my daughter's name, and I can't even say it out loud without feeling sick. So I'm trying to guess why, in my head really quick. Is it because it's the name of somebody that maybe you had a falling out with, or someone that passed away, and it's sad for you to say and brings up memories? Because I really doubt that your daughter has a name that you probably agreed to that literally makes you sick, right? Like it's disgusting. My daughter is 3 years old now, and she's the most incredible little person. But every single time I have to call her by her name, it feels like a punch in the gut. When my wife was pregnant, her family went into absolute overdrive about naming the baby after her grandmother who had passed away a year before. They kept talking about how much it would mean to them and how it was the only way to honor her memory. Don't do that, by the way. And I was just trying to be a supportive husband, because my wife was so emotional and exhausted. I agreed to it, even though I always thought the name was incredibly old-fashioned and just plain ugly. Don't do that to your family. Don't do that. It's totally fine to put forth a suggestion and say why you think the suggestion would be good, but don't ever hound people and guilt trip them into doing something that they don't want to do, especially when it comes to the name of a child that has to live with that name, presumably for their whole life. That is selfish and gross. Anyway, now here we are 3 years later, and the resentment is eating me alive from the inside out. I find myself giving her a million different nicknames like Bean or Bug or literally anything else I can do just so I don't have to use her actual legal name. When we're at the park and I have to call her over, I feel this wave of physical nausea and embarrassment because it sounds so out of place on a toddler. My wife thinks I'm just being dramatic, but she doesn't get that I feel like I lost a part of my connection to my kid before she was even born because we didn't even get to choose who she was going to be. Well, I know what you mean, but no one gets to choose who their kid's gonna be, right? I know what you mean. I'm being an idiot. Her family constantly talks about how she looks just like her grandmother, and it makes me want to scream because she isn't a ghost or a replacement. She is her own person. Exactly, right? I lay awake at night wondering if I should just push for a legal name change and deal with the fallout of the thought of the family drama, even though it makes me want to disappear. I love my kid more than anything, but I absolutely despise the word that defines her to the rest of the world, and I feel like a monster for even thinking this. I don't think you should. They guilt-tripped and took advantage of people that were emotionally stressed because having a child is crazy, right? It's a lot to deal with, and it seems like I get why they wanted that. It's totally normal, but it just feels kind of insane to do that. Like, it's the only way to honor your grandma. No, it's not. It's not, okay? And While you didn't mention the name, if I had to guess, being old-fashioned, it was something like Gertrude or Gert or Bertha or Beatrice. Well, maybe not Beatrice. Not to say that those names are ugly or weird, but they're old-fashioned. You don't really meet people with names like that anymore. And I could totally understand not wanting to refer to your 3-year-old at the park as Gertrude. Come here, Gertrude. That's just a random name. Like, again, not dissing names. You've heard my name, right? But yeah, it's weird to do that. Leave the parents alone. Let them decide. Please let them decide. Let me guess. Gertrude? Thank you. Dude, vindicated. I'm vindicated. There we go. Oh, God, that's... Gertrude's a name, dude. My mother-in-law is currently giving me the silent treatment because I won't share a family recipe that's actually just expensive takeout. I'll die if I don't share this. 3 years ago, I was supposed to cook for my wife's birthday, and I completely torched the main dish. In a total panic, I drove to this Italian deli 2 towns over, bought 2 massive trays of lasagna, scraped the cheese on top so it looked messy and homemade, and hid the foil containers in the outside trash. It was a hit. Like, they wouldn't shut up about it. Best thing they ever ate. Now I'm the lasagna guy. Every birthday, every holiday, I have to drive 40 minutes, smuggle this stuff into the house in a gym bag, and transfer it to my own Pyrex dish while my wife is in the shower. The issue is my mother-in-law asked for the recipe last week for her church potluck. I didn't know what to do, so I told her I promised my late grandmother on her deathbed that I wouldn't write it down. She called me selfish and is actually pissed off, and I feel like a total fraud. But I can't tell her the secret ingredient is $80 and a guy named Sal. You know, you could ask Sal if he'll teach you, give you a recipe, you know, that would be kind of fun, right? Sal might do it. And $80, holy, how big is this lasagna, man? I gotta try it. Where's Sal? Where do you, what's your address? No, I'm just kidding. I want to try this amazing lasagna actually though. Fantastic. You're gonna have to come clean. Also, if you get pissed at somebody for not wanting to share a family recipe, grow up, man. You can find 1,000 lasagna recipes online for free that are awesome. Just do it. I left an anonymous, harsh review of my coworker's book 2 years ago, and now I have to listen to her quote it in meetings. She published it herself like a proper self-publishing thing with a cover and everything, and she sent the whole team a link with this very excited email. I read it because I felt like I had to. It was fine. It was about productivity and habits, and honestly, pretty generic. The kind of book where you can predict the next sentence before you read it. I don't know what came over me. I left a review on Goodreads. Anonymous account, not I count, I made specifically for this. I wasn't cruel, but I wasn't soft either. I said something like the core ideas felt borrowed and the author seemed more interested in sounding credible than actually saying something new. I said it read like someone who had read a lot of books about writing books and not quite made the jump to having her own voice yet. I thought that was the end of it. It was not the end of it. I really do want to see the exact review. I want to see the exact review because people all too often tend to put themselves in these situations and soften what they actually said. Not saying that you were really reaming her there or keel hauling this woman, but still, I want to see the exact review. About 2 months later, she mentioned in a team meeting that she'd gotten some really challenging feedback that forced her to rethink her approach for the next project. She read part of it out loud. It was my review, word for word. She said it was the most useful thing anyone had said to her about her writing, and she was genuinely grateful to whoever wrote it. She has mentioned this mystery reviewer 4 times since then. Once she called them brutally honest in the best way. Oh, okay, I see. Sorry, that tripped me up for some reason. Last month, she said the feedback changed how she thinks about her voice as a writer. I've sat there every single time and said nothing. I make a face that I hope reads as, interesting, and not, oh, that was me. I wrote that at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday because I was mildly annoyed. I'm never telling her. It would ruin it somehow. And also, I'm a coward. Well, yeah, just let her have this one. She was able to take it very positively, all right? And you're gonna feel guilty about that? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Been there with leaving anonymous feedback and then having to hear about it later, though never quite this level of awkward. Your coworker actually took the criticism well, which is pretty rare. Most people would have just gotten defensive and complained about trolls. The fact that she's using it to improve her writing is actually kind of cool, even if you have to sit there pretending you don't know what she's talking about. Honestly, though, you did her a favor, even if it feels weird now. Sometimes the most helpful feedback comes from people who aren't trying to spare your feelings. She's genuinely grateful for it, so maybe just let her keep thinking this mystery reviewer is out there somewhere being brutally helpful to other writers. Took out the trash in my I Heart Boobs shirt and immediately gifted my hot neighbor the loudest stairwell symphony of my life. What? This morning I was taking out the trash in my sweatpants and an old stretched out t-shirt that says, I heart boobs. It was a gag gift from friends. I swear I don't wear it outside normally, usually. I opened the door and boom, my hot neighbor from the 5th floor is standing there waiting for the elevator. First eye contact in like 6 months. She smiles properly. I panic, smile back way too wide. Then I realize my shoelace is untied. I bend down super fast to tie it and rip the loudest, longest fart of my entire life. Like cartoon level, echoing in the stairwell, rap, dead silence. I slowly stand up, face burning, pretend it didn't happen. She's staring at the door, lips pressed together so hard they're white, clearly trying not to laugh, cry, or die. Elevator dings, we both step in. 10 seconds of pure awkward silence while going up. At her floor, she gets out, turns around and very quietly says, nice shirt, by the way. Then the doors close. I rode the rest of the way to my floor with my forehead against the wall. Now I'm seriously considering moving to another country, or at least never taking out the trash before 3 a.m. again. No biggie, I could just never leave my apartment ever again. Honestly, dude, from the way you're describing it, if you're being truthful, I think you got this. I think you're in. She found that funny, and that's all that mattered. Made a joke about your goofy shirt. I think you're in there, okay? Maybe it's time to actually show your face more often, all right? If she can't take you at your gassiest, she doesn't deserve you at your classiest. Thank you, Slappy Handstrong. I fell asleep for 20 minutes during a work call and accidentally gave the best answer of my career. This happened about 3 months ago, and I've never told anyone because I genuinely don't know how to explain it. We were in the middle of a quarterly strategy call. 11 people, 2 hours scheduled, cameras off because our director had said it was audio only for folks. I was working from home. It was 2 p.m. I did a terrible night of sleep the night before. So for the first 40 minutes of this call, were someone from finance presenting data in a monotone voice over a screen share I couldn't see because it was audio only. I don't remember falling asleep. I remember the finance presentation, and then I remembered a voice saying, actually, let's get some thoughts from the product side. What's your read on this? That voice was asking me specifically, by name. I have no idea how long I'd been out. My notes from before I fell asleep said 2:14 p.m. My phone said 2:37. I'd been asleep for somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes on a call with 11 colleagues and my director. I did not panic. I think I was too freshly awake to panic. I just said the first coherent thing that came into my head, which was something along the lines of, honestly, I think we've been measuring the wrong thing, and the metric we keep optimizing for isn't actually connected to the outcome we care about. There was a pause. My director said, it's a really interesting framing. Can you expand on that? I expanded on it for about 4 minutes, pulling from things I actually believed about our strategy that I'd never said out loud in a meeting before because I'd always edited myself. Something about being half asleep, removed whatever filter I usually apply. 2 people followed up with me after the call. My director mentioned it in our next one-on-one as a strong contribution. A version of what I said made it to the next strategy document. I've never told anyone I was asleep. I take very detailed notes in every meeting now, and I keep an extra strong coffee next to my laptop at all times. I also genuinely believe what I said was right, which somehow makes the whole thing worse. I don't think it was worse. You just finally said what probably needed to be said. It sounds like something actually might have shifted because I feel like in meetings like that, people are usually going, I don't know. My 16-year-old son won't stop talking about jester maxing, and it's starting to scare me. Okay. This is probably serious, but I swear to God, that really depends on the manner in which you talk about this 16-year-old. Okay, really. Like, is this kid just with you and it's scaring you, or is he actually starting to turn into a literal jester? All right, is he amazing digital circus maxing too much? I really don't know what to do here. My son is 16 and he's always been the funny one in the family, cracking jokes, doing impressions to make us laugh, so on and so forth. But lately, it's like that's all he does and it's getting out of hand. A few months ago, he started saying jester maxing constantly. Before school, he'll go, time to jester max today, or when he's on his phone, he'll laugh and say, that was peak jester maxing right there. I figured it was some stupid meme at first, but he literally uses it for everything now. He'll come home from being with friends and tell me, Mom, I jester maxed so hard at lunch, everyone was losing it. Then he practices these over-the-top faces and dances in front of the mirror while saying stuff like, gotta keep that jester max energy up. It's weird. I asked him straight up what it means because it sounded off. He got kind of mad and said it's something about being entertaining so people actually notice you, and serious dudes just get ignored, but jesters get the clout. He showed me some videos of this guy dancing like a maniac in a club and people in the comments calling it jester maxing god tier. It honestly looked humiliating. I could see where you're coming from because it's one of those new terms that us old folk don't get because you're not a kid anymore and your lingo has been abandoned even by your own generation. But honestly, it doesn't sound too bad. It just sounds like he's 16 years old and is hyperfixated on being the class clown, just being entertaining, right? Sure, there could easily be a line where it's going too far, and if it gets there, or if you get to that bridge, then you can cross it. But honestly, it just kind of sounds like he's doing something you don't quite get or you don't understand stand. And I don't know, it seems like a lot of parents do that, Don't take it too seriously. But then again, maybe the story's not over. Now he's doing it at home nonstop. He'll just interrupt us at dinner with some loud random joke or impression, then stare at everyone waiting for a huge reaction. If we don't laugh enough, he gets quiet and says, y'all don't get the Jester Max. Okay, this is not real. There is no way. I hate you, okay? Family time is exhausting because it's like he's performing all the time instead of just talking normally. I'm starting to worry this is connected to some bad online stuff. I looked it up a little and it seems related to looks maxing groups where guys fixate on their appearance. Yeah, I could see the adjacency there because of the maxing terminology, but I feel like it's very different because looks maxing is absolutely some toxic weird crap. What is that, trying to convince guys to smash their faces with hammers to get a better jawline and stuff like that? Didn't one of the biggest dudes in the looks maxing community just OD live on stream? That's not good. So I can absolutely see why that would concern you more than anything else, right? But this version is just about acting like a clown for attention. He used to talk about girls like a normal teenager, but now he says things like foids only respect you if you Jester Max correctly, which I had to search and it made me feel sick. Has anyone ever dealt with their teen getting really into this kind of thing? Is it just a dumb phase he'll grow out of, or should I be more worried that he's falling into some toxic corner of the internet? He's still a good kid at heart, but I hate seeing him put so much effort into being the joke instead of himself. It feels like if people ever stop laughing, he'll be crushed. Any advice would help. I'm lost here. I am still a little bit on the side of not to worry too much, but I completely forgot about looks maxing, I'll be honest. And anything that is adjacent to it, I can see being a little toxic because there is a dividing line. There's a thin line between simply being the funnier guy in the group and constantly begging for that attention, right? This is going to sound really weird, but there is an episode of a TV show called Haha You Clowns where one of the main characters kind of goes through this at an improv class, where they get that high and they want to chase that high forever without realizing that sometimes less is more, and it's not what it's all about, right? And maybe if some people don't laugh enough, he'll understand that less is more lesson when it comes to being funny or comedic, because I'm going to be real, while I self-deprecate, I am an entertainer. I am a comedian of sorts. I do know about that side of things, right? I know he's not going to end up being the literal jester or anything like that, but it might be good to sit him down and go like, look, man, I just want to make sure you're not following any toxic trends that could lead you down a bad road. Like if he's unironically using foids, that does concern me more than simply just being whimsical and saying jester maxing. Because I feel like a lot of kids right now are doing the maxing thing because they might find a lot of it stupid or ironic, I feel like the kids are more all right than they ever have been in general, and he's going to be okay. But it's always good to have a conversation, Tell him he needs to cut it back before he gets frame mugged by a frat leader and gets a cortisol spike in front of the low-tier moids. Undercraft Gaming gets it. That's basically what I was trying to say, honestly. But yeah, I just, from my non-parent take, my simple, I don't actually know take, I just sort of say how I feel, and sometimes that's okay, sometimes that's not. I think he's gonna be okay. I think he'll be all right. See, 9 times out of 10, kids learn through community, right? Like I learned how to not overdo the funny guy thing because of how often I would, let's call it bomb, so to speak, right? It teaches you something. It teaches you a lot of humility. Now, I'm not saying that anybody should ever go through the embarrassment or otherwise, right? But it is good to experience that. It's kind of like, sorry if I'm droning on too much, it's kind of like content creation. If you're gonna make videos of any kind, one of the things I was told back when I started a long time ago was you're going to have to be okay with taking serious, constant, fat L's. Now, of course, he didn't use that terminology because this was like 15 goddamn years ago, so taking an L wasn't really in the vogue or whatever at that point, but you get what I mean. I think if it's seeming to become a little too much of an obsession, which it seems like that's what you feel, absolutely mention it. Just be a little gentle. Just be a little gentle. That's the thing, okay? That's the thing. So I hope everything works out, and I hope that he becomes one of the funniest comedians ever. Hopefully I get to see the Jester Max on stage one day.
Am I the asshole for silently changing my son's name after my brother and sister-in-law gave my nephew the name too? My wife and I had our son 4 months ago. We had a name chosen early in her pregnancy. We kept that name to ourselves, but my sister-in-law, married to my brother, found it out when she was still pregnant with my nephew, almost 7 months old. She never said how. She just told us she loved the name, congrats, and she couldn't wait to meet him. We assume she snooped because she wasn't told. I even mentioned it to my brother, and he said that his wife does like to browse through people's things like it was no biggie. Then, when my nephew was born, they announced his name, and it was the name we chose. First, middle, and last name. My brother called right after sister-in-law posted the announcement, and he told me to keep quiet because his wife had a rough birth and didn't need drama, and he knew we might not like it, but she really wanted the name. Ugh, this doesn't sit well. Like, just reading this, it gives you that, like, uh-oh. Her reason? My brother and I have matching twin-like names, and sister-in-law wanted to connect our two boys by just giving them the same name so they were each other's namesake. That doesn't even feel like a sound reason. My wife and I talked it over and we decided to pick a different name, but we'd pretend to keep the original name until there was zero risk of sister-in-law changing my nephew's name. 6 months after a birth, it's harder to make a change in our state. We only started telling people the true name last week. My parents and sister said it made sense. Friends and my in-laws understood why we did it. My brother told me I upset his wife by silently doing this and taking away her choice to match the boys. He told me it was a move. I told him his wife using the full name we chose was a move. And yeah, I mean, it is a dick move. I don't understand, like, I get defending your partner. That part I understand. But there is a line that can be crossed where you have to be able to tell your partner, like, hey, I think you messed up. This is that moment of, hey, I don't think it was very cool of you to just decide that you want my nephew's my brother's child to have the same name as our kid. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, talk to OP about it. By talk to, I'm referring to the sister-in-law, right? The sister-in-law could just talk to OP and be like, hey, I think it's really sweet that you and your brother have, matching names. I'd want to connect, my child to your child by doing something similar. Would you be okay with that? I want them to have that relationship. Like, that's how, like, a basic communication would solve this whole thing. I asked him if he considered how much tougher it would be with both boys enrolled in the same schools with the very same name. Not to mention banking, doctors, dental, all kinds of stuff. He told me plenty of people have the same name and it's not a big deal and it's harder to make shit up now and we're just trying to gatekeep names. I think he's cray. So does my wife. She said he clearly doesn't want sister-in-law to be mad, but am I the asshole for what I did? Like, are we weird for thinking of this kind of stuff? No, I don't think you're the asshole at all. This is another case of me where you're justified in feeling weird about it and wanting to change the name because of what they did. I think that's perfectly fine. Definitely not the asshole. Your brother is outraged that you took away sister-in-law's choice to match the boys? What about the fact that she took away your choice to have an individual name by invading your privacy? Actually, we didn't even mention that he like totally like blew off the fact that she's snooping around to find it. Like, dude, she's just definitely in the wrong every way you look at it. Am I the asshole for saying no child support, no opinion? I, 17, think I might have to explain how I was born for context. My mom has two friends. I'll call them Amelia and Jessica. Jessica's husband cheated on her with Amelia, getting her pregnant, but Jessica forgave them. Then he cheated on her with my mom. Jessica still forgave him and forgave my mom, which makes me think that she's the most forgiving person on the planet. Anyway, my mom insisted that Jessica's husband is my father, and he always denied it. Up until several months ago when he realized how much we look alike. So he agreed to a DNA test. Turns out he's my father. So 2 affair children by 2 different women for him. Ooh. He's been visiting about once a month, but things are still awkward between us. I was reading a romance novel when he told me I'm too young for those books and said I must stop reading them. I told him I won't, but he said I have to listen to him since he's my father. So I said, no child support, no opinion. He seemed pretty stung by it. Was it too much? And this, again, it's not really something that I think is too much either. And maybe that's a bit more calloused because of the situation, but I think he was dodging that because he's like, nope. And then it finally clicks. And he's like, oh. And once it clicked, he didn't offer any child support at all? Like, there was no initiative? You're just like, okay, I'll see you once a month. Okay. That doesn't, you're not really stepping up in that case. You didn't, that's not you know what I mean? It just doesn't, like, yes, you can be in my life, but you're not really, you don't have a bearing on what I'm doing. NTA at all. He may be your father, but he isn't your dad. Also, what the fuck? You're almost an adult. He can't just butt into your life at near adulthood and try playing parent. You did nothing wrong. and he's obviously not a good authority on morals. Yeah, I'd be like, don't you have a wife to cheat on or something? All valid points. This person who wrote this, the OP, is 17. They are going to be an adult by their next birthday. It's not like if he was going in there trying to forge a relationship with his kid, that's one thing, right? Being like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were mine. I want to try, being there for you. We can do this on your turn. Like, there's a way to do that and establish a relationship with your child, says the guy with no kids. Well, no. OP's not the asshole. We're batting like 3 for 3 on no assholes on this one. Can we get one where the OP is very clearly in the wrong? Am I the asshole for telling my daughter that her mom cheated on me when my daughter said my new girlfriend looks like an OnlyFans chick? Wow! Throwaway account and fake names. I, 49M, got divorced from my wife Emily, 49F, because she cheated on me with multiple men. We have a son and a daughter. Our son, Nick, 22M, has always been closer to his mom, and our daughter Skylar, 19F, has always been closer to me. Not knowing why we got divorced, the kids took their mom's side. I recently started dating Lisa, 54F. She has a fun personality, she's smoking hot, and she dresses very fun. When I introduced Lisa to my kids, Nick took a liking to her while Skylar looked annoyed. Days later, Skylar said that Lisa looks like an OnlyFans chick. If you knew Skylar, you would be shocked that she would use that as a way to insult another woman. I told her that her mom was the one who cheated on me and that I met Lisa after the divorce. Skylar just said, oh, and she got quiet. But the next day, my ex-wife Emily confronted me. I reminded her that I never promised to keep her cheating a secret. She said that I implied that it would be a secret based on the fact that I never said whether or not I would tell our kids. Am I the asshole? I don't think you're the asshole here, especially if this is something where you're moving on, you're finding someone, and then your kids are disrespecting the person that you're trying to forge a new life with and be like, hey, don't take this out on this new person. Like, this is why this happened. It's sobering to hear for the kids for sure. I'm sure that hits like a tank. But I also would argue that like you're not in the wrong for saying it. Edit. Something of an update since I posted. Even though my daughter is in her bedroom in my house, I messaged her because she said she doesn't want to see anyone. I think that's very respectful. She sent me a very, very long message she had written beforehand. In the message, my daughter admitted that her mom and her maternal aunt said those kinds of things about Lisa. Oh, well, then there you go. The mom is saying that. The one that betrayed the trust in the relationship, the mom is making fun of. Oh, there you go. She said she's embarrassed that she repeated those awful things. She said she thought that I was the one who cheated on her mom. She said she thought I had cheated on her mom with Lisa. She said she's not mad at me. She said she's mad at her mom. She said Lisa seems like a wonderful person, and she said she wants to talk about this face-to-face, but not anytime soon. She said she'll tell me when she's up to talking about it face-to-face when she thinks she can do it without crying. Then yeah, no, you're 100% not the asshole. The mom, the ex-wife, is the asshole for basically like planting those seeds in her head the entire time, and not, like, that's 100%. That's on the ex-wife. It's on the mom. NTA. Your ex is upset because she knows she's in the wrong and she has to continue to live with the consequences of her actions. She knew what she was doing when she cheated, and she knew that there was a chance people would find out. Just because she managed to delay the exposure doesn't mean the risk goes away. She's mad at you because without you, she has no one else to blame except herself. There you go. Well said, good ad 6336. Am I the asshole for telling my husband if he forces his daughter to go to school with poor hygiene as punishment, I will divorce him? Before even reading the story, no, you're not the asshole. That is a wild thing for me to read. Like, hey, I don't know how embarrassing your kid like that is a fair punishment for anything. We're still going to read the story, but that's just a wild, like, on its face, a wild statement. And I can't imagine that it's going to be justified throughout the story, 41F, have a daughter, 10F, from a previous relationship, and my husband, 35M, has a daughter, 13F, from a previous relationship. My stepdaughter has been the near perfect child for a long time. She hasn't ever needed to be punished since I've been with her father, until recently. She had a problem with another girl at school. The other girl made fun of my stepdaughter's, quote, lesbian mom, and my stepdaughter made fun of the other girl's, quote, poor mom. The parents of the other girl grounded her for 3 weeks. My husband wanted his daughter's punishment to match the crime. Since his daughter makes fun of the other girl's financial situation, my husband wants his daughter to feel like how it is to be extremely poor. The other family isn't extremely poor, by the way. His plan for his daughter is to go to school with poor hygiene for 3 days. No shower, no deodorant, no brushing of teeth, and reused clothes. I told him if he goes through with this plan, I will divorce him. Am I the asshole? No, you're not the asshole. That doesn't match the crime, because even if someone's poor, they could still take a shower. I know there's extreme cases in either way, but this doesn't match it here. What I would say is if you want her to feel like, okay, if you're making fun of someone's financial situation, I would do things like if she has a phone, take away the phone, take away like electronics for a couple of days. You know, like that would be what I would do, is be like, okay, we're going to keep you're going to have the bare essentials. So cleanliness will be a bare essential, but the niceties, phone, TV, video games, those would be cut off for a period of time. To be like that would be how to go about that. I don't know where the his brain's going. Update. My stepdaughter is safe. My daughter is safe. I'm safe. And I will divorce my husband. I don't think I should share too much. That's harrowing. What? Yeah, that only puts the worst implications in one's mind. Poor people do wash. People who live in shelters shower. People who live in cars shower at the gym. Exactly. Like, your financial status doesn't stop you from being able to take a shower. There are options. It felt extreme for extreme's sake. Update. Am I the asshole for telling a woman at the gym that she's embarrassing herself? Summary of previous post. A woman at my gym, Andrea, asked me out after some normal, not at all romantic interactions. I turned her down, and shortly after, I started getting a weird vibe from her and started avoiding her. She confronted me about avoiding her twice, and the second time I said she was embarrassing herself. After which she put her foot on the weight stack of the machine I was using, causing me to let go of the bar really quickly and slam the weights. I initially thought I was the asshole for my rude comment, and most posters said I actually underreacted and should talk to gym management, which I did. After which Andrea confronted me again and asked me out again. What? Huh? I turned her down, we argued briefly, and she said I needed to grow up. Actual update. Andrea's banned from the gym. I was running on the treadmill and watching TV. She came up to talk to me and I ignored her, staring at the TV. She raised her voice and I continued to ignore her. She reached out and pulled the safety tab out of the treadmill. Oh, the one you connect to your wrist so if the treadmill stops if you fall. Oh, causing the treadmill to come to a sudden stop. I tripped and fell onto the controls and TV, scratching my chin on top of the screen. I went to the front desk with Andrea following me. I told them what she did. She kept trying to interrupt me and talk over me, but the woman at the front desk told her to be quiet and wait her turn. I told her Andrea pulled out the safety tab while I was running and injured me. The woman at the front desk then asked Andrea what happened, and Andrea said I was, quote, staring into the middle distance like I was in some kind of fugue state, and she thought I was having a medical episode, so she pulled the tab. What the fuck? This fucking person's crazy! The woman at the front desk asked for her membership card. Andrea didn't want to give it to her, but the woman at the front desk said if she didn't, she would ban her. Andrea gave her the card, and the woman at the front desk said to leave and that she was suspended for a month. Andrea objected and got into an argument with the woman at the front desk that escalated into Andrea calling the woman, whoa! Drop in tact, whoa! Holy shit, man! Andrea called the woman an N-word B-word. Jesus Christ! So she was banned permanently. I hesitate to call that a happy ending because the poor gym employee had to put up with racial harassment. Yeah, it's not necessarily a happy ending, it's like the necessary ending. But I won't deny getting to watch her cut up Andrea's membership card felt good. Jesus Christ, man. Still NTA, Andrea proved herself to be crazy with a side of racist. And the irony is that she accused me of being racist for not wanting to date her. Please be wary in case she follows you home. Watch that she doesn't just turn up in places you frequent. That's a haunting, reality. Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. That's, yeah, wow. Jesus Christ. Am I the asshole for telling a guy to shut up during a job interview? I was interviewing this guy for a very good software engineering position. He passed the first round, and both I and everyone involved in the second round really liked his resume and experience. On paper, he had everything we were looking for, and honestly, this looked like a life-changing opportunity for him. Then he shows up, very serious and not smiling at all. I'm used to that in tech interviews. and I understand it can be an intimidating environment. We did a round of introductions, and then he opened the interview by saying, "Let me tell you a little bit about myself." We said, "Okay, go for it." He started talking about his professional and personal background. After about 3 minutes, I jumped in to ask a follow-up question based on something he mentioned. He replied, "I'll answer, just give me a moment," and continued talking. A coworker jumped in with another question, and he said the same thing to her. At this point, we were kind of looking at each other, but decided to let him continue and give him the benefit of the doubt. But after more than 5 minutes, I jumped in again with another question. I had to talk over him to do it. He finally paused and answered, but in such a long-winded way that he ended up veering into another topic. My coworker asked another question, and the same thing happened. At this point, I was ready to end the interview. I tried to politely wrap it up several times, but he was unable to read the room and just kept talking. I finally raised my voice slightly and said something like, "Thank you very much for sharing your background. In the interest of time, I'd like to ask if you have any questions for us." This is standard protocol and helps us prepare answers for future interviews. He asked a question about the team. As I was answering, he raised his finger and interrupted to talk more about his background. I let it go. Then he asked another question, which my coworker started to answer, but again, he spoke over to talk about himself. I tried once more to interrupt politely, but he kept talking. At that point, I was done. I said, "John, you really have to shut up and listen." He was surprised, as was my coworker, but he finally stopped talking. I continued. "You walked into this room with a 99% chance of getting the job. Now that chance is 0. The only reason is because in less than 15 minutes, you've demonstrated that you don't have the capacity to listen at all. So I'm telling you now, you're not getting the job. But if you take anything away from this interview, let it be this. No matter how good you are technically, if you can't listen, you'll never excel in this career." He apologized and said, "Can we start again?" I replied, "You had your chance. Best of luck in your future interviews. Make sure you listen." Looking back, I know I could have handled that differently, but I still feel bad for the guy. I don't really think you're the asshole here. Yeah, could you have handled that better? Sure. I feel like every time hindsight comes in, you can always handle something better. But I think he handled that the best way he could in the moment. And I think that he could take that away as a learning moment of like, okay, my degree in yapology is not helping me here. Not the asshole. Honestly, he needed to hear it from someone in a position of hiring authority. Sure, his ego may be bruised, but that likely needed to happen. Yeah, exactly. I think it was a necessary thing. Am I the asshole for not telling my sister the name chosen for my unborn son because she used her her BBF? You mean her BFF? Her best friend's baby name for her daughter. Oh, this is like a repeat of the sister-in-law story. So automatically, no, you're not the asshole. My sister and I are both pregnant. This is her second child and my first. We're both having boys. When my sister had her daughter 3 years ago, her BFF was pregnant at the same time. My sister complained for 8 months that they didn't have any idea what to name my niece, and then all of a sudden she had a name right before she gave birth. After my niece was born and her name was announced, my sister and her BFF started fighting. The BFF said that was the name she'd chosen for her baby girl, and my sister used the same first and middle name. Oh! She couldn't believe she'd do that. My sister said it's first come, first serve. What the fuck? And she needed a name badly. That her BFF had time to find another name. If you are, I think you gotta stop having kids, I think that's the rule, right? If you're having kids and then you're just like sniping baby names from your friends, I think the rule is you're not allowed to have more kids. Oh my God. My sister is due before me, a few weeks before. And with that in mind, I don't want her to do the same thing to me. And she has asked. Nobody knows we're having a boy except me and my husband, and we plan to keep it that way. But my sister has asked what our boy name is. And as an afterthought, she asked for our girl name too when she realized I knew what she was getting at. I refused to tell her. She tried to whine about name sharing being the fun part of pregnancy. I made up a couple of names on the spot to tell her and she saw through it. She told me to just tell her the name and I said no again. She asked a few more times and she even asked in front of our family. It was our brother who joked that nobody should tell the baby name thief the name they've chosen. My sister got upset and asked if that's why I wouldn't tell her. Yes, that's why. She told me I was holding something against her that she never did to me, because I'm not giving you the chance to. My mom asked why I couldn't just share the name and everyone would know my husband and I chose it first if my sister used it, but I still said no. No, you're not the asshole. This is a justified gatekeep. Gatekeep. Jesus Christ, my brain's melting. Nope, NTA. They'd all know she did it, but she'd still have done it. Don't tell anyone. Not until that kid's name is on the birth certificate. And even then, in the other story, the kid's name was on the birth certificate and the sister-in-law still used the name. Some people are just that shameless. I wouldn't be surprised if your sister, you have the kid, the name's on the birth certificate, she pops her baby out and changes the name because she's due a few weeks before you. So pops it out. I know that's not how as simple as it is. I don't mean to understate the pain of childbirth, but she pops it out, names it pending. Name Pendington. That's his name. Then you have your kid, and then she changes the name out from under your nose. Like, I could see that happening. Boyfriend mad at me because he opened up relationship and got no dates. Am I the asshole for how I responded? Yeah, this was only gonna go one kind of way. You're not the asshole. My boyfriend and I, both 37, have been dating for just over 3 years. Prior to this, I was single for 8 years. Overall, it's been a healthy relationship. We're both independent with our jobs, living situations, etc. I do love spending time with him, and I don't really have any complaints. However, something startled me. It was back about 6 months ago. Him saying that he wanted to open the relationship up, meaning going on dates and sleeping with other women. I've never been in a dynamic like this, so I naturally had a lot of questions. He told me that I could also go on dates and sleep with other men. I honestly was a little skeptical at first, but after doing some research and having time to think, I agreed. He had told me that if at any point I wasn't comfortable, we could stop and close the relationship up again. One of the rules was, we don't discuss with each other what we're doing or who we're going on dates with, etc. I signed up to a dating app, and within a few days I had 500 likes, and it's been pretty steady since. So I started matching with people, texting, and arranging dates. On average, I go on 1 or 2 dates a month. There are also some people in similar dynamics of open relationships that I'm going on dates with and sleeping with regularly. I quite like the fact that everything is non-committal, so even though I was skeptical at first, I am enjoying the open relationship. As decided from before, I hadn't told my boyfriend about any of this. I was at my boyfriend's house the other day and my phone was on the kitchen counter. He saw my notifications and then proceeded to go through my phone and read messages. Oh, so, yeah, I see, okay. Yeah, he already did something stupid. Like, alright. Including going through the dating app and whatnot. To say he was angry was an understatement. Turns out he opened the relationship up to take out... oh my god! Turns out he opened the relationship up to take out a younger colleague at his workplace on a date, who misread his idea of a date as just a work lunch. He then openly told me that he wanted to see if it would work with her so he could ultimately leave me for her. However, she didn't want him and it seems like no one else did either. In the last 6 months, he's had a few rough dates, but no one additional to sleep with. I feel somewhat embarrassed for him. He demanded we just instantly close the relationship up, and I told him that maybe we should just end things or at least take a break. He is outraged and called me names, but he was the one who wanted this dynamic, so what's the problem? I left, and as I walked home, I contemplated fully breaking it off with him. He's been blowing my phone up, and I'm not quite sure what to say. Am I the asshole? No. He wanted this, it didn't work out for him, and now he's mad. Leave him. Easy peasy. You should join the rest of the population and not dating him as well. Yeah, easy choice.
Am I the asshole for not giving up my window seat on a plane to a kid just because she threw a tantrum? I was on a domestic flight, and I had specifically booked a window seat because I love the view. It's one of the few things I actually enjoy about flying. After I settled into my seat, a family boarded. Dad, mom, and their little girl, who looked about 6 years old. The dad had an aisle seat, mom was the middle, and the kid was supposed to sit in the other aisle seat. Everything seemed fine until the girl realized she wasn't sitting by the window. She immediately started complaining, I want the window, I want the window. Her parents tried to calm her down, but she quickly escalated into a full-blown tantrum, crying and yelling about how she wanted my seat. At this point, the dad leaned over and asked, would you mind switching seats with her? She's just a kid. Oh, is she? That's kind of just not my problem. I politely explained that I had booked the window seat in advance, which usually costs money here now. The dad insisted, saying it would be nice of me and that it wouldn't hurt to switch. I disagree. Again, usually I have to pay for that shit. I reiterated that I I understood his frustration, but didn't think his daughter's tantrum was a valid reason for me giving up a seat I specifically reserved. Yeah, maybe if she was behaving a little bit better, then fine, okay. He sighed and tried to push further, but I stood my ground. The girl cried for about 10 more minutes before her mom managed to calm her down with a tablet. Woo. However, the tension lingered. Throughout the flight, I could feel the parents throwing me judgmental looks, and when we landed, I overheard the mom muttering something like, "Some people just have no heart." So this made me wonder if I had been too rigid. I know kids can be a handful, but I also feel like giving in would have taught her that throwing a tantrum gets her what she wants. Still, couldn't shake off the guilt. So am I the asshole? Thank you all for the comments. They helped me a lot to realize I wasn't really the asshole. And for those who said it's fake, I can't change your opinion, but for those who have doubts, the seating arrangement was 3x3. Am I the asshole for selling my Taylor Swift tickets after my girlfriend cheated? Without reading any of the context that is to follow here in just a second, of course not. If you got tickets for the pair of you, and then she did that, get rid of that shit. Unless you really like Taylor and then you want to go see her and then just sell one of them, right? A few months back, I won some money on and decided to surprise my girlfriend with Taylor Swift tickets for her Vancouver show. She's been a massive Swiftie since forever, and I knew this would mean the world to her. I spent around $800 for 2 really good seats. Wow. Last week, I discovered she'd been secretly meeting up with her work friend for months. I found out because she accidentally left her Instagram DMs open on my laptop. She'd been using it to print something. Wait, she used your laptop to print something and then she logged into Instagram and left her DMs open on the I don't buy that, dog. I've got a sneaky suspicion you looked, you went digging, okay? And I saw weeks of flirty messages and plans to meet up. When I confronted her, she tried to deny it at first, but eventually admitted they'd kissed several times and had been having an emotional affair. What? An emotional affair? What kind of... Damn, really trying to undersell what it is. That's what she was doing there. I swear to God, honey, it was just an emotional affair. I swear, I promise. It was all emotional, as if that is any better. Like, no joke. The emotional part should be the most important part. Anyway, sorry. I was devastated. These tickets were meant to be a special experience for us, and I couldn't stomach the thought of taking her after this betrayal. Rather than let them go to waste, I decided to sell them. Given how insane the Taylor Swift ticket market is right now, I managed to sell them for $2,400, triple what I paid. I don't like that. When she found out I sold the ticket, she completely lost it. She's been blowing up my phone, calling me petty and cruel, saying I ruined her dream and that the tickets were a gift, so they belong to her. Her friends are also messaging me saying I'm an awful person for using the tickets to hurt her. I feel like, look, I know damn well if it were the other way around, she would have burned your shit down, rightfully so. She would have been like throwing your TV in the driveway, cutting the brake lines to your car, and no one would have called her crazy for that, right? I feel like I had every right to sell the tickets. You did. I don't like that it essentially amounted to like almost scalping, Look, her completely. That's fine what you did. But, there's something about this post as a whole I'm just not a fan of. Am I the asshole for breaking off my engagement with my fiance because of his creepy comments towards my 14-year-old sister? Oh, Jesus Christ. No. Come on, don't do this to me. Not today. I, 20, female, am in a tough situation, and I'm not sure if I'm overreacting. So I need some outside perspectives. I've been with my fiance, Charles. Wow, rare to see a name. It's probably a fake name. But anyway, 35, for about 2 years. And everything seemed fine until recently. A few weeks ago, my 14-year-old sister, Amy, came to stay with us for a few days while our parents were out of town. During her stay, I started noticing some really unsettling things. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but Charles started making comments that made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. He would call her so hot and would say things like, "You're gonna turn heads when you're older, and you've got such a body on you already." The worst part was when he said, "I'd be jealous if I were your boyfriend. Every guy will be looking at you soon." I tried to ignore it at first, but it kept happening, and I began to feel sick to my stomach. Then, one evening, I overheard him telling a friend on the phone, "Amy's got that look now. It's like she's starting to bloom." It was honestly one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. I felt like I was losing my mind, and I just knew I couldn't stay in that relationship anymore. I confronted him about his behavior, and he immediately got defensive. Well, of course, he's a predator. He denied it and said it was me being paranoid, and that I should trust him. He insisted that he was just being nice and that I was overreacting. Sure, pal. I didn't care. I packed my things, broke off the engagement, and moved back in with my parents. Now my friends and some family members are telling me I overreacted. They say I should have talked it out with him first, but I don't see how that would have changed anything. So, am I the asshole for breaking up with my fiance because of his creepy comments towards my little sister? No. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna give the devil here the benefit of the doubt. I'm just not, dude. Hopefully, he course corrects before he becomes a danger, but he is on the cusp of being not a good, he's already not a good person based on those comments, but update. Would I be the asshole, I'm assuming that's what that means, to divorce my wife after she said she wanted to send our son to a conversion camp? No, not at all. Not the at all, actually. That's gross. So, I posted something about my wife wanting to send my son to conversion camp 2 days ago. First of all, some people told me to show her videos and documentaries about what happens there, but this argument's been ongoing for more than a week now. I've showed her things, she won't budge. Wow, so she's evil. She's evil. Really bad update if I can be honest, so let's get into it. All of you told me to try to get him out ASAP. We're definitely right. So yesterday I took the day off and went to see an attorney just to get some info about divorce, etc. But after what happened, I'm 100% sure I want divorce as soon as possible. Yesterday, I went to pick Noah up at his school, and as many of you suggested, we had a long discussion. I basically told him his mom and I may be getting a divorce because she wants to send him to a conversion camp, but I can't accept that. I've talked with her many times, and I told him I'll probably go through with it. He looked really hurt, my heart broke all over again, but was very understanding and thanked me for standing up for him. I pulled him into a tight hug and told him I'll always love him no matter what, and that nothing is his fault. At that moment, he started crying because he was so glad to at least have me on his side. And I'm very pissed, so sorry if I don't make sense, but apparently his mom has been pressuring him for months. She planned dates with girls to try and fix him, and he had to lie by saying he was going at a friend's house instead. She was saying he needs help, and as much as she loves him, he needs to get his condition cured, etc. I feel so bad because I've been so oblivious to all that, and I failed to protect him for all this time. How do you make up for your 16-year-old son going through that? So when we got home yesterday, I can't lie, I was furious and I confronted her right there and then. At first she was trying to explain she was doing it for him, but her speech quickly turned into slurs and it was clear she was just ashamed of having a gay son. In the end, I told her I went to see an attorney and that learning all that just confirmed that I want a divorce. She got really angry, calling me a delusional disgrace. We argued a lot and at some point Noah tried to separate us, but my wife punched him multiple times. She was saying disgusting things like he's a dirty F-slur and it's all his fault that we're getting divorced because his filth corrupted me. My daughter, who was probably in her room, came to see what all the commotion was about and was rightfully horrified and quickly called 911 when I told her to. Long story short, the cops got there and took her away. That's actually a surprise. She was very reluctant to go because she was not in the wrong and they needed to let her go. I explained everything to my daughter and she doesn't want anything to do with her mom anymore. Right now, I'm in the hospital because my soon-to-be ex-wife broke my rib while I was restraining her. I should have probably went as soon as the cops took her, but I don't care. My son was crying with a black eye and split lip. Oh, so she beat the shit out of him as well. That's cool. They're checking for, I know the punching. I didn't know what kind of punching we were talking about. It looks like she was trying to damage him a lot. Good thing she got arrested. And obviously the only thing I cared about was to comfort him because I can't even imagine what it can feel like being beaten by your mom for being gay. I'm planning to file for full custody, of course, and my kids don't want to see her ever again. Given all the charges she's facing, I hope she won't stand a chance against me. I just sent mail to my attorney and I hope the procedure will be fast. I've also thought of getting CPS involved, but I'm not sure they will really help. At this point, no. They'll probably make it worse. Like, I cannot understand how you can grow so resentful of your own kid because of something they can't control. Even I had pretty strong opinions about it, but as a father, it's my role to unconditionally love my children, and so I learned about the topic and changed my way of seeing the world for him. That's your responsibility as a parent, by the way. That's what you are required to do. And if you're not willing to go through that, and sure, it might be difficult, but that is the price of having children. You need to be a better person. You might be a good person now, you need to be better. You need to get better, and if you can't, man, you got to figure it the f*** out. I'm not kidding, brother. You got to figure it out, dude. You do. It is my role to unconditionally love my children. Sure, there are obvious breaks in that rule, like, if they start murdering people, but you know what I mean? I thought it was the same for my wife. Visibly not. Am I the asshole for refusing to cook after my boyfriend tried to critique my cooking with a literal Oh my god, this one? Dude, I remember this one. How old is this one now? Doesn't matter. funniest shit in the world to me. I love this one. So this happened a few days ago, and I'm still trying to process it. For context, I, 28, have been with my boyfriend, 30, for about 2 years. We live together, and I've always done most of the cooking because I enjoy it, and he claims he can't even boil water without setting off the smoke alarm. The other night, I made one of our favorite meals, and while we were eating, he got a weird smirk on his face. He then says, "You know, I've been taking notes." I laughed, thinking he was joking, but then he said, "No, really, I made a presentation." I still thought it was a joke until he got up, connected his laptop to the TV, and opened a PowerPoint titled "Improving Our Home Dining Experience." I was in disbelief as he went slide by slide critiquing my dishes. Slide 1, too much garlic. Oh, no. What kind of a bitch-ass thing is that? Too much garlic? Shut the hell up. Slide 2, pasta consistency. Slide 3, more salt, less sass. That right there would get you a impromptu vasectomy from me. Impromptu, we're doing it, brother. Castration station up next. Let's go, dog. Look, this would be a cute thing to do. So what I mean is the PowerPoint thing would be cute to do, but the very, very first slide, like if you have it titled "Improving Our Home Dining Experience," the very, very first and only slide should be, "You can't. It's perfect, and I love you." Then it's cute. Then it's adorable. Okay, I think it's pretty cute, especially if you have that kind of relationship. The kicker was slide 8, which was just a photo of Gordon Ramsay facepalming with the caption, "What he'd think." I was stunned. I told him if he had such detailed opinions, he should cook himself. He tried to backtrack, saying it was all in good fun. No, it wasn't. And that he was just trying to help. No, he wasn't. But I wasn't laughing. I haven't cooked since. And now he's been living off cereal and takeout. He's sulking, saying I'm overreacting and ruining the joke. So Reddit, am I the asshole? No, not at all. That's incredibly f***ing rude. Even if you do have that type of relationship with your boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, whatever, you took it way too far. You made it mean. You took it from something that could have potentially been a cute little "oh you" to wow, you really weren't kidding. You really seem to hate what I do. That's how appreciated I am here. Telling my fiance her daughter is not mine. People wanted an update, and I wanted a rant. I had a conversation with my fiance, and she asked why I would say something hurtful. I replied I was just repeating what she said to me earlier. Then she asked if I loved her daughter, and I said I did. She asked if it was as much as I loved my son, and I responded with almost as much. She got cranky. I asked her if she loved my son, and she said no. I asked if she loved me, and her answer was sort of. Well, then she ain't your fiance anymore, dog. I'm sorry. That answer right there, it's over. She started crying, woke up her daughter, and told her they had to leave, though I hadn't told them to go. I said we could talk about it tomorrow, but she insisted, saying she doesn't want us anymore. I told her that I never said that. Her daughter began crying and didn't want to leave, but her mother said, "Don't let me leave on my own. He doesn't want you." I reassured them both that they were welcome to stay. My fiance decided to leave without her daughter, and now she's not answering. When I spoke to my daughter's father, he just laughed and said she couldn't even hold off on the crazy until after the wedding. What a great situation. Am I the asshole for losing it on my wife after she told my son to get out of the picture at my stepdaughter's birthday? What? I'm really struggling here and starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. I think I'm being gaslit. So what better place to get some clarity than Reddit? Here's the sitch. I've been married to my wife for 8 years, and on the whole, we have a good relationship. She has 4 kids, 2 daughters, 2 sons, ages 11 through 16 from a previous relationship, and I have 1 son who's 10. Since day one, I've treated her kids as my own and done my best to support the family. Financially, it's a big load, but I'm happy to do it. We live together in a 5-bedroom house where each of her daughters has their own room, her oldest son has his own, and her youngest son shares a room with my son. The main issue, and what's tearing me apart, is how she treats my son. She barely acknowledges him, rarely asks how he's doing, and generally acts like he's invisible. Tonight, it hit a breaking point. We were celebrating her daughter's 11th birthday, and everyone was gathered to sing and take pictures. I told my son to get in with the group for a picture, which seemed fine. But then right after the group photo, my wife looked at my son and told him, "Get out of the picture, move to the side, I want one with just my kids." I felt like my heart shattered in that moment. I completely lost it. I told her that we're supposed to be a blended family and that my son deserves to be treated like one of her own. I feel like she's drawing lines between her kids and my son, and it does not sit right with me. For context, my biological son's mom passed away 2 years ago from COVID complications, though she had a history of drug problems that may have worsened things. My son has my wife as a mother figure now. I'm terrified that this rejection from her is going to hurt him deeply and cause psychological damage. Am I asking too much for her to treat him like part of the family? No, I don't want her to be overreacting, but the way she flat out ignores him is painful to witness. Am I the asshole for expecting her to step up and include him? No, because that bar is on the floor and she has found a way to crawl underneath it. If you willingly marry somebody that has children like this man did, this man married someone that had several kids and loves them like his own. If you, the other spouse, seemingly, well, don't give that same respect and love back, man, you might just be a asshole. Period. That's it. Hopefully she changed her shit up. Am I the asshole for canceling six-figure plumbing jobs because of MAGA or a six-figure plumbing job? That's a hell of a plumbing job. What the hell? Update. I found and hired a plumber who is, I've never, ever known how to say this word. Vehemently anti-Trump. This time the vetting process included why I dismissed the previous contractor and why I'm unwilling to work with someone who supports criminality, con men, traitors, and people who have openly admitted to finding their own daughters sexually attractive. I'll save you the long drawn-out details and mutiny of the conversation. Minutia? Is that how you spell minute? Did I say minute? Oh my God. The minutia of the conversations? But I'm 100% confident these guys did not vote for Donnie Diapers. I have not heard from the previous contractor since the day I dismissed him from the job site. However, I have heard through the grapevine that he's fuming about the loss of the job and the time that he invested. Thank you all for the love and hundreds of messages showing your appreciation for standing up for what is right. Most of the other messages I have seen have been full of ignorance, cognitive dissonance, and unbelievable mental gymnastics to deny, change, or obfuscate the truth. Most of the comments claiming that I am the asshole were so laughably cope or shockingly clownish that they couldn't even deserve a response, or didn't deserve a response. I will continue to cut out and ostracize any MAGA gobblers I can from my life. You chose to vote for and support a con man, fraudster, felon, cheat, loathsome degenerate who openly denigrates our military unless they bend the knee to him. Someone who has declared you'll never need to vote for him again after I win. I'll be dictator on day one. I'll be justified in terminating all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. If you voted for Trump, it says a lot about you, and I will continue to refuse to hire, spend my money, or time with anyone so utterly loathsome. I recently canceled a six-figure plumbing job because the plumber I was looking at hiring flew the Trump flag in his truck after the election. I have a large plumbing job I'm trying to do for a cannabis farm. It requires a ton of work to be done, but especially running plumbing for the plant's feed room, etc. I have had 6 to 7 meetings with the guy going over the project in detail. Dosing systems in particular are complicated and require a significant planning to get right. Unfortunately, after seeing his support for Trump, I decided that doing business together wouldn't work. As a veteran, anyone who voted for Trummo is spitting in my face and betrays everything I stand for. It's not a matter of political disagreements, it's values and morals. I do my best in life not to be a rank hypocrite. And so as soon as I saw that he was a Trump cultist, I told him it wouldn't work. He was of course extremely angry and threatened to sue. I told him he was more than welcome to file suit and that no contract had been signed. I also told him I would file a countersuit to recover legal fees for filing a frivolous one. Meanwhile, I've also found out that several of his workers are in fact undocumented. Oh, I wish I could say I was surprised, but MAGA and functional intelligence are not things you find together ever. Am I the asshole? Sure, I'm willing to bet tons of MAGA sycophants will say I am, but frankly, I couldn't care less. I do everything possible to make sure my time and money doesn't go towards supporting fascism or fascists. Fascists get the bashists. Am I the asshole? I'm calling off my engagement after my partner revealed he is MAGA. Oh, 2 MAGA in a row, baby. My fiance and I have been together since 2013, when we met in college. He struggled to get a well-paying job, and during his long bouts of unemployment must have been radicalized to blame everyone else. I chalked it up to depression and tried to get him help with therapy. I paid for him to return to school to become a nurse, but he has not completed the prereqs after 7 years. He currently works gig jobs while I'm a nurse in California, making close to $400K a year? Holy working a full-time and a part-time job. Wait, I'm sorry, let me stop there for just a second. You are a nurse working a full-time and part-time job, making $400,000 a year? What the shit? Are you a nurse practitioner that owns California? Sorry, anyway, not the point. I was hoping to save up enough to not have to work after having a baby since I One, I cannot rely on him, okay? We were planning to get married next year and wanted to try for a baby. He knows I'm very liberal and all about women's rights. He never openly expressed support for MAGA itself until after Trump won and said Trump will help the economy and finally allow him to get a good job. I wonder how that's going for him. I told him that it was the easiest time to get a job in the past 20 years in 2021, yet he couldn't. I'm not giving into sunken costs and staying, and he didn't know, but he did make offhand comments before on women losing their worth the older they get, and I questioned him, and he said it was a joke. He wasn't joking. The past week has been miserable, listening to him talk non-stop about how great Trump is and how he will never turn everything great again. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. I had it and gave him notice to leave by the end of the month, and we're through. He said it's unfair and told me it's stupid to give up on us over politics. It's not politics. It's not. It's not just politics. It's funny that they like to simplify things down to politics, but when there is woman in video game, oh, it's all politics! Oh my god! The very fact that he said that solidified the notion that he is so clueless and our values are too different. He will likely have to move back into his parents' home or be homeless since he makes less than $35K a year in the most expensive region in the USA. Am I the asshole for throwing away my relationship of 11 years over politics? I wish politics was boring again. Edit. Last night he threatened when the gravity of the situation hit him. His mother is babysitting him at her house to avoid a 5150 while I work. His father is packing up his belongings and will move them out of my house by the end of the week. It is over. I am letting him be MAGA. I cannot support someone who supports a pedophile, felon, etc., and who wants to take away my rights. He knows I'm a sexual assault victim. Majority of our friends are cutting ties with him after they learned of the reason of the breakup. Luckily, his parents are extremely left, even by my standards. So he may get a better balance on news instead of just the conservative. Wow. This one's really hard to read. I'm not kidding. I don't know why. People grow apart and we grew apart. One can break up for any reason or no reason at all. I simply asked if I was the asshole to do it, not if I was right or wrong. Men are justified for breaking up with women if she gets fat, but if the woman breaks up with him over moral differences, it's wrong. Edit. For all you insecure men who can't fathom a nurse making $400K plus, here, page 86 has Stanford's pay rate. Thank you. I was very curious about that because I genuinely had no idea that nurses could pull that. That fucking rules. I feel like all nurses should be getting paid that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nurses get paid very, my view of it was that they're incredibly underpaid. So that's why I was super surprised by that. Page 109 has UCSF's pay rate. Man, damn, that dude was bringing in $35K while you're bringing in, holy shit, 2% are paid, dude. We're paid by the hour and we have pay differentials for night, holiday, and overtime. I mean, god damn, good for you though. Update. My neighbor kept parking in my driveway, so I had her car towed. Good. Hey everyone, I wanted to update you on my previous post about my neighbor Linda constantly parking in my driveway without asking. For those who didn't see the original post, I live with my husband in a suburban neighborhood with a double driveway. Over the past few months, Linda has repeatedly ignored my request to stop parking in our driveway. Well, today things finally came to a head. I woke up early for an appointment to find Linda's car parked in my driveway again, blocking me in. My husband had already left for work, so I knocked on her door and waited for about 15 minutes, but there was no answer. I even tried calling her, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I was running late and completely fed up, so I called a towing company. They arrived quickly, and as they were hooking up her car, Linda stormed out of her house, furious. She yelled at me and the tow truck driver, calling me petty and claiming I could have just waited a bit longer or left a note. I calmly reminded her that I'd asked her multiple times to stop parking in my driveway, but she wasn't having it. She ended up paying a towing fee and is now livid. She's been telling other neighbors that I'm a vindictive control freak, and a couple of them have hinted that I might have gone too far. No. Even my husband thinks I could have handled it differently and avoided escalating things. And of course, my mother-in-law, who was visiting today, had to chime in with one of her usual subtle digs as we were sitting down for lunch. She casually remarked, some people just can't manage conflict like adults. Pretty sure she was talking about Linda. So now, Linda glares at me every time she sees me. My husband is annoyed about the neighborhood drama, and my mother-in-law is treating this like it's my personal failure. I think it was justified. It was. The fact that she came out and said, you could have just waited a little longer. No, mother-f***er. We all have schedules to keep. You don't get to come out and tell me how long I have to wait to get out of my driveway. I have experienced this exact thing with my mom before, where we were running late, we got out to the garage that someone had parked directly in front of. Only garage in the apartment complex someone parked directly in front of. We were throwing shit at their window, trying to get them up, called the apartment manager and said, you gotta get this motherfucker out the way. No, it's just disgustingly rude. And I think that was a small price to pay for Linda, man. I would have, sold her tires on the black market. Come on. Bad. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my girlfriend because of a caught cheating prank? I, 26, broke up with my girlfriend, 25, of 2 years because of something that happened recently, and now my friends are saying I massively overreacted. So, a few days ago, my girlfriend and a close mutual friend decided to play a prank on me. The prank was that they filmed a scenario where I caught them in bed together pretending they were hooking up. They set up a hidden camera in the bedroom, and when I walked in, I saw him in just boxers and my girlfriend in bra and panties, straddling him, acting like they were mid-hookup. To make it more realistic, they even had some noises, or made some noises, and tried to act like it was happening for real. I was shocked, furious, and immediately confronted them as I thought it was real, like an actual betrayal, and then I walked out of the room and started leaving the house. When they followed me screaming it was just a prank and then showed me the video they'd been recording. To be honest, I felt completely betrayed, not just by the idea of the prank, but also of how they had gotten undressed to film it. I know it's meant to be funny to some people, but for me, it felt disrespectful, and I was hurt. The whole thing felt like a violation of trust, even though I know they weren't. They kind of were. That was highly inappropriate. I told her I couldn't be in a relationship with someone who would do something like that, and I ended things right there. She's devastated, and our friends have been telling me I overreacted. No, your friends are stupid. They think it was just a harmless prank. No the hell it wasn't, okay? They may not have intended harm, but what they did was weird and gross and specifically meant to make you feel awful. That's not a prank, that's just garbage. I should have taken it better. Yeah, but I can't shake the feeling that it crossed a line, especially with how intimate and uncomfortable it felt seeing them in that situation, even if it wasn't real. Now I'm left wondering if I made the right decision. I'm starting to doubt myself because everyone else seems to think I blew it out of proportion. Edit. I did not expect this many responses. Thank you guys. She posted here earlier and sent me a link to her post, and I know she wants me to watch the video to prove it was all set up and planned, but I feel like she doesn't get what I'm upset about. Her disgrace and disrespect for me, or disregard, not disgrace, and disrespect for me and our relationship. Anyways, I'm gonna sign off for the night. Update. My ex was really upset with all of the hate she received online and blamed me for painting her in a bad light. I told her I did no such thing. She just didn't like that she got called out for her behavior. The mutual friend who was part of the prank is now also pissed off at me and saying I went way overboard. I told them both to f*** off and have blocked their numbers. Our friends have since started taking this more seriously after reading some of the comments on here, with a few taking my side, saying what my girlfriend and Fred did was horrible. Others still think this was all unnecessary and I should have just laughed it off and moved on. No, if your buddy and her were willing to commit to that level, there was probably more that was going to happen in the future. Like if they were willing to go that far and be almost completely naked to add realism to it, like at what point is it actually just cheating, but you set up the camera as a failsafe just in case? So that way you'd have some deniability there. Oh no, it was just a prank. Nah, dude. That's weird. Final update. Am I the asshole for telling my sister she's not allowed to bring her homemade food to Thanksgiving because her cooking is ruining the meal? Wait, is this the actual final update? I know we haven't done a live stream in a very long time here on EmKay at this point. It got a little difficult to work on. If you guys were there for those live streams, Damien, Zach, and myself all went over, I'm pretty sure, this exact saga, and we got really pissed when we got to the end because it might have been complete fake bullshit. But we'll see. If this is the actual final update on what I think is the Great Thanksgiving Saga, then I'll be happy. Holy bejesus, that's a lot of text. Thanksgiving dinner is officially over, and I genuinely don't know where to start. I'm not seeing any images yet. Okay. I feel like I just lived through a fever dream of culinary chaos and family drama, and I need a moment to breathe before I can even process everything. My cousin and I are heading out for drinks to dissect all of it because honestly, what just happened deserves its own Netflix special. I'll post photos later when I get home. I don't think she ever did. But for now, let me try and give you the rundown. So my sister showed up earlier than expected, which I should have seen coming. She came in like a storm, carrying not just her 3 dishes, but also this giant platter wrapped in foil, which she was clearly trying to make a big deal about. Wow. She immediately started rearranging the table, moving my dishes to the side so hers could take center stage. She even brought her own table runner and candle, saying something about setting the mood for a creative dining experience. I decided not to fight her on it because at this point, I just wanted to get through the night without a blow-up. Her trio experience was, well, let's just say it was everything I feared and more. She started with a glittery sweet potato mash that somehow managed to taste like a mix of sugar and sand. The glitter wasn't even edible glitter, it was craft glitter, which I didn't realize until one of the kids said, "This is crunchy," and I looked closer. That is insane, that she used non-edible glitter in a Thanksgiving dish. Then there was the cranberry and oyster relish. Yes, oyster and cranberries. It looked like someone had spilled jam into clam chowder. Ugh. Okay, that's great. That's great. Thank you so much. And the smell alone was enough to make me lose my appetite. Finally, she brought a pumpkin curry casserole that had raisins in it for some reason, and this weird fishy smell that clung to the air for way too long. But the pièce de résistance was her surprise centerpiece dish, which turned out to be a turkey gelatin mold. Yes, she took ground turkey, mixed it with some kind of broth and seasonings, and turned it into a wobbly, translucent mold shaped like a turkey. She even garnished it with parsley and cherry tomatoes to make it festive. I wish I were kidding. The entire table went silent when she unveiled it, except for my cousin, who immediately started coughing to cover up what I'm pretty sure was a laugh. Things hit their peak when my mom, who has been defending her this entire time, took one bite of the gelatin and just froze. She didn't say anything, but you could see the regret on her face. My sister, noticing the lack of enthusiasm, decided to go on this long speech about how Thanksgiving food is too boring and how she's trying to challenge our palates. She even called my ham and mashed potatoes uninspired, which was rich coming from someone serving glitter sand potatoes. The breaking point came when my aunt, who's usually the peacekeeper, tried the gelatin mold and actually gagged. She tried to be polite about it, but my sister saw her reaction and lost it. She started yelling about how nobody in the family supports her and how we're all stuck in the past with our unoriginal food. She even accused me of sabotaging her dishes by not hyping them up enough to everyone. At this point, half the table was trying not to laugh, the other half was staring at their plates, probably wondering how we got here. My sister ended up storming out of the house, but not before saying something along the lines of, "You'll regret not appreciating my vision when I'm famous." She left most of her food behind, which my cousin and I quietly threw out after dinner. The rest of the night actually turned out pretty nice once the tension was gone. My dad's emergency ham was a lifesaver, and everyone agreed that next year we're either going to a restaurant or just skipping Thanksgiving altogether. So now, I'm sitting here wondering how this even became my life. I'll post photos later. If I don't see photos, I'm gonna be pretty f***ing mad. I'll post photos later. You all need to see the turkey gelatin mold to believe it. But for now, I'm off to grab a drink or three with my cousin to laugh and cry over everything that went down. This Thanksgiving was truly something else, and I don't know whether to feel relieved it's over or brace myself for whatever fresh chaos my sister has planned for next year. Stay tuned for photos. It's gonna be worth it. There better be photos, because I have not seen a single photo from this saga. We went through the whole thing from beginning to end. We even waited for this update on those live streams, and we never saw the photos. Couldn't find them. No, there's no Am I the asshole for teaching my son after lesson and throwing him out after he said, wait, what? Oh, teaching them your son a lesson and throwing him out after he said household chores were a woman's job. Throwaway account, as my son knows my real one, and I want some advice. I got a 16-year-old son with my ex. We had our son way too early in life. We live on the same street, or lived on the same street growing up. We knew each other from school. We fooled around sometimes, and the rest is history. I'm ashamed to say, but both of our parents have been exceptionally controlling in our lives up until the divorce. And both my ex, and what's all this background for? When they learned she was pregnant, they forced us to get married. They told me they want her as a, what? Whatever. My ex and I hated each other for our stolen lives. We were never cruel to one another, but never displayed any hatred in our house for our son's sake. I see. But we slept in different bedrooms and avoided each other as much as we could. We split up after I caught her cheating, which... what does this have to do with the kid? This isn't what we're here for. And credit where credit is due, she was, however, a remarkable homemaker. Oh, I see. It's just you took way too long to get here. When we divorced, I had to learn all of this on my own. It was the first time I realized how much work goes into maintaining a house. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I had to look up YouTube tutorials on how to clean and cook. That's fine. That should be your parents' job, but parents suck ass sometimes. A few weeks ago, I was ironing me and my son's clothes, and I told him that I wanted to teach him how to do this, as I don't want him falling into the same mistakes I did and never learning things on his own. He said he doesn't want to, and just said, well, you're gonna have to learn it at some point. He then said only failed men do stuff like this, and I won't be one of them. I stopped and looked up a bit bewildered and asked him to clarify. He said that it is his belief that this is a woman's job to do, and that only simps do household chores. I tried to keep my composure as much as I could, but asked him if he saw me as a simp, and he just shrugged. I told him that now he will have to choose his next words very carefully, because I said that he will learn household work whether he likes it or not. Wrong whether, but anyway. He again reiterates what he said, and I said, well, if you think this is a woman's job, it's time for you to live with a woman and to pack his bag and to go to his mom's house, as I will not have any of that Andrew Tate bullshit in my house. My son lives with me during the week, as his school is only 5 minutes away and his mom's nearly 2 hours away. He refused to make his bag, so I made it for him. He started seeing the gravity of my seriousness and tried to backtrack on his words, but I wasn't having none of it. He must have called his mom in the time that I packed, or was packing, because she called me as well. She asked me what's going on, and I told her what happened. Surprisingly, she's on my side, and has just asked me to drop him off at hers, and she'll help teach him a lesson. It's been about 2 weeks now that he's been living with his mom, and she has been reinforcing the household chores on him. He's called me multiple times to apologize, and asked me to come back. His mom and I agreed he's going to stick with this for a week or two after the holidays and make him commute to school to do lesser household chores, and then let him come back to me to reinforce the consequence of his belief. My friends that I spent Christmas with yesterday said that I was rather hard and it was a dick move to uproot it. No, you have to root that crap out immediately, dude. That's gotta go immediately. He basically just told you he thinks of women as lesser beings, and men that love and care about their households that they share with their wives are also lesser beings. Get that arrogance right out of that dumbass little head of his before it becomes a danger.
Before I went to bed, I called my girlfriend with a low battery and told her I'll talk to her until my phone died. She began talking about The Bachelor, and I pretended my phone died by... Oh god, I got the hyena laugh out of me. Oh damn. Oh, to disrespect the love of your life like that, surely you feel bad about it. I regret nothing. Update. Wow, this got way more popular than I wanted it to. Just an FYI, we have been dating for 5 years and could not be in a happier, healthier relationship. When she saw this post, she got a really good laugh out of it. You fool. That laughter of hers was menacing. It wasn't in any sort of rapport with you. She's laughing because she's locked and loaded this into her ammunition belt. She's placing that trap card face down, ending her turn, and isn't going to activate it until you suddenly, 6 months from now, start winning an argument. Or, on the contrary, to a happier relationship. Maybe she started to talk about The Bachelor because she knew you would hang up. Ouch. I hope she doesn't Reddit, because this is way too specific for her not to know this is you. I found it. And I was already suspicious. Honestly, more bitter that his Reddit karma is higher than mine now. I once dated someone pretty obsessed with keeping up with the Kardashians. I sent her deep-fried memes of the show, relentlessly roasting it for about a month before she finally got the hint and stopped talking about it. And dumped me, but mission accomplished either way. Yes, congrats, man. A relationship failed successfully. Hey, you took this from the Unethical Life Pro Tip post telling people to do exactly this. Oh, wow. So strange that one would fake a scenario to gain attention on an online forum. I'll say, the audacity to read something that's in a subreddit that's literally called Life Pro Tips, and then actually practicing it. What's next? Actually doing the things your therapist suggests you do? I was mean in elementary school. It still bothers me. When I was in approximately 2nd or 3rd grade, I was an a-hole. I would draw exaggerated pictures of the only chubby girl and write, "Helen is a fatso," not her actual name, on it. I was very rude to her even when she attempted to be kind to me. I would also try to subtly tell adults I knew who would pick me up from school in a group of after-school activities that the other kids had seen them and were talking about how fat they were, and lie more, saying that I took up for them. Jesus, this person was going after everyone, even the adults? This child is chaotic evil at this point. I've attempted to find some of these people in my young adult life all the way to today to no avail to apologize. I can't believe I was such an a-hole. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna say that it's something that deserves equal pity as the actual victims of bullying, but there is certainly shame, arguably deserved shame, in being someone who, as you grow older and mature, you realize that, oh man, I, at least for a moment, ruined someone's life. Just out of pure ignorance, and yeah, it's unfortunate that, as comments say, it's something that we all kind of realize a bit too late. I was a jerk as well, and I don't know why. Here's the funny thing, my second son is the same way, and I hate it. When I was in about 6th or 7th grade, I randomly walked up to a boy in my class in front of a bunch of people and kicked him in the nuts. Oh my god! Why? I think for clout or attention. I don't know. Anyway, I still think about that moment to this day and regret my actions. As a kid, you don't really think much about other people's feelings and only about yourself. It haunts me. Okay, I'm sorry, but your haunting memory of childhood is someone's injured nuts. I fibbed about being a chili master, and now I'm in over my head. Alright, I need to come clean, because this is becoming a bigger ordeal than I ever thought it would, and either getting it off my chest will help, or maybe someone has some advice. I was in the office the other week, started a new position a couple of months ago, and some of my coworkers were talking about cooking. For context, I don't know how to cook. I am a microwave master chef, if you will. They're all going around saying what their best dishes are until it gets around to me. I don't know if I just got caught up in the moment or if I just wanted these people to like me so much. Look, it's been rough making new friends since moving here for work, but I just blurted out the first thing I could think of. They got interested and started asking more and more clarifying questions. Long story short, they now think I came runner-up in my old town's chili cooking competition with my family's multi-generational chili. Now, I thought I got away with it. Harmless white lie. When does something like that come back up? Well, yesterday apparently. Just my luck, one of my coworkers' HOA is holding a charity chili cook-off, and now the office is trying to convince me to enter. It's your chance to actually win one now, and it's for a good cause. I'm screwed. I tried to act excited and told them I'd consider, but I am serious when I say the most complicated thing I've ever cooked was hamburger helper. I'm considering asking my wife to help me. I haven't told her about the situation yet, but I know she's going to get a kick out of it and laugh at me for being a dumbass. She's never made chili for us, but I imagine whatever she can come up with will be miles ahead of any slop I could put together. Anyone got any better ideas? You heard the man. Internet sleuths whose diet consists 90% of noodles, go! Do you have a Costco? They have chili in their prepared food section and it's really good. Doctor it up with some salsa or sweet pickled jalapenos. God, that would look so... Okay, look, to be fair, it is chili. I mean... Does it ever look aesthetic? Well, they won't recognize if you repackage it and alter it slightly. I judged a barbecue competition a few years ago, and one of the categories was chili. Costco chili is far better than most of the 15 entries I tried. It looks homemade. There are big chunks of ground beef. I like to add salsa. Well, thank you for that advice, pretty mum. Not to dox you, but please tell us where you live so we make sure to never try the chili in your local area. The worst case, you could still try to make chili, just don't let anyone taste it. The Office Kevin's chili scene. Bring in a gigantic tub of terribly store-bought chili and make a huge show of it, then accidentally drop the pot and spill it everywhere. Here's the chili, everyone. Oh, right. I dropped it all over the floor. Oh, it's ruined now. Don't worry, OP. I know you put in a lot of effort making this. Oh, sure did. Everyone grab some spoons. There's pieces that haven't fallen on the floor completely. OP, why are you unbuckling your belt?
Oh, my pants fell off. I slipped. My bum's gone all over the chili. Because no one's gonna eat it now.
You know, technically your desk has more bacteria. No one's gonna eat it now! I have been lying to my mom for 2 years about me graduating high school. It's a long story, so I'll get to the point. Basically, I was a very horrible student doing drugs, primarily marijuana and perks. I was out hoeing around with women, just having goofball smecks. I never paid attention in class. I always left whenever I wanted. The administration got so used to it that they would open the door for me and let me leave fast forward to when I'm supposed to graduate. I purposely fall down the stairs, injure my arm so my mom can come with me to the hospital, and I had my friend forge me a fake high school diploma, a copy of his, but photoshopped with my name, etc. I tell my mom my friend got my diploma, he grabbed it for me. I truly only attended a full day of school twice. Now I'm 20, working under my uncle in his landscaping business, but the guilt still haunts me to this day. Dude, I'm in two minds with this. On one hand, yeah, you're an idiot, but then also I pity the pressure that gets put on to the youth of, like, I remember finally graduating high school. I learned that someone I knew from my year level who never bothered to put much effort in, they got the same qualifications I did in high school just by doing a 6-month course for uni. Like, I could have just left high school 2-3 years early and just done that at uni, and I would have the same qualifications and at least 2.5 years of my time back. It's just, you realize that, and you think about all the stress and depression and mental health that was absolutely demolished by fearing high school was going to determine your future entirely. Though, as comments here say, well, if you really regret and you want to change the situation, you still can do it. It would require to cut from your personal spare time, but you are not only fooling your mom here, but first of all, you fool yourself. You limit your future career. One day, you'll be fed up with no possibility to grow further in your field. I know I regret what I did at least, but if you prefer to learn it the hard way, it's your call. Yeah, you may as well tell her. You're 20 years old now. Man up. You're working landscape, so that is an admirable profession. Just let her know you were sorry for the deceptive behavior, but you were not thinking straight. Consider a GED, just to get it over with. You may want to be a certified landscaper someday. She is your mother, and, well, she will forgive you. Okay, that is good advice, but that last sentence clearly comes from a family life that didn't have a terrible mother. Get yourself that GED first, then let your mother know. You know, it's kind of like hey, I accidentally obliterated the wall in the house, but I fixed it before you came home, so all good. I dropped out of high school, but then got my GED and went to community college, then transferred to a 4-year university. Fricked up, you lied and all that, but you can't change what you already did, so just make better decisions moving forward. You can do it, bud. Oh, let me just add a bit of a reverb to that line for you all. You can't change what you already did, so just make better decisions moving forward. That's for all you cheeky little buggers watching this video who have some sort of regrets or embarrassment from choices you made in the past, okay? Trust me, you're not alone with those feelings. I'm with you in solidarity. I said that reverb part while looking at a mirror. I sometimes go into the Apple store and flip all the photos upside down on one particular iPad. I used to be the kind of person who set all of the egg timers ready to go off just after I'd left the store. Nowadays, I just turn up the volume on a number of different iPads and set alarms and timers ready to create chaos and confusion after I've left. These kind of people are the true Walking Phoenix's jokers of society. One time in an airport, I paired my phone with the speakers they had on in the text shop. Oh no. I left the store and sat near enough to maintain connection. I then used this power to play Rick Astley at full volume. Every time they turned it down, I was able to turn it back up again from my phone. They connected their own phone. I could just reconnect from where I was sat. Eventually, they had to just switch it off and the store was left silent. Another time, I was in a shop that had these little lockable boxes for sale with tiny keys still in the keyholes. So, I locked a box and I put the key into another box. Then I locked that box and put that key in another box. And I repeated this for another 5 boxes, leaving behind a treasure hunt of small locked box mystery. I walk among you, a regular Joe, but a darkness lies within. All I want is chaos and confusion. If all I ever do is make it into one person's You'll never guess what happened at work today.
story,
then that's a win for me. Yeah, you sound super annoying. We found Satan. Okay, so I'm open to what you all think in the comments about this person. Like, how much of an a-hole are they? Because I was reading this with a genuine little cheeky smile on my face, kind of loving the absurdity and silliness of it. But the comments on Reddit, damn. It's like everyone who read this post happens to have been working in the retail stores this person was disrupting. Why would you do this? Genuinely. It's only disruptive. Maybe someone with a different sense of humor than me would find it silly if they were in public, but everything you described is so loud and obnoxious, I can't imagine anyone enjoying it in person. Yeah, your dark passenger seems to be controlling you. It sounds like one of those TikTok idiots who just think it's fun to ruin people's days. I mean, geez, this post has made me feel extremely young, because according to these people, I have the mentality of a 12-year-old. Now, don't worry if your opinion is against mine. Knowing my luck with karma, the moment I start my real-life job again this week, I'm going to definitely be dealing with someone who's going to do this. Getting rich off all my neighbors' laundry room use. I know where this is going, and I'm kind of all for it. I live in an older apartment building, and our laundry room consists of 2 washers and 2 dryers. These machines are the old-school add $1 in quarters to start type. What people don't know is the receptor that catches quarters after the machines are started is always unlocked, and you can take your quarters back anytime. I found this out a week or so ago, and to date, I've made around $30 and done my laundry absolutely free. Damn, get rich or dry trying. Get rich or die drying. Get rich or dry drying? Dry bich or dry drying. Dry or dry dry. The sound of thousands of footsteps all around the world who live in apartments suddenly checking their washing machines in their local space just to see if their communal laundry has this similar loophole. But as some comments here warn about this sort of tactic, I'd stop taking the extra money and just do your laundry for free as long as you can. There's going to be an average amount of money these machines are taking in each month that will be noticed if it's $120 short of that number if you continue at your pace. That's my 2 cents, but I'm taking that back right now.
Hey, bring your 2 cents back here.
Yeah, speaking of unethical life pro tips, I don't know if it's the same for modern payment laundry machines, but for many, if you just figure out the serial code for the machine, apparently you should be able to find the correct key to buy online to then just be able to access it whenever you want anyway. Oh yeah, this happened at an apartment I work for. We installed cameras in dark corners. The tenant was evicted, as well as another one that was peeing down the drain. Oh. I leave early every day and do about 5 minutes of work. I do little to nothing every day at work. As I watch my coworkers stress about their work, my biggest accomplishment today was that I went pee on all 6 floors. Oh my god. I hope you who is watching this right now isn't frustratingly unemployed, because this is gonna tick you off. Every day is a struggle to look busy, to find stuff, to make the hours go by. I usually go to my car around 10:45 a.m. every day for a nap. I work an office job, and my lack of productivity is not passed on to coworkers, if it matters. Yeah, okay, look, with that last sentence, all of this is fair game. I no longer think this person is that scummy anymore. Though I don't think this is the most long-term strategy to stick to. We had a guy like this at work, and eventually we worked it out and fired him for shopping and playing golf on work time. He just took it on the chin and was honest and said, look, don't replace this role. There's literally nothing to do. I mean, hey, look. Yeah, you know, I'd give him a bit of a little applause as I fired him. He's an honest man. I appreciate that. That's what we need in this company. You're hired. Wait, I'd have a love-hate relationship with this. It's nice to be able to do nothing sometimes, but when you're still tied to the place for 8 hours, that nothing is spent not doing things you actually want to do and making it look like you're being productive. I still don't know if I'd trade it to be super busy, though. Yeah, okay, my personal relation to this, I was in a touring ABBA tribute band all over Australia for about 6 months. I'm not kidding, here's a photo for reference. Really long story short, I can't play piano, it was just a backing track. And my god, how amazingly boring it is to be on stage faking it. To this day, I still habitually yawn whenever I hear Fernando. Oh, I had work like this for a while after another business unit last minute canceled a project I was supposed to be 75% on for 6 months. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. Manager understood and tried to find more projects for me, but they never really took much time. I'd go in, hammer out what tasks I did have in about the first hour, and just use my phone the rest of the time until I got an email ping. Used to walk the building a lot, chat with the maintenance guys, see what the other labs were up to. Was a stress-free cakewalk. Yeah, I know. someone who had a job like that. He actually got himself a remote job he did from his first job to actually keep himself busy. Imagine your employee coming back to you, not because they want the work, they're just bored. I give my 3-year-old son counterfeit fast food. Now that's smart parenting. Don't know about you, but I think this no regrets tag is very justified. I save my son's McDonald's wrappers and Happy Meal boxes, then reuse them by serving him microwave chicken nuggets and oven French fries in them. I even throw in ketchup packets and a little toy he'd forgotten he had set to help sell the lie. He loves it, and I'm not sorry. No, you shouldn't be. This is, this isn't deceptive. This is too much effort and love, on your end. You putting in far too much effort for this to be cruel and rude. Because, the person you're doing this to isn't suffering. They're getting free stuff. Hell, they get nice, fresh food. You can't read this story and tell me that this is wrong in any way. Yeah, this is brilliant. BRB, gonna have kids just to try this. If it doesn't work, just throw them away. Hey, totally valid. They tried an experiment, didn't work, just get rid of it. You shouldn't be sorry for saving money for him or yourself to do better things in life, and for saving him eating too much McDonald's. Yeah, man, I honestly wish my parents were this deceptive on me instead of just constantly abiding by my sulking. Oh, I've heard of doing this with the name brand cereal too. Put the bagged generic stuff in the one brand name box and reuse it. Oh my god, if I ever have kids, I'm gonna be such... I'm gonna be such a scalper. They're gonna grow up thinking I got them the most premium stuff when I was just being like a homeless person going through garbage bins, finding any empty boxes.
Oh, perfect. This toilet paper's only 10% used.
I got caught shoplifting, and the cashier was a guy I matched on Bumble. I know this is very, very bad. Terrible. I was with a friend, and she kind of pleaded for me to go with her, so I obliged. Sales girls caught my friend shoplifting, and because I was with her, they dragged me along to their office too. And I took a pair of earrings. I realized that I knew the cashier, a guy who I matched with on Bumble months ago. He probably recognizes me, and it's terrible. I don't know what to do. I blocked him off of everything. It's so embarrassing. I feel guilty about the entire thing as it is, but I just needed to vent. First off, props to the OP here for just trying to put all the blame of the situation onto their friend before just trying to subtly admit through a few words that, I took some earrings as well. Yeah, but my friend pleaded for me to go with her with all this, so I obliged. Yeah, it was out of my control. Edit. I didn't get arrested. They just recorded our info and got banned from the store. I know, I messed up. I talked to my friend about this, and to be honest, the guilty conscience is already eating away. I'm in my late teens, and my friend is also in her late teens, but a tad younger than me. I can make up some lame excuse as to why I did it, but I'm not even gonna bother sugarcoating it. As to why I mentioned my friend in the first place, look, I am by no means trying to shift the blame onto her. Called it. But rather giving you an insight into my point of view. What I did was illegal and wrong, and I take full blame, and I'll learn from my mistakes. This is r/confession. My guilty conscience is beyond overwhelming, and I know this is karma, but giving me death threats isn't exactly putting out the fire. Jesus! Who would read this and think, yes, this is, out of all the people out there committing the most heinous of crimes, you, for taking some $5 item from a convenience store, well, you certainly deserve the electric chair. Girl, why are you blaming your friend when you stole something too? Also, I promise the rando from Bumble does not care. Yeah, you gotta admit, it's kind of weird how this whole, the title is all about some guy from Bumble, but he's mentioned, once in a single sentence. But yeah, a lot of these comments are just hounding on the OP for their decisions to do this. How old are you? You sound very young. Some rando match on Bumble isn't going to mark your future. Move on and don't shoplift. You're reading too much into this. Why did you even shoplift? The local community market? Does everyone go to this single store? Is this where everyone collects their news for the day? You're scummy for stealing, but I mean, it's not that horrible. Yeah, the part where you might have a criminal record should be your concern, not the rando Bumble match guy. I would steal money from the till when I was a teenager. $50 every day. So we have a duopoly in Australia. Ooh, an Australian. I can remove my habit to speak these in an American neutral tone. We have a duopoly in Australia when it comes to supermarkets. I was at the legal age to work, about 15, and would find it absolutely insufferable to stand in the one spot serving people for 4 hours. Time went incredibly slowly. I spent a lot of my time calculating how cash was going through my till per hour, and then how many tills there were in the store, then how many would be in my city. I can't remember the numbers, but it was a frick ton of revenue. And these guys were operating on very, very healthy margins. Not that it justifies what I ended up doing, but it certainly helped my conscience. On top of this, the till would always be off by $20 to $50 each time it was counted by the supervisor. If it was off by an unusual number, like $17.35, then there was a mistake made at some point and questions would be asked. But a whole round number? No problem. It must be an issue somewhere else in the chain. Therefore, when I handed in my resignation, for every shift in my last 2 weeks, I would steal $50 from the till. Now, this was in the 2000s, so I don't know how good security cameras were, but I knew where they were and would simply slide the money out and drop it on the floor, then a few minutes later, go to tie my shoelaces and slip it into my socks. Bro's acting like he's working at a prison. That $50 would go to buying lunches at school, and when I got change, shouting my friend a can of cherry Coke from the vending machines. I do not feel bad about doing this at all. Now, I just gotta say, as a fellow Australian who would have to deal with the costs like this, good on you. Coles and Woolworths literally made profit during COVID, but apparently still need to drastically inflate the prices over the last 4 years. Now, no, I'm not encouraging my fellow Australians to just go ahead and shoplift when they can. I'm just saying, make sure you didn't match with anyone who worked at those supermarkets on Bumble. Yeah, I used to pretend to scan, but not actually scan many items for poor-looking people, like meat and stuff. It got to where I had regulars who would only come in when I was serving. God, I hated that job, but Robin Hooding during it made it bearable. Okay, but this does get people somewhat skeptical. I mean, first and most importantly, frick Colesworth. Absolutely, Captain Ducky. But okay, how would the till always be off by $20 to $50? Everywhere I've worked with a till, if it was off by even 10 cents, it was an issue. If you wanted to steal money, you had to just not ring stuff up in the first place. Hey, lion. Now, I've never worked at either of these, so any Australians who have, in the comments, let us know down below just how pedantic they can be about this stuff. I did similar at Video Easy by adjusting deals within the system so the till wouldn't be out. I was on $5.87 an hour in around 2008. Fairly underpaid, I think, so I felt somewhat justified.
Am I the asshole for wearing the joke bikini my friend got me? So it was my birthday a couple of months ago. At a party, got some gifts. My friend Mandy got for me a super cute bikini. I liked it, said thanks. She had ripped the tags off, but whatever. Anyway, went to the community pool with my roommate. Wore the bikini, got in the water. Roommate immediately is like, look, I see that the bikini's now kind of, see-through. I really don't like the way you wrote this. Haha, good joke, Mandy. This doesn't feel like it belongs here, and it's written very bad, kind of annoying to read. Cool prank, I guess? All right, well, let's see. Does it continue? Yes, it does. Anyway, Mandy invited her to hang out with her and her boyfriend and a few others. Most leave, and we're still hanging out. I'm like, hey, what if we get in your hot tub? I go change after them and meet her boyfriend in the hot tub. She's getting new drinks. I hop in. Immediately, he's looking at my chest. I pretend I don't notice and just make small talk. She comes out a few minutes later and looks in shock. Eventually gets in. Is that the one I bought? Yeah, I love it. I wear it everywhere. You wear it everywhere? What the hell are you talking about? Make up some stuff about how I wore it to the beach, some party with lots of guys, etc. And she's just like, oh, you're in the tub for 20 to 30 minutes. Eventually, get out and change. She approached me after and was like, I'm sorry, I thought you'd notice, but it goes kinda see-through. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Why'd you buy me a see-through bathing suit? She's like, it's a joke. Wait, you knew? So you just spent the last 30 minutes flashing my boyfriend on purpose? I reply, I'm just wearing my birthday gift from her. Anyway, am I the asshole? Petty revenge, petty revenge. That's all I know. I don't really care. Am I the asshole if I stop paying my daughter's tuition over a disgusting comment she made towards my new girlfriend? My 56, male, wife died at the young age of 51 from a car accident. I was in deep mourning for about a year after her death. I met my new girlfriend around January. She was the one who made me laugh for the first time after my wife died. She's smart as hell, has 3 Ivy League degrees, has a dark sense of humor that I love. She's a terrific cook and overall an amazing woman who I can imagine spending the rest of my life with. She's also on the heavier side, a fact that becomes relevant later. Oh boy. I have 2 children, E and A. They were well aware that I had gotten a new girlfriend before I first introduced them to C this summer. She got along immediately with E, but A was very, very standoffish. After the initial meeting, I asked A if there was something wrong, but she denied it. C made a few more attempts to get to know A, but They were all rudely rejected. E and A both came home for Thanksgiving dinner. I asked A to please be polite during the meal since she's always been rude to her in interactions with C, even though C has done nothing but be gracious in return. The dinner was going as well as it could have for the first 10 minutes, although I noticed A glaring at C the entire time. When C went to grab her third helping of mashed potatoes, A said, "Don't you think you've eaten enough, you fat pig?" C started sobbing immediately and ran off into the bedroom. I felt my face turn red and told A to get out. About half an hour after A left, I texted her stating that I would no longer pay her tuition unless 1, she apologized to C, and 2, C accepts her apology. A must-have, or sorry, not a must-have. I get the names wrong. When the names are just frickin' letters, it's kind of difficult to track. A must have assumed that I was bluffing because she instead doubled down on her behavior during dinner. I then logged into her university's tuition payment website, canceled next semester's tuition, and sent A the screenshots. She called me crying and begged me to reconsider, but I told her my mind was made up. Well, I mean, I don't know. I am not the person to really ask. I wish we got some of the comments on this. I think that would be pretty cool to have a few of the comments to see what other people are saying, because my initial reaction is like yours. It's anger, because why in the would she think that it's okay to act like that about anybody? Especially if what you're saying is true and your girlfriend is not a jerk but super nice. Like it's a creepy, strange douchebag thing to do. Maybe the punishment doesn't necessarily fit the crime, but I don't know what else I would do. I don't have recommendations for how that would work, and actions do have consequences. You want to be a complete jackass, guess what? People are going to get mad at you, and with good reason. You knew that was coming. Maybe not the exact punishment, but you knew something was coming. Note, my stepdaughter Madeline was about a year old when I married her mother, Jessica. Madeline's father died before she was born. Madeline is currently 15, and she's rebelling for almost everything. She did something bad, so while picking her up, I set a punishment up for her. Then she said, "You're not my dad, I don't have to follow you." Honestly, I got a bit hurt from that, but I understand that she didn't mean it, and that she'd probably change. I just replied, "I'm still your legal guardian for the next 3 years, and as long as you're in my house, you have to follow my rules." That happened about 2 days ago. So our family was going grocery shopping. Then Madeline said, "I'm hungry, I need food." I decided to be extremely cheeky and say, "Hi, hungry, I'm not your dad." Okay. My son just started to laugh uncontrollably. My daughter was just quiet with embarrassment, and my wife was berating me for not to stoop down to her level. I honestly thought it was a funny dad joke, and my son agrees. I have to say, maybe she kind of forgot about what she said or something, and it hurt her more, I do think it's kind of funny. I'm gonna be real with you. It's kind of funny. And we know that you're not an asshole and you don't see her any differently, but, this is the sort of thing she'll probably look back on in many years and go, okay, have to admit, that was pretty freaking good, okay? Even I gotta admit that was good. Am I the asshole for dropping our dinner on the ground and walking out when my boyfriend asked me, "What's for dinner tonight, bitch?" Was he trying to be funny, like, "Ha, what's for dinner tonight, bitch?" Or was he actually just straight up, well, I guess we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I was over at my boyfriend's apartment this weekend, and I was cooking dinner because he was studying for exams. I made pasta and a chunky sauce with meatballs and veggies. Ooh, that sounds good. I told him dinner was ready, and he goes, "What's for dinner tonight, bitch?" With like a lot of emphasis on the last word. I was fed up. I'd had a pretty rough day with work and had had some awfully bad associations with that word being used by other people in my life who were pretty abusive. So I was so irritated that I dropped the pot of pasta sauce I'd been carrying right on the ground and was all like, "Well, nothing's for dinner tonight now, and I better not hear you using that word again. It's for the girls." He was freaking out about how sauce had landed on his rug, and he even said, "You're seriously acting like a bitch right now. I don't know what else to call it." I just walked out and got takeout for myself and went to a friend's house. She thought it was funny, but my boyfriend was furious. He kept texting and calling and sending me voice memos trying to explain that "What's for dinner tonight, bitch" was a TikTok trend, and then he was just quoting something as a joke to put on TikTok. I guess. I thought that was the shittiest excuse ever. It doesn't matter if he saw it as a joke or stole the joke, it was still disrespectful. But it didn't change the fact that he thought that shit was funny, to demean me when I was trying to do him a favor. Like hell, I came over when he was studying to make a home-cooked dinner, and he decides it's time for jokes? Well, there's nothing wrong with it being time for jokes, it's just clear to me that he didn't really know about your sense of humor, and thought that he could get away with something that, I don't know, normally you have to know someone pretty well. well in order to make jokes like that and have them be received well. So clearly he wasn't doing enough actual learning about you, which is stupid on his end, to demean me when I was trying to do him a favor. It's time for jokes? I mean, any time's a time for jokes. You're like, okay. So I put my phone on Do Not Disturb for the night and split a bottle of wine with my friend and her roommate. The next morning, he was sending me angry texts demanding I clean his rug because he was too busy with exams to do it. I was shocked he left it overnight. That's disgusting. Yeah, come on, dude. That's so dumb on his, but like, what kind of clean your shit. I don't care how it got dirty. I texted him back saying, yeah, so that's the bitch tax, honey. Leave me alone till you're ready to handle your own cooking and cleaning because this bitch isn't anymore. Also, it's vile you left that soaking in all night. He called me and told me that he was okay with doing his own household work, but I did throw a full pot of sauce at the ground, so that's on me to clean up. I told him, yeah, no, I'm not comfortable doing chores for you if you see me like your bitch. He told me he didn't, and it was just a trend, and I got pissed off that he was playing that TikTok trend excuse again, and I told him, well, I'm starting a trend called saucing, where as a little joke, people throw pasta sauce around. You can't be mad because it's just a little trend, a little jokey joke. It's just a little prank, bro. He got really pissed off and hung up on me, and now I'm seriously wondering if this dumb TikTok joke is going to be the end of things between us. Am I the asshole for how I reacted when my boyfriend asked me, we get that part, edit to address a comment I've gotten a lot and don't have time to reply with every time? But did you tell him not to call you a bitch? Like, how would he know otherwise? Honestly, if someone has gotten to the age of 30 and not realized that women, just as a whole, don't like having demeaning slurs used against them, they're beyond my help. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. You shouldn't have to tell someone that you are seeing in any capacity that you don't want to be called mean words, even if it's for a joke, you know? You really shouldn't have to do that, and if you do, the relationship is probably bad. This isn't something that needs to be told. I shouldn't have to go through life like, hey man, just in case you were thinking I might like demeaning slurs against my gender used on me, I don't. And if you were about to comment something like that, let me just tell you in no uncertain terms. Women do not like being called bitches by men. Do not call women bitches. If you needed to be told that is unkind, consider yourself officially told. Now, you have no excuse not to understand. Am I the asshole for pretending to get fired when customers get a temper with me? Oh, I see. I'm a high schooler with a weekend job at a coffee shop. My co-workers who work weekends are James, the owner's son. He goes to my school. He's a shift manager, but it's not a real formal thing. He's a friendly guy. Danielle, a college student who sometimes works the weekends as well. There you go. So sometimes customers will come in and just be angry about such little stuff, like literally blow up about nothing. I don't know if they're in a bad mood already and looking for someone to take it out on or what, but it's a lot. Like, how sad does your life have to be a grown-ass man taking your anger out on high school and college kids? So James and I were joking about having a little fun with them and hopefully getting them off our backs. So one day I was at work and some guy was having a temper about how we don't make the coffee hot enough. That is pathetic. Which I can't do anything about because I gave it to him right out of the machine. So James came in and was like, sir, is there a problem here? And the guy started ranting at him too. So he was just like, all right, OP, this is unacceptable. You're fired. I started acting real sad, like, no, please don't. My family needs the money. I need this job. Please! And he played up being a hard ass, telling me to take off my apron and leave. The angry guy started to backtrack, like, well, it isn't that big of a problem. You don't need to fire her over it. I didn't mean it. And James was like, no. We pride ourselves on the best customer service. Of course, after all that drama, I still had my job. We were just acting, and we've done it a couple of times. Whenever a customer will lose their temper at Danielle or I, James will storm in and fire us. And almost every time, the person who had come in angry will apologize and say that they didn't mean it. It's kind of satisfying, making people realize their actions might actually have consequences. Anyway, I was telling my friends from school about this, and a few of them thought it was a mean prank, to let someone go away thinking they'd gotten someone who desperately needs the money fired. Am I the asshole for this joke? No, you're not. This one, I am able to comment on. You're not the asshole for having some way of getting back at someone. Like, they have no reason to come in fiery and complain and bitch and moan and scream at you and treat you like shit because the coffee's not hot enough. Like, what the actual shit does that mean? Huh? There is no excuse for abusing frontline workers anywhere, okay? Unless you walk in and they start saying nasty, disgusting things to you from behind the counter, you don't have a reason. You really don't have a reason, okay? Y'all need to calm the f*** down. This is just kind of a funny way at getting back at people who are being abused abusive, being abusive assholes. And I don't care if they're having a hard time. That does not mean that you suddenly have the right to take out your frustrations or problems on anybody else. So no, I don't believe you're the asshole. It's a pretty funny way of dealing with it. And hell, they might come back in later and go, okay, you got me. All right. Am I the asshole for telling my wife the lock on my daughter's door does not get removed till my brother-in-law and his daughters are out of our house? Huh? My brother-in-law, Sammy, lost his home shortly after his divorce 10 months ago. He moved in with us and brought his twin daughters, Olivia and Sloane, with him a couple of months ago. His sister, my wife, and I have one daughter, Zoe, and she and her cousins aren't close but get along fine. Olivia and Sloane have no respect for Zoe's privacy. None. They used to walk into her room and take everything they could get their hands on. Makeup, phone, accessories, clothes, school laptop, etc. Zoe complained a lot, and I've already asked the girls to respect Zoe's privacy and stop taking things. My wife and Sammy saw no issue with this. Well, that's kind of incredibly pathetic on their part. After all, they're girls, and this is typical teenage girl behavior. No, it's not. Last straw was when Zoe bought a $60 makeup kit that looks like a paint set that she saved up for over a month for, and one of the girls took it without permission and ruined it by mixing shades together while using it. I don't know much about makeup, but that's what Zoe said, and she found the kit on her bed and was crying. I told my wife that she said she'd ask Sloane to apologize, but I got Zoe a lock after I found she was moving valuable belongings out of the house because of this incident. Sammy and his daughters saw the lock and weren't happy. Why? I'm not, seriously, to me, that's fucking creepy. It's creepy that they saw a lock on a room that is not their room, in not their home, that is full of not their shit, and weren't happy about it. They can go themselves. Straight up. And I'm sorry for the cursing in this, it's just, some of these are more infuriating than on the infuriating subs. It's kind of crazy. The girls were extremely upset. Oh no, we can't steal stuff anymore. Sammy asked about it and I straight up told him. He said, my daughters aren't thieves. It's normal that girls of the same age borrow each other's stuff. Not if it's been explicitly stated that they don't want them to do that. He said Zoe could easily get another makeup kit for $15 from Walmart. Yeah, that's the same thing. Adult makeup in the first place, and suggested that, oh, I see, and shouldn't be buying expensive adult makeup. But why? Literally why? It's her money. She can use it for what she wants, right? Anyway, my wife take care of this defect in Zoe's personality, trying to appear older than she is. Yikes! He accused me of being overprotective and babying Zoe with this level of enablement. What? The right to privacy and not have her shit stolen and touched and messed with? That's... what? Huh? Enablement? I told him this is between me and my wife, but she shamed me for putting a lock on Zoe's door for her cousins to see and preventing them from spending time with her, saying I was supposed to treat them like daughters. Then demanded I remove it, but I said this lock does not get removed till her brother and his daughters are out of our house. She got mad I was implying we kicked them out and said her family will hate me for this. So I reminded her that I let Sammy and his family move in, which is something her own family refused to do. So she should start with shaming and blaming them for not taking their own son and nieces or granddaughters in. If it wasn't for her family's unwillingness to help, we wouldn't be dealing with this much disturbance at home. Everyone's been giving me and Zoe the silent treatment, and my wife is very much upset over this. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think for one microsecond that you're being the asshole here. If what you're saying is true, and I'm gonna assume it is, that they're invading her goddamn room, stealing her stuff, borrowing without permission, by the way, is stealing, okay? Borrowing without permission is stealing. I think we can all agree on that shit. And if it's been expressed many, many times that she doesn't want them going in there, grabbing her crap, touching her stuff, just being a nuisance in general in her private area, which, by the way, kids deserve privacy too, okay? I know there's a lot of parents out there that might argue that point, but it's bullshit, okay? And so is the way these folks are acting. I think giving your daughter a way to actually have some of her goddamn privacy back, that's perfectly fine. And if they want to be weird about it, who cares? Honestly, they're creepy. Am I the asshole for telling my stepdaughter to stop using period products in the bathroom she shares with my teenage sons? Honestly, from that alone, you probably are, but let's see what you mean. Let's see what you're getting at here. I've been living with my new wife and stepdaughter for about 6 months now. She's 19, almost 20, and I have 3 sons aged 18, 16, and 15. She's a really good kid, and she's a good influence on my sons. I really enjoy having her around. My wife and her daughter moved into my house and sold theirs. My stepdaughter's father isn't present in her life, nor is my son's mother. All 4 children share a bathroom. My sons have never lived for a long period of a time with a woman, nor have any of them had long-term girlfriends. They had short visitation periods when they were younger, but never longer than like an hour, so living with 2 women has been unusual for them. My eldest son, 18, came to me last week and told me that his stepsister disposed of her used sanitary products in the trash can they share. What else is she supposed to do with it? But doesn't use toilet roll or sandwich bags to disguise what they are. Oh no. And it makes him uncomfortable, which I think is reasonable. Why? My sons are teenage boys and don't want to see their stepsister's period products on full display. Wow. Okay. You're perpetuating some pathetic shit right here. I'm gonna be honest with you. All right? Like, I understand why someone might be uncomfortable, but grow the f*** up. Just grow up, okay? Oh my god. A few nights ago, I went into the kitchen to grab a snack, and she was there doing some work for university. My wife had mentioned that she knew she was on her period, so I took it as an opportunity to have a word with her. Wow. I told her my sons were uncomfortable and asked her if she'd mind putting her used products in diaper bags, or don't flush them down the toilet. Don't do that. Isn't that bad? Aren't you explicitly not supposed to do that? She laughed and told me it was rich coming from a man who sheds like a gorilla and has produced 3 skid-marking sons, which I thought was just an unnecessary attack. You're asking her to hide the fact that she has to deal with something you will never understand. So I don't think it's unnecessary. It feels a little stupid to me that this is in contention at all with you. I've been nothing but nice to the girl, and it's hardly a comparison. Okay, my sons shouldn't be subjected to her unhygienic products if it makes them uncomfortable. Oh my god, you're like a 12-year-old. She went on to lecture me about how tampons can't be flushed and that it's bad for the environment if she uses diaper bags for every one, which I think is just an excuse. No, she's right. They can't be flushed. You're not supposed to do that. And why the would somebody go out of their way to waste plastic bags or paper bags or all this shit for somebody else in this context? It doesn't make any sense at all. I called her a scruff and told her that this was my house and what I say goes. I later asked my wife if she could have a word with her, and she told me I was being ridiculous and that her daughter has had her period for 10 years and knows what she's doing. When I told her it was making my sons uncomfortable, she said my sons needed to get a grip and turned over and went to sleep. She's right. Your sons they're growing up, okay? They're growing up. I would never have the balls to say, ask my wife or something, hey, can you maybe get that gross period stuff away from me? I know we share a bathroom in this house, but you're kind of grody and makes me uncomfortable. Like, wow. There is a genuine issue to me, and she didn't care enough to have a discussion about it. I asked my stepdaughter again in the morning, and she did the same as her mother, completely dismissed it. Both of them have told me to stop being so silly, but I don't see how I'm being unreasonable when it makes my sons uncomfortable. Your sons are going to become men. They need to learn at some point that this is asshole maneuvering right now, okay? Update. Not even 2 hours after I posted this, my wife and stepdaughter gathered my sons and I to give us a full intensive periods for pricks course. PowerPoint and all. It was a hoot. They made an interactive quiz and everything. My sons and I learned a lot and apologized to my stepdaughter. Thank you for your input. That's a happy ending to that story. You were pissing me off. You were so stupid. You and your sons, okay? But I'm really, really glad to hear that they were able to get you on board with not being dipshits. I'm glad that they were able to sit you down, not that that's their job, by the way, and teach you all about this stuff. That's pretty normal, all right? Thank goodness that happened. Ooh, I was getting freaking mad. Am I the asshole for deleting my friend's wedding photos in front of them? Oh boy. I'm not really a photographer, I'm a dog groomer. I take lots of photos of dogs all day to put on my Facebook and Instagram. It's my thing, if that makes sense. A cut and a photo with every appointment. I very seldomly shoot other things than dogs, even if I have a nice setup. A friend got married a few days ago, and wanting to save money, I asked if I'd shoot it for them. I told him it's not really my forte, but he convinced me by saying he didn't care if they were perfect, they were on a shoestring budget, and I agreed to shoot it for $250, which is nothing for a 10-hour event. Oh, yeah, that truly is nothing. On the day of, I'm driving around following the bride as she goes from appointment to appointment before the ceremony, taking photos along the way. I shoot the ceremony itself, and during the reception, I'm shooting speeches and people mingling. I started at around 11 a.m. and was due to finish around 7:30 p.m. Around 5, food is being served, and I was told I cannot stop to eat because I need to be the photographer. In fact, they didn't save me a spot at any table. I'm getting tired and at this point kind of regretting doing this for next to nothing. It's also unbelievably hot. The venue is in an old Veterans Legion, and it's like 110 degrees. There's no way. Like that part, there's no way it's 100. I know you're being hyperbolic more than likely, or embellishing a little bit there, but if it was 110 degrees and no AC, people would be dying in there. I told the groom I need to take off for 20 minutes to get something to eat and drink. There's no open bar or anything. I can't even get water, and my 2 water bottles are long empty. He tells me I need to either be the photographer or leave without pay. With the heat, being hungry, being generally annoyed at the circumstances, I asked if he was sure, and he said yes, so I deleted all the photos I took in front of him and took off saying, I'm not your photographer anymore. If I was to be paid $250, honestly, at this point, I would have paid $250 just for a glass of cold water and somewhere to sit for 5 minutes. Was I the asshole? They were right on their honeymoon, and they've all been off social media, but a lot of people have been posting on their wall asking about photos with 0 responses. Look, this sounds really similar to a famous story that came out some years ago where a photographer was denied food at a wedding and he just quit, left, and deleted everything. I don't know if that's you or if you just sort of stole the story. Or, not that it's the only time something like this could have happened. It just feels really similar with some extra details thrown in there. Let's say the story is true. I'll believe it. I have no reason not to. Really, I wouldn't say you're the asshole. You're doing it for almost free because, yes, folks out there, if you got a big old wedding, even on a shoestring budget, you need to realize that if you want someone to follow you around all day long and take photos, and apparently not drink water or eat food, $250 is basically free. Normally, you're paying thousands upon thousands of dollars for just the photographer, let alone a videographer if that's something you want as well. I wouldn't say it's an asshole move at the end of the day. I really wouldn't. Like, it seems a little dramatic, but don't you ever say something like that to your friends. Like, you need to be the photographer, f*** off without pay. I'm like, do you think that alternate option is also going to get you your photos? Because no, I'm not going to go, shit, I guess I'm not gonna get paid. Here's all the work I did. Here you go. Like, no, dude. That person had to have known what was going to happen. Am I the asshole for bringing up my brother's premature birth at Christmas dinner to get my parents to shut up? Wow, okay, these are getting strange. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I am the primary care provider for a lot of the low-risk maternity cases at the practice where I work. I also work hand in hand with the doctors and midwives to create a healthy maternity, birth, and postpartum situation. My fiance is completing her residency. We live together and have for a few years now. We aren't in a hurry to get married. We originally had plans to do so a couple of years ago, but then got really busy for 2 years. It's driving my very religious parents crazy that their youngest son is living in sin. I don't really care. I'm an adult and I do what I want. We're getting married in June. So we're visiting my parents for Christmas. The way it came together this year, everyone is at my parents' house. So that's my folks, 3 siblings, myself, and fiance, and 7 grandchildren. So 17 people. Damn. At dinner, my mom starts going on about how she's so glad that we're finally getting married and she won't be embarrassed at church anymore. And my dad says how proud he is of his 3 older kids who are all either waited to get married before moving in together or got married right away after moving in together. My fiance was getting embarrassed and I was getting mad over this stupid argument we've had too many times, and at family dinner, this was the last straw. I've asked them repeatedly to just accept that they cannot control how I live my life. I refuse to stay with them when I visit, even if I come alone. Hotels are just easier. So, I started talking about a premature baby I had been reading about. It was almost 3 months premature and weighed about 1.6 pounds. I was super strong, or it was super strong, and healthy for being born so little, and the NICU had high hopes for the baby doing well. My mom and dad both got deer in the headlights looks on their faces. Too bad. Shouldn't have f***ed around with my fiance's feelings. So I asked about my oldest brother. He was born almost 4 months premature. Is there a chance that we could check out the family album where we keep all the records of family births and stuff? I already know my brother was over 9 pounds and almost 23 inches long when he was born. My grandmother told me all about it the first time my parents tried to shame me. The subject gets changed very fast. After supper, my parents told me that I should not try to embarrass them with private things that are not my concern. I told them that if I heard anything about my living arrangements ever again for the rest of my life, I would make sure to keep bringing up the fact that my mom was in her second trimester when they got married. Yeah, they don't get to cast stones, okay? They have no right at this point. Like, man, that is just so stupid. Like, come on. Do you not think God knows? You can't keep a secret from God, Mom and Dad. That's not how that works. My parents are mad at me for telling them how to behave in their own home. Aw, shucks. But my fiance is happy that they seem to be off the subject for good. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for punishing my son after he said something racist? Oh, okay. About a week ago, my family ordered Chinese food for delivery. When the delivery driver came to my door, I'm swapping some words around. When the delivery driver came to the door, my daughter was taking the cat upstairs to put in her room because he always tries to eat the food. My son, 13, loudly says, "Make sure to hide the cat from the Chinese guy," as I'm at the door getting the food from the delivery driver. He very obviously heard what my son said and was upset by it. I quickly apologized and took the food. I told my son that racist jokes were completely unacceptable and very wrong, and he refused to admit that what he said was wrong. So, later that night, I forced my son to write a sincere apology to the delivery driver. His name was on the receipt, as well as write a one-page paper on Chinese culture and a one-page paper on why racism is perpetuated by racist jokes and stereotypes. Then the next day, I took him to the restaurant and had him read his apology aloud to the delivery driver, as well as give him the papers he wrote. The driver was very appreciative of the apology and thanked me for making my son do it. He then told my son about multiple instances where he had faced racist comments and attacks from people while being a delivery driver. That night, my husband and I got into an argument about me making our son do this. He told me that it was embarrassing for our son to have to do the apology and that the punishment didn't fit the crime. Why didn't it fit the crime? I told him that it was much more embarrassing for the driver to have to face that kind of racism and bullshit stereotypes, and that our son would get over the embarrassment. Hell, even if he doesn't, it's a very important, learning moment, a teaching moment right there. Don't be a jackass. I do not condone any kind of hateful thinking in my house, and the fact that my son said that embarrassed me as well. My husband told me that it was just a joke and it wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe it seemed like it was a big enough deal to the driver, the person who had the racist joke hurled at him. I really don't like that kind of crap. Like, just a joke? Okay, but it was a bad joke. It wasn't really funny, and the other guy wasn't a part of it. He was just having a racial joke thrown his way when he was just doing his job, okay? Not that big a deal. You don't get to decide whether or not it's that big a deal, guy. That's not a decision for you to make. Or is it the decision of the person who made the joke to decide if it wasn't that big of a deal? That is not how this works. I feel like I might have overreacted some, but I think it's important to help my son understand that what he said was wrong and hurtful. I mean, maybe a little overreactive in having him write a page on culture and stuff, because maybe a tiny bit. Okay, I can see how that might have been going a nanometer too far, I guess, for lack of better terminology, but I think it's good overall that you did that. I could guarantee you right now, if I ever said anything racist and my mom heard me do it, I'd be writing a goddamn paper. I'd be apologizing. I'd be in trouble. And you know what? That absolutely should be the norm. I'm just saying, I feel like that should be nipped in the bud. If you start making inappropriate jokes, even if they're sure, that joke might have been low on the ladder of how bad they can really get, it's important to be hey, not appropriate. That's a stranger. They don't know you. They didn't ask you to make a creepy joke at their expense within earshot. It just, I don't know, it feels okay to me personally. Am I the asshole for spending my son's university fund on a trip to Europe to drink beer like I always threatened, instead of giving it to his stepbrother after he passed away? What? My son was smarter than me. I almost requested a paternity test because he was so damn intelligent. That is a joke. My ex and I divorced when he was about 12. She remarried when he was 14, and I did when he was 16. I had an RESP set up for him. That's an education fund in Canada. As long as he went for post-secondary education, he could use the money for anything. I always told him that I was okay with him not going to university. That way I could use the money I'd saved up for him to go to Belgium and buy some beer from monks that only allow you to buy one case. He knew I was joking, and he always played along. He wouldn't let me get his goat. When he got accepted to McGill, it was the proudest moment of my life. I took him out for a beer to celebrate his achievement and mourn the loss of my trip to Europe. My son was struck and killed by a drunk driver in March. I'm dealing with it. My ex is dealing with it. My wife has been nothing but my rock in this. She's holding me up. I was dealing with the funeral arrangements and everything when my ex came to talk to me about his money. She knew he had a scholarship and was going to use the money for living expenses and an emergency fund. She asked me what I was going to do with it. I said I was going to do what I always said I would. I was going to Europe to drink beer. She asked if she could have it for her stepson. I thought about it and said no. Her husband is a decent enough person, but he made it clear that he wasn't responsible for any expenses for my son. Beyond food and shelter and stuff, obviously. Like I said, he's decent. I said I was not going to do that. I was going to drink beer in my son's honor. She says I'm wasting thousands of dollars, and I guess I am. I have to give back the government portion of the fund, but I don't care. My ex thinks I'm being stupid and irresponsible for wasting my son's money like this. I don't care. My son would laugh his ass off if he knew I actually did it. You know what? I don't see a problem with it at all. I can kind of see other people's point of view here where they're like, don't waste it, but you mourn how you want to mourn, and no one gets to tell you that you're wrong in doing it that way. It's clearly a very special thing the two of you had, and it sucks to hear that. I'm so sorry about that stranger who probably isn't watching this video right now, but I wouldn't say you're the asshole. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay for my sister's husband's surgery with my inheritance/college money? Context. My sister, 27, and I, 18, lost our dad a year ago. He was my only parent. Mom was never in mine or my sister's life. Dad left inheritance for me and my sister. She used hers, by the way, to get new cars and renovate her house. I live with my aunt right now because my brother-in-law didn't let me stay with my sister. I'm planning on using my inheritance money to pay for college tuition. I've always wanted to be a doctor, but haven't decided which branch yet. My sister and I haven't been close. It started after she got married to her chronically ill husband who was allowed to make backhanded comments about Dad, mock his illness, and make a scene at his funeral, only because he's ill and shouldn't be held accountable for his behavior. I've distanced myself, but my sister kept visiting a lot lately, venting about my brother-in-law's condition. He's been in and out of the hospital for heart problems and in need of a surgery. She brought up my inheritance money several times, but I ended up cutting the conversation. She then straight up asked if I could help pay for her husband's surgery and she'd pay it back in less than a year. Well, how in the world are you going to do that? I felt uneasy, because if I give her the money for my inheritance, which is a large amount, then there's no guarantee she'll pay it back before it's time to apply for college. I'm taking a year gap, but I know my sister can't pay back that much, and I felt I was risking my future. Look, in this case, she might just have to put her money where her mouth is. Write up a contract, a legally binding contract at that point. She says I'll pay it back in a year. Say, all right, well, I'll get something written up by a lawyer, and yeah, we can do this, totally. But remember, this is legally binding, and I'm sure the tune will change pretty quickly. I refuse to help, and she had a meltdown at my aunt's house, calling me heartless, cruel, with no empathy. She said that her husband's health should be a priority, and I needed to help because education is nothing compared to someone's health, and asked if I'd be happy to see her as a widow and my nephew with no father. Don't ever do that. My aunt suggested others pay, but most of them cut my sister and her husband off. I argued that her husband's poor health isn't my fault after she kept blaming and guilt-tripping me. She kept crying, and although my aunt decided to stay out of it, she said that I should be prepared for permanent damage in my relationship with my sister if I don't help her now. She's been sending texts and pictures of her family telling me this is what I was saying no to. That's not cool. A happy, healthy family with a healthy husband and father. I cried and felt like I was being selfish, not a good aunt and sister. Being selfish, not good aunt and sister, okay? I asked my friend, and he said let them sell the cars and all the luxurious stuff they bought to afford the surgery, and warned me if I give them the money, I'll never get it back and may not be able to go to medical school. You know, it does suck at the end of the day that, like, the real bad guy here is if this is in the United States, which I'm assuming it is, not that all of these stories would be, I'm just assuming in this case it is, right? And if it is here, it sucks that this is what we have to do. We have to hope for inheritance or beg for money from strangers or our family members in order to keep our loved ones alive because they're dealing with something that's beyond their control, like a heart condition or whatever it may be. Because, I know that surgeries don't just happen for free, but it's still insane that everyone has to go bankrupt here in order to ask their doctor if they have the flu or if something else is going on, or to get an x-ray, or God forbid you have to call an ambulance. It should be the collective's job to take care of each other, not, well, damn it, you need to give me your inheritance for my husband. It just, I don't know. It's ridiculous. That's the last one I'm going to do for today. And I'd like to remind everybody, just in case it wasn't obvious, my opinions on these matters mean absolutely nothing. I'm a random guy who's never met these people, will never meet these people. So my opinion is just random dude on internet, which the amount of weight that holds is tantamount to a feather that just burnt up in the wind. Like that's really it. It means nothing, you know. So as worked up as I may get over some of these, just know it doesn't really matter. It's really no big deal. But I thank you for coming by. Put my divorced parents who hate each other in the same nursing home. Karma is a Mom and Dad. I appreciate how you always included me in your childhood drama. It's very unfortunate that you two thought it was funny to act like kids while making me take on the role of an adult. The roles have now been reversed. You both need someone to look after you because you're elderly. It was clearly not going to be me. I hope you two can work it out and enjoy one another's company for the remainder of your wretched lives. Did you know your mother or father are in the same nursing home? Is the call I'm waiting for. Yes. I will now relax and savor my cold beverage. I ate a battery as a kid and never told my parents. When I was a kid, I somehow ended up swallowing one of those small watch batteries. Don't ask me how. I panicked for a bit, but nothing happened. No pain, no problems. I just went on with my day like it never happened. I never told my parents, and to this day, I still have no idea how I didn't get sick or anything. Probably the dumbest thing I ever did as a kid that had zero consequences. Well, I guess if you're gonna swallow any battery, that would be the lowest risk one to swallow, but I like that. I somehow ended up swallowing. Yeah, don't ask me how. I know you remember, and I know it's incredibly dumb and would probably be embarrassing. You were a kid, okay? You probably went, wonder what would happen. Swallows battery. Oh, wait a minute. I witnessed my friend's girl cheating on him. Oh boy. So long story short, I witnessed the girl of a really good friend of mine cheating on him. I wasn't going to get involved, but the guy she was cheating on him with saw me back. Neither her nor my friend know that I know. Only that guy does. This happened 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if that guy mentioned anything to the girl. I would have done it if I was him, so that she is aware. My instincts are all telling me to stay out of it. In the end, I'll tell him and they fight, then go back together, and then I'm branded the guy who came between them. And then my friend avoids me because he doesn't want to be a cuck in my eyes. But my reason tells me if I keep shut and he discovers and they break up, then I was the guy who knew and betrayed him by not telling him. Yeah, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Is your friend actually the type of guy to get pissed off that you warned him about this? Because if so, maybe find a different friend. Not to put this on this guy, by the way. That's not what I mean to do. I'm thinking about slipping him an anonymous note with all the details and let him figure it out and confront her. Any ideas you guys have where I don't lose the friendship? I guess I was being selfish. I'll tell him in a few hours face to face. Already scheduled to pick him up after work to help me move something, just so that no alarms are raised until I actually tell him. We'll share how it went. Told him. He just sighed and got sad and started explaining himself to me. He basically is blaming himself for working too much. Told him nothing justifies it. I think it is likely they will break up now, as he doesn't seem to be the kind of guy to forgive or forget a betrayal. Well, that's a weight off of my chest. And you thought that he's not the type of guy to forgive or forget a betrayal, and you thought that he was going to get back together with her and hate you for being the guy that came between them? I matched with a girl on Hinge. She didn't look anything like her profile, so I got my friend to call me and say he was in the hospital, so I had an excuse to leave. I matched with this girl on Hinge. We were texting back and forth and called for over 2 hours. The chemistry seemed good over the phone, and she was pretty on her profile. She invited me over after about a day of talking. I was really looking forward to it since we had good chemistry over the phone at least. However, the second she opened the door, my excitement was completely eradicated. She was not recognizable to her profile, and in a bad way. I obviously didn't tell her what I thought, but in the back of my mind, I was pretty pissed off, but grateful I didn't spend months texting her. So I texted my friend, call me in 30 minutes and make some BS up. I got catfished on Hinge. He does just that. Says he's in the hospital because he got into a boating accident at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. I explained the situation and tell her I should probably go. I think she knows it was a bullshit. It was bullshit. Wow. But she didn't say anything. When I got home, I started feeling very guilty, and in hindsight, I wish I just tanked it and stayed an extra hour or so, as she probably felt pretty awful after I left. But at the same time, she put a very unrealistic representation of herself on her dating profile. My friend said I should have told her that she didn't look like her profile and just left. But to me, that's more mean, but it is the truth. Please tell me, guys, how should I have handled this? I mean, I don't know. Are you getting it that she was heavier? Like she gained some weight or something? What are you getting at that you're so afraid to say here? Because you say, not recognizable to her profile, in a bad way. See, we don't know what that means. Is she literally a completely different person? Or was it just an older photo or something like that? You actually spent that long? I've been there. I stayed, had half a drink, said the pics you shared are obviously not you. I appreciate it, but I'm leaving. shocking. Asked why. Said if you're willing to lie about something as basic as what you look like, that's something I'd find out immediately. I definitely couldn't trust anything beyond that. I see that 100%. I do maybe 20 minutes of work per week at my salaried job. I work from home for a company where I've reached the peak of my job title, at least at this company. I'm the only person of my role at my company. My boss is the manager of 5 other people, all different roles as well. This whole place is incredibly mismanaged and chaotic. I do maybe 20 minutes of work a week. Monday, I'm given my task, and for the rest of the week, I dick around on Reddit and YouTube until Thursday when I sit down and power out the solution in 20 minutes. On Friday, we review it, and usually it's given a pass, and that's it. And they think it took me all week to do this. I'm bored as hell. I hate going on Reddit and YouTube, but I don't have the energy nor ambition to do anything else. I get paid very well and pass all of my reviews with flying colors. They all think I'm working hard, but I don't do shit. I hate it and love it at the same time. I hate it because after 2 years of this, I've completely lost my work ethic. I wish I could do something more, but I'm almost 40. Who gives a shit? I don't know. At this point, it seems like you're due for a hobby. Find something you can spend this easy income on, and that might help you out a little bit. I found out my husband has been making life decisions based on his ex's note. Background on my husband: he was a fat, lonely kid, often bullied, no friends. Then he met Maya, his first and only friend. Like my husband, Maya was also a misfit, came from a dysfunctional family, and they became best friends. When they were 15, Maya was... She was badly injured and in a coma for 2 weeks. The perpetrators, as they were minor, weren't jailed, I believe. They got out with minor punishments. This is the story I've heard from my husband and in-laws. Maya decided to end her own life right after she woke up and only wrote one letter of goodbye, which was addressed to my husband. I had never read this letter as I wanted to preserve his privacy, and it always felt too personal. On to my story. I've been noticing weird things about my husband for a while. We had our first baby when we were 27. I wanted to wait a little before our second, but my husband wanted one, and when he turned 30, he would mumble things like, "It has to be 30, it should be at 30. At 30, I had my second kid, a girl, named her Maya. Now I often find him hugging her or crying, asking an infant if he is doing a good job at being a father. We have to go on yearly vacations. Even when our kids were babies and were busy, he forced us on a vacation. Now that he's turning 35, he insists we buy a bigger house. Again, keeps mumbling the house is at 35. Well, I read the letter. It was laminated and filed. He keeps it in a safe along with other important documents such as, deeds and whatnot. It was a very sweet letter. Basically thanked him for being there for her and that she concluded it with wishing he lives his perfect life. Life where he graduates at 24, marries at 26, has babies at 27 and 30, moves into a big house at 35, always goes on fancy vacations, ends with him being 90, reading stories to his grandkids. She also tells him to be a good father and husband. If he ever gets tired, she wants him to thank for her suffering because of her family. Now that I've read everything, and I know that my husband has been planning his entire life based on that letter, I feel so weird. I had to tell someone. I don't blame you for feeling weird. I don't even know. There's nothing I can or should say. I have eaten almost exclusively peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for years. You sicko! I'm 27 years old, a grown adult, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches make up a solid 90% of my diet. Breakfast is a PB&J. Sometimes I'll toast the bread, mix it up a little. Lunch is 1 or 2 PB&Js. Maybe with a side dish like an apple if I'm feeling really hungry. Dinner is 2 PB&Js. I take vitamins every day to make sure I'm getting my nutrients that I don't get from my sandwiches. It's not that I don't like other food. I've just never found a food I liked as much as them. When I still lived with my parents, I was careful to hide this habit from them. I would eat toast for breakfast every day, and lunch was, of course, my PB&J. When my mom made dinner, I would take a small portion and pretend to eat it, then have peanut butter and jelly later. God damn, you really like them. I mean, I do too, but Jesus. I thought I would grow out of it by the time I started college until I realized how easy and cost-effective it is to just buy bread, jelly, and peanut butter and call it a day. When the roommates stressed about cooking and groceries, I knew my trusty PB&J would always be there for me. We shared a fridge and were always too busy with classes for anyone to notice what I ate. Now that I live alone, I don't have to worry about anyone judging me for my eating habits, and I couldn't be happier. I keep my diet a secret because I know it's unusual and I don't want... Well, sure, unusual, but what I would do, if this is really gonna be it for a long, long time, I would definitely let your doctor know. Hey, doc, this is how I eat. And I take supplements and I try to make sure that I'm not devoid of certain vitamins and minerals and whatnot. Is this bad? Because I've got a sneaky suspicion that, as time goes on, your body's gonna start getting pissed off. But again, I would just talk to your doctor about that, because if doc is like, sure, that's fine, then cool, dude, go for it. I'm very tempted to turn my client into the police. I just started working as a child psychologist 2 months ago in August after finally finishing my master's. So far, as I start from the bottom, my job has been assessing and diagnosing diagnosing problematic adolescents. I've had a dozen clients so far, most of whom have been very easy to work with. Girls with eating disorders, boys with drug problems, nothing too hard. My last client, 16, who I will call X, however, left me somewhat disturbed. When I first met X, his mom dropped him off and left for our hour-long session. At first, he seemed to be very calm and even a handsome young boy. He described to me why his parents urged him to go through with the sessions. Most of it was due to being antisocial, such as sibling bullying and arson, stealing, pathological lying, including the physical abuse he was subject to by his parents growing up. However, he told me towards the end that he had killed 3 cats. Me, personally, an animal lover, my view completely shifted. I was disgusted as he described the way he took these cats out, stating that he strangled the first 2 and crushed the third with his foot, even using a hammer to weaken the second cat before he killed it. He also explained how his mom, dad, and family have no idea of these acts. I kept a straight face throughout and tried to act professional despite knowing X is completely deranged. Now here's the issue. I have to see him in 3 days for another session, and my work right now is to make a formal diagnosis on the boy and select his treatment method if there will be a diagnosis, which I haven't decided, although conduct disorder seems extremely likely. However, I feel disgusted by this psychopathic child, and I'm not sure if I can do another session with him. I'm afraid I might act unprofessional due to how appalling I found his actions. He also stated he felt no remorse or guilt. That does sound like textbook psychopathy or psychopathy, however you pronounce it. I really feel for you there, but you owe it to the world he could be a danger to finish this. I'm sorry to say, I'd be in the exact same position if I were you. I'd be disgusted and terrified. But again, like I said, you owe it to the community at large that he could start harming one day to finish this and get him treated really, really fast. Because he is going to start killing people. He is going to try horrible, horrible things aimed at people soon enough. And torturing cats to death is already a 10 out of 10 on the scale of what the fuck. But he's about to go to 11. Just give him like a decade and he'll be there, okay? So please, I hope that for the love of God, you went through and finished this job. 2 Redditors saved my life back in 2019. I'd gotten out of prison, landed a job, and moved out of a halfway house into my own studio. I became a functional member of society, so of course my family started asking me for money. I ended up losing my job, and due to my felony, I was hesitant to apply for jobs where I was qualified and would make good money. I thought I had an extra week of unemployment benefits, so I used what I had to help my family buy food, even though I wasn't living with them and none of them worked. The next unemployment check would cover my groceries and rent. Well, there was no next unemployment check. I had run out of benefits and was short on rent. I asked Reddit if I could return groceries a week after buying them, and Redditors were confused as to why I was asking such a weird question. I said I was short on rent money, and after thinking that I had another week of benefits, you see. 2 Redditors sent me $75, which was enough to cover my rent. I was not looking for money. I guess they pitied me. A few days later, I unexpectedly was offered a job making $35 an hour. My last job paid me $17.50. I managed to pass a background by faking some stuff. The pandemic hit, and my position became remote. I ended up moving out of my shitty studio with no kitchen sink and view of the parking lot into a spacious apartment by the ocean with fireplace and oversized tub. I've been at my job and my apartment ever since. I cannot emphasize how that $75 saved me. I would have killed myself before living on the streets, and this was before COVID. I know I'm an outlier, and most people would have blown it on other things, but I wish I could let those 3 people know. It was a white girl and an Asian guy. They helped me more than my own family. It's actually kind of crazy to see how, like, a $75 to most of us, I would say, it's a lot of money, right? It's a chunk of change for sure. But in the grand scheme, it is a small amount. When it comes to rent, it's a small amount, okay? And how little a number that really is makes it just insane to see how it saved this person's entire existence. Entire existence. I have a small penis, and I feel like a dehumanized piece of trash because of how society treats me. Like, treats you specifically, or just treats men that have small dicks? I have a small dick. I don't want to say how small, but it's always tormented me. Not because it's impossible to find women who don't care, but because of the way others treat and perceive me. Okay, I see, okay. Not because it's impossible to find women who don't care, but I see. Because of something I was born with and have no ability to control, I will always be associated with the worst stereotypes and phrases, and be nothing but a joke in popular culture. Hearing someone say small dick energy is deeply hurtful, and people trying to gaslight me into thinking it's not really body shaming, as some in this thread will do, is even more harmful. No matter how much I try to love myself, the reminders are always there, and everyone laughs, and nobody bats an eye. Nobody says anything. Nobody cares. Having a small dick can be very lonely sometimes, and please don't tell me that it isn't an impediment to pleasing most women. I'm well aware, but it's still an invisible scarlet letter, and the only form of body shaming that no one ever objects to or realizes is wrong. Well, I mean, there's also the height thing, you know. There's a few things about everyone that just always seems to be an okay joke, I guess. Not that I think it's okay. I beg you from the bottom of my heart to please stop making life harder for us. Stop saying people like Trump and Hitler have micro penises. Stop saying people have small dick energy. Stop treating it like it's the worst shame any man could ever have. Stop dehumanizing me. Look, there's not really anything I can say about this one without suddenly people going, hey man, we didn't ask, so I'm just gonna move on. But I get where you're coming from, but I could also see it being more lighthearted than that. There was a guy once I genuinely adored. I had a huge crush on him for years and wanted to date him so bad. He was so sweet and single and all around a great guy. I'd been subtly trying for years to go out with him, but he never agreed. Finally, I just straight up asked if he'd want to go out on a date. It was fantastic. I was so happy. And afterwards, I wanted to kiss him and went for it. He froze and pushed me away, accusing me of making fun of him. I was so confused. I wanted to kiss him and maybe more. Why would he think I was being a dick? He said it was obvious that I was trying to see for myself how pathetic he was, and he'd given me the benefit of the doubt, but now he knew I was just like the other whores who led him on so they could laugh at him. At this point, I was confused and crying. I didn't understand. I asked why he would think this way. I really liked him and had wanted this for years. Why would he think I, as a friend and possible lover, would want to hurt him? He didn't answer, just dropped me off while saying I was just like the rest and blocked me from there. I never saw him again, and the mutual friends we had said he'd ranted about how much of a slut I was and how he was, well, good and rid of me. I asked one of them what I did wrong, and he told me that the guy was extremely insecure because he wasn't very big down there, and he thought I knew and wanted to mock him when I went for a kiss. That's weird. The saddest bit about this is that I enjoy all dick sizes because I care about the people they're attached to. I'd been just as happy to hop on top as anyone else I was attracted to, and figure out how to make us feel good from there. I not only lost a potential partner, but I lost a good friend too because of his own insecurities and assumptions. I'm sorry you feel this way. The world can be unkind to people who don't fit the mold of idealism, but you don't need to be ideal in everyone's mind to be ideal for the right person. I hope you find a way to love yourself as you are, because I promise someone else will, even if you won't believe it. It's a very good sentiment to realize. Yes, seriously. When people make the half joke of, it's not the size of the vessel, it's the motion in the ocean, that is actually true kind of across the board, okay? That is true. Fellas, it's okay. Trust me, it's okay. Your penis is not the most important part of you, no matter what other people have made you think in the past. My wife doesn't know there are anchovies in Worcestershire or Worcester sauce, and I can't tell her. My wife used to like Caesar salads, and then she found out the dressing has anchovies, and now she can't eat it because it grosses her out. She used to love pad thai. When she found out it has fish sauce in it, she can't stand it anymore. She swears she can taste the fish. I recently found out Worcester sauce has anchovies in it, and I cannot tell her, because if I do, I know she won't eat it anymore, and I want to keep using it in recipes for things like meatloaf. Yeah, that shit's kind of weird. That psychological change when you know specifically how the sausage is made. I pretended that my car wouldn't start to get the day off work. They sent someone to my house to pick me up. They win this one. I was hoping to spend the day applying to better paid positions, and there's some chores I need to catch up on, but nope, now I'm going to work. GG, well played. No, I get it. I do get it, but I didn't ask you to send somebody to pick me up. I'm not a child. Go away. I said I'm not coming in. End of the story. I'd be like, no, you tell that jackass to go back, man. No. Thinking about ending relationship with my boyfriend because of his Klinefelter syndrome? We've been together for over a year. I knew from the beginning that something wasn't right, but he didn't tell me that he has Klinefelter syndrome. You gonna explain that, or? Okay, well, he looks good. We're both 25. He's tall and has nice features. He really had this role going in the beginning of the relationship, the I do so much stuff and have goals act. The first time we had sex was an indicator for me that something was not quite right. Really small testicles, female-like genital hair, very small penis, long arms and legs. Okay. Anyway, but since that's not the main point of dating, I looked past it. He was really kind and I had fun with him until we moved in together. I'm an entrepreneur, studying at uni as well. Wow. And really high maintenance. I like to live in organized and clean environments. Same. Take care of myself, have clear goals, and see a therapist, and basically understand what my future, or that my future is in my hands, and I can decide what direction direction I want to go in life. My boyfriend is messy. I didn't know that, since we had always hung out at my place and he really wanted to portray this image that he had his life together. Once we started to live together, he dropped out of school, doesn't know what job he would like to do, and doesn't really even know who he is. That's okay. We all need time to learn who we are. Now that we're in a year into the relationship, the issues are starting to bug me. He can't empathize with people, talks really slow, has no interest, and doesn't seem bothered by it. Basically, all he does is play PlayStation and constantly visit his parents if I'm busy working because there's always food nearby and mom does my laundry. If I don't talk, clean, take care of him, pay bills, etc., nothing happens. Apartment's full of his mess, clothes, dishes, trash, and we don't talk, not even mentioning the sex. In the last 1 year, we've had sex 3 times, and I am very sexually active women normally, okay? I've talked with my therapist so much about this, tried to politely ask questions about what he would like to do with his life, etc., but the answer is always, I don't know. So recently I found out from his mother that he has XXY chromosomes. Read all about it, and it makes perfect sense. I brought it up with him a month ago, and he wasn't bothered. He said that he should have every 10 weeks testosterone shots, but he's too lazy to book an appointment, and that doesn't bother him. I've talked about wanting to have a family this whole relationship, and he told me that he can't have kids. Anyways, we had a long talk and booked an appointment with the doctor. He didn't go. It was last week. If I bring it up, he just says I'll book it later, and I know that he won't if I don't do it for him. So the confession is that I am a horrible person for wanting to end this. I really want a man who could also mutually support me in life and want me sexually and grow as a human being with me and start a family someday. I feel like I'm holding my own life at pause, taking care of him without getting anything back, and it's okay for some time, but after talking with his mom, it's been going on since he's been a child. This feels horrible to be thinking like this. Some days I just fantasize about a real relationship where we could go do something else other than me taking care of him and him playing games. I feel torn between relationships aren't perfect, he's a kind human and I should help him, maybe someday he'll grow up and it will be worth it, and I need to take care of myself and pursue my dream life without him. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm gonna be real with you, hold on. Genetic condition that occurs when a male has an extra X chromosome. Gotcha. May include breast growth, infertility, osteoporosis, and learning difficulties. Treatments usually involve physical and emotional therapy as well as hormone replacement. I had no idea. It seems like it's pretty rare too. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'd look to the Reddit comments for that one because ain't no way I'm gonna be of any help whatsoever. I forced myself to have a miscarriage behind my husband's back. You might have clicked on this thinking this was some sob story about maybe not being able to afford an abortion. Maybe something like, I had to escape a relationship? This isn't that story. So you were warned, and I don't give a fuck about what the comments have to say. I'm 27, and I've been with my husband since I was 23. I've known since I was 18 I didn't want children. I like kids, just not for me. I'm too selfish, too independent, and like quiet too much. I get it. I've always told my husband that I don't want kids. I'd never want them, and if he wanted a child, we shouldn't be together. He's a criminal lawyer and loves his job. He didn't want kids either. Always maintained that, so together we were happy. I'm on the pill. Half the time he pulls out, shit happens, and I ended up being pregnant about 3 months ago now. Looking down at that positive in the test, I took it as a half-assed joke. It felt like a death sentence. I ran out to tell my husband. It's something he should know. What did he do? A man who deals with horrific criminal cases and never sheds a tear started crying because he was happy. I was disgusted and he was happy. He was hugging me and kissing me, and when I told him I thought he didn't want kids, he said he hadn't until the possibility of a child was here, and now it was all he wanted. That's not the possibility of a child. Your horrified and disgusted wife or girlfriend or whatever, suddenly being pregnant is not the chance. That's not how that works. The chance is, maybe I do want kids, she says. You know what? That does sound great. That's not what this is, my guy. I couldn't tell him this was terrible. How was I meant to tell him I wanted out? Gone. Forgotten. I tried to come to terms with it. I love him more than anyone, so I figured I'd wait for the maternal feeling to overwhelm me, and then he was talking about names and the gender, and I thought I was gonna scream. It felt like betrayal. He promised me he didn't want kids. He made me think I didn't have to give him a baby, and I realized that a child is not something you have to make someone happy. They deserve love and attention, and I didn't want to give it any. I couldn't go to the doctors. He'd find out about, well, the whole thing. He's a lawyer. He can smell bullshit from 10 million miles away, and he knows all the right people. Knows the doctor I'd go to, and knows about the patient confidentiality, but I just knew he'd know, okay? I could feel it in my bones. Besides, I'd come back from surgery all sick and sore, unable to walk, and he'd notice. He's too smart. So I Googled how to miscarry. I drank all the teas, ate all the bad things, and did all the exercises, and made sure to drink alcohol when he wasn't around, and I went out. I took medicine I wasn't meant to. It had been a month, and he was planning to go to the doctors, and I knew I couldn't. knew they'd figure out what I was up to, so I pushed back and ordered pills online. I took them, destroyed the evidence, and the next thing you know, it's 1 a.m. and I wake up to find myself bleeding. Relief. I got up, threw my underwear in the bin, and put some period underwear on and took one of my pills my husband uses to help sleep and slept through it. I woke up around the same time as him and looked down and feigned the disaster. I pretended to sob and cry and be distraught, and when he held me through it just fine, he insisted I go to a doctor, but I knew I couldn't with everything in my system, so I acted too upset. My friend's a doctor and she checked me out. I'm fine. It's okay. I didn't hurt myself. I know the risks, okay? But an animal trapped will gnaw off its own leg to escape. I told him I didn't want kids anymore because I was so traumatized. He agreed and left it be. I'm getting the implant. My boyfriend just admitted he's a psychopath to me and that he picked me. Oh, good God, that's a long one. Uh-oh. I don't know where else to say this, so I'll leave it here. I've been with him for about 6 months and have known him for about 3 months before that. He's gorgeous and witty, intelligent? I just invented a new word, and I think it might actually work. Witty, intelligent, charismatic. Genuinely not at all what I stereotyped a psychopath to be. Really? They're very good actors. I truly would have never known it. Sure, sometimes he can be a little cold, a little dry, and there have been times in our relationship where I'm expressing something he's done to express me that I'm catching the drift he genuinely does not give a f***, even if he amends it. My biggest clue, however, was watching him adapt insanely good depending on those around him. We've always been in the same friend group, so I've always seen him act a certain way, behave a certain way. And yes, being his girlfriend, I get to see a different side to him, but barely. 2 nights ago, I went to a work event for his work with him, and I watched in awe as he literally acted like an entirely different person. Everyone loves him because he was acting exactly how they wanted him to, needed him to. The jokes they told that I could have sworn he would think were heinous, he laughed at and made similar jokes. Topics of discussion he does not care for, they brought up, and he talked with them feigning amazing interest. It was like he had morphed into this amazing person for them. One nothing like the person I was used to. I asked him about it on the drive back to mine. He tried gaslighting me. He acted normal. I didn't buy it. I didn't invite him to mine like I always did, and I guess that's when when he figured I was mad. He didn't contact me for 2 days. My boyfriend had upset me, and he didn't care to contact me, Kay. Then he ended up showing up and insisting to talk to me, and he told me he was a psychopath. I laughed in his face and told him to get out. He brought his medical information with him, stubborn prick, to prove it all. The tests, the diagnosis, all of it. I was floored. He told me that people like him are extremely good at adapting to social situations that serve them to fit into. Of course, being friendly and liked at work served him. It's why he's been promoted so fast. It's never a bad thing to have too many friends, so he masks and adapts when meeting new people and screens them to decide if he really even wants or cares to have them for a friend. I asked him, why me? Why had he made me his long-term girlfriend? And he simply said, I'm at a point in my life where I think I should have a girlfriend. Probably one I'll marry. I knew you for 3 months and I liked you enough, so I picked you. Picked me? He told me it was when him and I were walking back to mine, and I had made a joke he found genuinely funny. And he noticed he found me genuinely pretty, and he decided then and there, yeah, okay, I'll pick her. And boom, a month later, we were together. I'm so confused. Does this mean he likes me? Does he love me? Is this as close to love as psychopaths get? I asked him if he genuinely loved me, and he said, I would marry you. Doesn't that answer it? No. I said I needed time and he just left. I realized he literally doesn't give a shit, so that's why. But he is giving me time. I love him. I don't know if I could live with this. I'm just confused and I don't want to tell anyone just yet. I feel embarrassed that I never figured it out. Anyways, leaving it here. Good Lord. That is a lot. That is so much to take in. I'm gonna have to sit on that for a while myself because when it comes to psychopaths or psychopathy or sociopathy, stuff like that, you only ever see it in movies and TV shows, generally associated with a guy who is a serial killer or something along those lines. You know, they become a murderer because they're so good at it because psychopaths are just brilliant at being social chameleons and stuff. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's a lot more we all have to learn about what that actually means. My sister's boyfriend touched my boob. I was with my sister's boyfriend and his friend at the beach. He wanted to use my chest as a pillow. He then proceeded to push away my boob with his hand. He did this multiple times and said, "You don't mind, do you?" I didn't really know what to say and thought that maybe he found this normal. Maybe he was just really touchy with everyone in that way. He called me prude before and also said that he couldn't believe that I was my sister's little sister. He had put his hand on my hip while he laid down next to me. I called him my brother as a joke. He said that he found it weird that I called him that. He also said that that day I was a replacement for my sister. Should I tell my sister? They're living together and are moving into their new home next month. I feel like you should. You know, I definitely feel like you should tell your sister about this dude being pretty creepy and touchy. Like, straight up. That is weird. I don't... Let her know. My now ex-wife was begging for a divorce during my chemo treatments. This won't be a long read, and this isn't much of a confession because just about everyone I know knew about it. So, really, I'm on here to talk about it and hear everyone else's opinions and comments. You let me know if it's screwed up or not. So I was diagnosed with stage 3 Hodgkin's lymphoma back in November of 2022. This was a very treatable type of cancer, and my oncologist and other doctors reminded me every week, and it made me feel at ease. At the time, I was married to this woman of 5 years, together for 10 total. In the beginning, she was there for me and helped me every step of the way to get through this process of me having cancer. Keep in mind, as a grown man, internally I was a nervous wreck 24/7. I started my 4 cycles of treatment on January of 2023. After about my second cycle, I was feeling the effects of the chemotherapy. Puking every day, feeling weak and tired, hair and beard was falling out, and it resulted in me having to shave everything. During all that, we get into a fight, and it leads to her telling me she straight up is not happy in our marriage and that she wants a divorce. No matter how many times I've suggested that we get counseling of some sort, it just never seemed to interest her at all into trying. So by the time I was finished with my 4th cycle of chemo, I packed my shit, bought a camper, and set it up on my uncle's property. Luckily, I have really good family that helped me out every step of the way. Thinking back on how we ended things, it really felt messed up, and I was sad that it happened that way. But I will say this though, I am very happy with where I'm at now. I'm over a year into remission, and every CT scan so far has been coming back clean. I'm living with the best girlfriend I could ever ask for. Thanks in advance to those who took the time to read My Little Confession. Oh, My Little Confession, I love that show. I don't care that a 7-year-old is getting hate for abusing a cat. I recently learned that a 7-year-old got doxxed and a lot of death threats for posting a video of abusing what looks like, to me, a kitten. What? I don't care that he got a lot of hate and death threats. I don't know how to feel about the doxing part. I hope that scared the living shit out of him and that no one abuses that information like a predator or something like that. What I care about is that I hope this whole situation puts the fear of God in him and that he cries and regrets everything he did. If a 7-year-old can record a video of abusing his cat and upload it to YouTube with a well-written title, then in my opinion, he deserves that backlash. I understand that a lot of people don't like how the internet is handling it by giving him death threats, but I don't care. He knows what he's doing, and I hope him and his parents learn from this. I had my mom help me upload videos when I was 7, so either the 7-year-old did all of this work by himself or the parents helped him. I just don't care. What the hell is going on? Can't stop thinking about what the dermatologist said. Yeah, weird, I know. Went to a new dermatologist recently. My old one retired, so I was assigned this new doc. He was young and professional. He did his exam, and then at the end of the visit, he complimented me on my skin. You have beautiful skin, great color and texture. It felt very genuine. I'm a middle-aged, morbidly obese, perimenopausal woman? I've never seen that word before. Who never gets any positive remarks, so I soaked that up like a dry sponge. Didn't realize how thirsty I was for genuine positive compliments and attention. It has shaken me, because it woke that part of my memory that I used to be a young, attractive, thin woman who did always get compliments and attention. I've been so used to being unseen. Anyhow, I guess my confession is that I'm embarrassed that such a simple remark has made me feel so much. I thanked him, but damn, I should have been able to move on from this. I ended my relationship this morning. It was the time to make some life decisions. Before I don't know who I am. I ended my 4+ year relationship this morning at 9:39 EST. I'm not sure what I've been doing for 4 years with this person. After a Trump tirade about the debate, she still backs him, looks at me and makes comments about me and my beliefs. I love this country and we do need to save it. My last words to her were, I cannot respect someone who respects this man. Well, it sounds like she also disrespects you by making comments about you and your beliefs, because you're not valid. Thanks for reading. I needed to share and need a beer and real human connection, or interaction. Get me the hell out of this place. and talk to me, so I know I'm not alone. Edit. I did not end this relationship over Donald Trump. I am 54 years old and have spent the last 4 years with someone who turned into a different person over the last 2 years. And this event was the final straw for me. I've been trying to get her into therapy with me and work on the relationship, only to be met with ridicule and nastiness. I made a decision that I needed to make, and I am venting as I am in the thinking process of the next chapter of my life. Actually, very smart edit to throw in there so people don't turn this into, oh wow, 'cause of Donald Trump. I mean, he was the last straw at this point. I'm a nurse. This may have been the worst thing I've ever done. Oh, jeez. I, 26, have been a nurse going on 5 years now. That's not a ton of time, but I've had my fair share of mishaps throughout my career. Currently, I work as a nurse at an outpatient surgery center. My job is to get the patient ready for their surgery and recover them afterwards. During the pre-op period, we connect electrodes to a patient's chest for EKG monitoring to monitor their heart throughout the procedure and during the recovery. After the patient has had enough time to recover, we take the patches off. This is where I messed up. I was taking care of a woman in her early 20s. For context's sake, she was small. There are 5 patches I needed to take off as I was getting her ready for discharge. 2 are at the corners of each side of the chest, 1 in the center, and 2 just below the breast on each side. The patient gowns at my center only tie in the back. Some places have gowns with buttons on the sleeve, which can be undone for easier access. My center does not have this. This then means that to reach the lower 2 patches, I have to loosen the gown and reach down in the front to get them off of them. In this particular case, this patient was somewhat shy and did not want to be exposed. Her mom was in the room with her and I offered her as much privacy as I could. I only slightly lowered her gown so as not to expose anything and blindly reached down to grab the last 2 patches. I pinched at what I thought to be the electrode attached to the patch. I was wrong. It was the unfortunate patient's nipple. I apologized immediately and quickly went about finishing my task while internally dying. For her credit, she did not really react too much besides turning a few shades red, as I am sure I had as well. I got the patient out and sent her on her way, unable to look her in the eye, and spent the rest of the day battling my embarrassment. I told my coworkers what I had done, and the story quickly spread to the staff. They all had a good laugh at it. It's not the worst thing in the world, and realistically, it wasn't that terrible of a thing to do, but it has definitely been the worst and most embarrassing thing I've done thus far. See, that feels kind of lighthearted in comparison to some of the other ones that we've seen on here today. I mean, I get that it was an inappropriate mistake, but it seems like the 2 of you went your separate ways and probably now have a story that you're comfortable sharing because it's kind of funny, you know? It's just a silly, oops, I messed up, you apologized, everything's okay. I regret having an open marriage. I'm 31 and female, married and have a daughter, so my husband and I had an open marriage for about a year. I love my husband, but he was the one that came up with the idea. Yeah, that's always a great idea. He knew I had kind of a hypersexual lifestyle before meeting him, so to make the story short, he wanted me to sleep with other guys. That being said, I'm falling for this guy I met. He's perfect. Everything. I still love my husband, but it hurts me to say that if I had to choose one for the other, I wouldn't choose my husband. When my husband wanted this, it spiced things up, but I started to see him differently. I'm just regretting the whole situation. I hope things can stay the same and not end up in a divorce or anything. I do love my husband so much, but it's not the same love I had when we first got married. Counseling, yesterday. Therapy, yesterday. I hate my wife for opening the marriage. Oh, wait a minute. I, 34, hate my 39-year-old wife. Jeez, okay. She suggested we open up the marriage a few years ago to spice things up. She invited a few women she was interested in into bed, and I ended up sleeping with her and them. I did not find any of them the least bit attractive and kinda went through the motions, and it was awful. She also initiated a foursome with a couple, and I just had to leave the room before doing anything and decided to close the relationship shortly after. Since then, every time we have sex, we do it doggy style because I don't want to see her face. She thinks I just enjoy having sex with her in her favorite position. I have recently found out she has repeatedly cheated with multiple men and women behind my back through Snapchat texts. It's like my whole relationship was a waste. I cannot remember why we got married because I cannot remember a time where I enjoyed her company. Good Lord. We do not hang out together. We do have no hobbies together. I refuse to watch any movies or TV with her, and I stopped drinking completely while she has to be drunk 3 to 5 times a week. I will be initiating a divorce soon, and I'm actually excited to do so. I was gonna say, this has to end in you leaving, for sure. It definitely seems like the healthiest thing, probably for the both of you. I will leave my wife within 2 days after being 5 years together. Throwback to her youth. Her father died in a car accident when she was 14, got in a depression when she was 16, lost all of her friends and never had any people to hang out with or have fun with. Today, she turned out to be this amazing, beautiful woman who is now 5 years together with me. We're 2 years married and built a house 1 year ago. Last year, she changed her job and now has a lot of female colleagues from her age, 28, who love to party. She got totally addicted to partying. We got in an open marriage so she can have fun without being worried of doing something wrong. She postponed her child wish so she can continue having fun. She works 3 weekend days in the month and parties 4 weekend days in the month. My last year consisted of only waiting for her to wake up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to just have a lazy day. I'm no longer number one in her life. She prefers partying instead of going on a day trip with me to the beach or the forest nearby. In the week, she works until 9 o'clock and wants to go to bed at 11 because she's tired. So almost no quality time during the week as well. I'm done. It destroys me only to see her having fun and not giving any attention to me. I said yes on everything she wanted to do to keep her happy, but she totally lost sight of my needs. We talked a lot about it and she understands, but she does not want to give up the life she has now. For the first time, she's happy and having fun, and she won't compromise. So now you all know. I don't know what to do. I will tell her the day after tomorrow that we are finished. I am bleeding inside. Greetings from a broken man. Well, she doesn't get to have her cake and eat it too, you know? I mean, that's... if she's just... like, what are you to her at this point? It seems like, as you pointed out, she's not giving you any attention. And look... You don't give your spouse every single ounce of your attention forever, but if you ignore them completely forever and go have fun without them exclusively, man, you guys aren't together at all. Edit, thanks for all the support. I just want to add, it's funny to see how many people get stuck on the open marriage thing. This doesn't affect us. We had some arguments, yes, but we also had some fun with it. The major problem here is she prefers partying above spending quality time with me. Going out is for her a possibility to run away from her emotional problems, and she got addicted to it. We lived together, and in 7 days, there might have been 16 hours where I see her. See, yeah, that's fucked up. Update, I went 2 weeks on holidays to Morocco, and just before that, I made the step and told her I want a divorce and my reasons. Only response I got was, okay, I understand. No arguments from her side. She didn't want to try and persuade me not to do it. Today, her mom called me and she is 100% supporting me and she regrets her daughter doing this shit. She tried to convince me that her daughter had some time alone and had to figure some things out. A friend of mine had a talk with my ex and she admitted she misses me and she's not sure if this is what she wants. My ex went to southern France on holiday, just had a 14-hour drive and texted me she is going to that club again. I made the correct call. This ends here and now. Nor her mom nor her friends can convince me that she wants or needs a chance to get me back. Good God. I lied to my coworkers about having a girlfriend so I can go home early and watch My 600-Pound Life every night, and my life has gotten exponentially better. Oh, that rules. I'm a chef, and I usually get off of work around 12 to 1. Usually, all the mates want to go have shots and lines at the local until we stagger back in at 14 for our, I love saying time like that, for our next shifts. And I've happily obliged all year. This month, I started leaving very quickly and going straight home. Originally just to save money. Usually right when I get home, My 600-Pound Life is on, so I started watching it and oh my God. Equally disturbing, motivational, and inspiring. I'm quite skinny, but one quote that sticks with me is, most people with addictions get to lie and pretend it all away. I don't get that option. Totally stuck with me. I truly believe if my addiction manifested itself, I'd be grotesque. Anyways, I've been doing this every night this month to the point where a rumor that I must be seeing someone began, so I ran with it. I've never felt better and more secure in my sobriety and peace of mind. Straight home, cup of tea, feed the cat, My 600-Pound Life, motivation to stay clean and stay sober for the night. Peace. It's the weirdest shit, but I'm loving it. Man, that is currently what I am chasing right now. I need to figure out how to stop the alcohol, man. I don't know how to stop. I don't know how. And god damn it. My girlfriend didn't want me to find her Reddit account. I did anyways, and I regret it. Uh-oh, Reddit account. Does she like memes? So for context, I've been with my beautiful girlfriend for a few months now, and she's absolutely wonderful. I love her. Recently, we got onto the topic of Reddit somehow, and she said she uses it constantly. I asked her for her username, and she flat out rejected me and said no. We went back and forth a bit, and I decided to drop the subject The next day, she gave me the username and apologized. When I searched the account, I discovered it had been made that day. That was an instant red flag to me, and my mind went to the worst places. I thought she was cheating on me using Reddit or something. No. Does she really really like something lame? Is she super into Warhammer? Okay, no. Anyway, I confronted her about this and she immediately went into defense mode and said it was to get me off her back because she has things she's not comfortable with me seeing. This started a huge fight where I blatantly said I knew she was cheating and she was so offended and stormed out. I figured if I'm gonna find out what's going on, I needed to see the phone for myself. I sent her an apology and we talked things out. A few weeks go by and I come home from work and she's passed out on the couch with TikTok open and playing, meaning her phone was unlocked. Cool, man. I went through the entire thing and found nothing, even in the messages with her friends. She was bragging about me. I finally got to the Reddit and my heart sank. She has made multiple posts in I see, survivor support group. Mind you, she's never told me she's had this happen to her. She had made a post telling her story, which made me sick to my stomach. She had been assaulted by her ex for years. She lived with him from age 15 to 18. Her most recent post was asking for advice on how to have a normal, intimate life, because every time she tried to be intimate with me, it would bring back memories, and she was worried it would cause a panic attack. She mentioned in the group she didn't tell me and didn't want to tell me because she was too embarrassed. My heart sank, I felt sick to my stomach. I can't believe she's been going through this. It made sense. We had been together for months and we had never had sex. Just a few moments where she let me, okay, dude. But she asked me to stop, which I immediately did. I have never touched her without asking. I have never made her feel bad and always tell her that she can tell me no because it's her body. I don't have a high sex drive, so, it doesn't really matter. It's not something I need. If I would have known, I would never have made any moves. I would have waited for her. I would have done research on how to support her and make her feel safe. I would have helped pay for therapy and helped her find anything she needed to heal. It's been 2 weeks since I found out. I haven't told her because it's her story, and I want her to have the right to share it when she feels safe. Well, you kinda took that away from her because you didn't trust her. You took that away from her because you already know. I've avoided anything sexual so that she can make the move when she's comfortable. This has been eating me alive. I feel awful for looking. I feel like I violated her. Well, I'm glad that you understand what you've done and the gravity of this situation, okay? I'm glad you get it. And I'm glad that it seems like you are moving in the correct direction. But yeah, you did kind of take that away. She might get around to it. But you gotta realize, now she might not. My ex made me watch the weirdest shit. I have never told this to anyone, and genuinely, I just need to tell anyone this. My ex and I were hanging out while we were still together when we see some meme related to BJs. He jokes about me giving him one, so I joke back and say, do it yourself. He then proceeds to tell me that he actually could. Of course I don't believe him, but we moved on. Later that same day, while making out and already naked, he goes, I told you I could do it, watch. Then he proceeded to do it. In hindsight, while impressive, I genuinely do not understand why he would show me that. What he thought my reaction was going to be, or why he expected us to still have sex afterwards. Edit. I'm not trying to demonize my ex. It was just an odd story that was stuck on my mind. If you don't know anything about a relationship besides a self-suck story, maybe don't start judging in weird ways. He was emotionally and physically abusive later on in the relationship. If I wanted to demonize him, I would have not chosen the story of him sucking his own dick. Yeah, that wouldn't be the way to go if they were a bad person in general. It's just, yeah, that is strange. That's real strange. Generally, you want to have a long conversation about weird stuff that you're into before you go, check this shit out. My wife died earlier this year. According to everyone who knows us, it was quick. She went in the hospital that afternoon, died overnight. I'm the only one who knows that it's a lie. In reality, she was in the hospital for nearly a week, but she hated people seeing her when she was weak and begged me not to tell anyone. And then a day later, she wasn't lucid enough to change her mind, and I couldn't betray her. Not when I figured she would be up in a few days and angry at me for telling. I told work I had COVID, so I couldn't come into the office, and worked from home or the hospital. She'd been laid off recently, with all the layoffs happening, and it had been quiet while recovering. So no one suspected anything. She was even in the hospital during my birthday, but I just posted on social media a pic of her present. Neither of us were the type to wait till the day of to hand it over, so I already had it. No one questioned it. I sat through the worst conversations of my life with the doctors alone, but I truly didn't believe she was going to die. She was young, we had time, I was wrong. An unexpected medical issue and she's gone. No one knows still. I can't tell them, but I can tell anonymous strangers on the internet as I toast to our anniversary. So happy anniversary, baby. I'm nothing without you. Jesus. I never realized people wipe while sitting down. I mean, I do a handstand. I'm 34 years old, and a few months ago, someone was talking about teaching their kid potty training and said he was having difficulty sitting and wiping. And I said, well, why would you do that while sitting? Why not stand up? And he looked at me and says, no, sitting and wiping is the right way. Your cheeks are already spread. Anyways, I stand and wipe and never knew that was different from anyone else. I feel like we're about to have another wave of people that are like, well, I stand up when I do that, and it's going to cause a whole cascade of, it's going to be like this dumbass war of, no, you're an idiot if you do that. No, you're stupid if you sit. It's like, who gives a crap? Okay, I guess we all do. We all do, at least, once a day, hopefully. Jesus. I lied and canceled my Friday night plans by saying I was sick. I'm not. I'm just an emotional wreck because I discovered that in every childhood photo I have, I'm covered in bruises. As I was putting on my makeup to go out tonight, I tracked down a specific picture in one of my phone's photo albums. I found it, but then I zoomed in and made the realization. Went to the next one, same thing. I don't know how I never noticed before. I'm 27 now, but it's in every single photo if you look closely enough. Picture after picture of my toothy smile, messily cut bangs, and bruises. In a picture of me smiling with my cousins at my grandmother's house, I can see my mother's fingers imprinting on my arm. I remember that day. I remember that bruise. There's one of me standing on the couch. My bottom lip is split and my left cheek is dark red. I have my arms around my parents' shoulders and everyone's grinning ear to ear. I was about that age the first time my father tried to sneak in bed with me. Both me and my parents thought we were hiding it so well from everyone else. We were a perfectly normal family for the area. They used to send me to school with makeup on, brief me on the lies I'd tell to explain my injuries, and made it abundantly clear that if I ever told anyone the truth that they'd kill me. But it was right there. Nobody saw it. Nobody else knows. At most, my closest friends know that my mother hit me once because I've joked about it, but there is not a soul that knows the extent. I love my friends, but there's not a chance I could speak to them honestly about this. I've tried therapy several times. I've paid a lot of money to sit there and try and work up the nerve to just admit it, but then I can't. I end up lying for an hour and never going back. Maybe one day. Who knows? Maybe this Reddit confession will be a baby step in the right direction. Still, this is just a hiccup. It really sucks, and I'm shocked at how it hit me like a freight train. I was looking forward to the plans I bailed on. Hope they enjoy it without me. I'm going to allow myself to be utterly miserable tonight and then do something fun tomorrow. Honestly, even just typing this up helped calm me down quite a bit. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. Congrats. You're the only people who know my little secret. I appreciate that. Go enjoy your weekend. I'm gonna go wipe this makeup off now. Yeah, I mean, you were able to finally say it. Sure, it might have been to a bunch of strangers on the internet, but hey, as you said, a baby step in the right direction. Any step in the right direction is what you want, right? And this is a net positive. I will see it as that. Hopefully you're able to go back to someone like a real therapist again and finally go, this is what happened. And maybe fully get everything off of your chest and get those demons out of your head forever. Demons being your parents.
My wife went out for the evening and the baby has been crying ever since she has left, and I'm losing my freaking mind. My wife went to a concert with her sister and left me home with the baby. I want a goddamn drink of water and maybe a few minutes to clean the kitchen and take a shower. She has been crying nonstop, and I can't wait for my wife to get home. She is on maternity leave and I have to work tomorrow, but I can't exactly complain to my wife about the baby because we are both parents. So I complain to the anonymous people of Reddit. And before you guys judge me, I am taking care of my daughter. And I won't say anything to my wife when she comes home other than ask her how her evening was. I'm allowed to vent anonymously. My being an asshole here allows me to be normal IRL. And look, it's not that you're being an asshole or anything like that. It's normal for the parents to lose their mind at the screeching crazy baby. More so for mom, because mom, as we know, does a lot more of the work in general, like a lot more of the work. Obviously, like growing the baby and then having to birth said baby and whatnot. But But look, you're totally normal to be like, yeah, I'm losing my mind. This baby is crazy, man. I am glad that you are persevering and doing what you are supposed to do as a parent, but also letting her go out and have a little bit of goddamn fun. That's nice. Hopefully you continue to do that for her sake, because that's going to be very appreciated on her end as time goes on. I can guarantee you that. So good on you. You can keep yelling into the void. It's very cathartic. It is very therapeutic. It's very helpful. It's much, much better than letting it fester and turn into some kind of dumbass explosion on your partner or otherwise. Just remember, the more time she spends with you, interacting with you, the more you become a safe space for her, almost as good as mom for the soothing quality. I'm not saying you're not as good as your wife. Sucks now, worth the investment later. You're not being an asshole here. I'm a mama, and it's hard. It's valid to feel overwhelmed and frustrated. Hope she settles down for you. And I'm sure she will. She'll run out of energy at some point, or just maybe have a little moment of, you know what? This is a little ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous right now, because babies can do that, you know. They're very smart. I've manipulated my husband by strategically sleeping with him for more than 20 years. You. All right, what does that actually mean, though? I mean, I see a joke here, obviously, but there's got to be a little bit more to it, though, right? Like, just a tiny bit more. I've been married for going on 30 years. Many, many years ago, I realized that on the weekends, if I got up in the morning and did whatever I needed to do, made breakfast, took care of the kids, cleaned, etc., my husband would just stay in bed all day and watch TV. If I wanted to take the kids somewhere or suggested we go shopping or hiking or hang out with friends or literally anything, my husband would say he's worked hard all week and he wants to just relax. So we do nothing all weekend long. But if I started the morning by sleeping with him, shortly after we're done, he'd get up, take a shower, and be ready to conquer the world. So if I want to have a lazy day at home, I get up and do whatever I want. But if I want to go do something, I sleep with him first thing in the morning. I know I'm intentionally manipulating him, and I don't actually care because I feel like he's getting what he wants, and so am I. Look, I haven't been married for 30 years. I don't plan on being married, really at any point in my life anymore. But this doesn't seem like a problem. I feel like if you brought up like, I noticed this pattern, he would probably go, "That's pretty crazy. Keep doing it." I don't think he's gonna give a shit. And if it's not something that's actively upsetting you or some sort of negative influence on you in any way, cool. You, as you said, you're getting what you want, and you're assuming that he's getting what he wants, and it seems like it's working. Which it's kind of crazy that that's energizing him, though. I figured that would only stand to, I don't know, make him lazier and sleepier or whatever for some strange reason. But no, if it works, man. Noticing a behavior pattern and finding a positive way around it or to modify it like this really doesn't strike me as manipulation. I'm pretty certain your husband would feel the same way. Being in a relationship is supposed to be mutually beneficial, and I feel like you nailed it, no pun intended. Plus, I'm sure you're having a good time with this idea too, okay? Sure, like you said, you get what you want, but I feel like, during the act, you're probably not going, "Man, this sucks." As long as everyone gets what they want, I see no issue. His penis? I agree. Penis? I accidentally started a year-long prank war with a total stranger, and they have no idea that it's me, okay? You've got me hooked. Now reel me in, my friend. It all started with a simple mistake. I was at a coffee shop, distracted, half awake, and when the barista called out Jake, I grabbed the drink without thinking. A few sips in, I realized my mistake, but it was too late. Some poor guy named Jake was probably inside wondering why his caramel latte had vanished. The next day, I walked in and saw a sign near the register. "If your name is Jake, double check your order." I should have let it go, but something about it made me laugh, so I decided to keep the joke going. I started leaving cryptic sticky notes around the shop that said things like, "Jake knows." Asked the barista in a hushed tone if Jake had been in today, and once even wrote, "Thanks for everything, Jake," on the community chalkboard. Sometimes I'd order under his name and tip extra, just to confuse him. Over time, the barista started talking about Jake like he was some kind of local legend. And I have no idea if the real Jake has any clue what's going on. I don't even know who he is. But at this point, I think I'm in too deep. Jake, if you are out there, I'm sorry. But also, are you okay? I don't think you've ruined this man's life. Hell, you know what? He probably stopped going to the coffee shop, or at least this coffee shop, after his order disappeared. I know that might sound petty, or it might sound like I'm making the guy out to be a petty jerk or something like that, but people kind of do that, you know? One negative interaction or negative experience, while it shouldn't, does cause a lot of people to just off. It really does. So Jake probably has not been in since that day at all. And the fact that they brought it up and said, hey, if your name is Jake, double check your order or something like that, I don't know, it makes me feel like he might have complained and annoyed the baristas or something like that. I don't know. I'm looking too deep. It doesn't really matter, but I've just got a sneaky surprise. He doesn't show up anymore, you know? But whatever. This is one of those rare, perfect examples of a mostly harmless prank in which no one gets hurt, harassed, or traumatized for social media clout. Aside from the mistakenly stolen coffee that was the true innocent bystander in this situation. Jake, if you're out there, please phone in. Let us here at EmKay know if you're doing all right. And also, make sure to actually talk to OP because he's the one that actually called out to the void in the hopes that you're doing all right. We hope you're all right out there, Jake. We all love you, man. The worst mistake I ever made was telling people that I had won the lottery. Oh God, did you actually? Or did you just tell them that? Because man, either way, you're screwed. Oh, you did. I won the lottery about 7 years ago. Between my annuity and profits made from investments, all net, I get shy of about $800,000 a year. I don't like you. I'm just kidding. We're all envious. That sounds amazing. I was stunned that I had won. Once I confirmed that I won, I started to tell people. I thought they'd be happy for me. They were happy for me for a minute, and then they'd start to ask me for money. Friends and family. Then they told people. I was literally getting 10 calls a day from people asking for money. My favorite was the sister of my coworker saying she needed rent money, and a friend asking me to buy them a $20,000 ring for a girl he had only been dating for a few months, and she was f***ing other guys on the side. How do you know that? Whatever. Some people successfully used me and I cut them off. I still helped some people, but I had to cut them off because they were asking me for money only to give it to others or using the money for something different. It was very traumatic. I even had a therapist try to rip me off by asking me for a cash tip after our sessions. I was spending more money on people than on myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's kind of the hope. Like, I know your perspective on this. People are only talking to you so that they can get money from you. But I've always said if I were ever in a position where I'm just, damn, you know, I'm doing awesome, because $800,000 a year is incredible. That's more than 99% of the human race is really ever going to see as a yearly salary, right? I would be, once I got my affairs in order and I knew I was set, I would, of course, be spending more money on other people than myself. By a long shot. But again, I see where you're coming from, though. I'm not trying to paint this guy as some kind of stingy douchebag or something like that. Anyway, it's ironic that I have more money than I need, yet I can't give it away because it brings nothing but problems. People make generosity not worth it. See, that I can also see. People will take a mile if you give an inch sometimes. I can totally see that. People want me to finance their best lives and have the arrangement be exclusively on their terms. I will never understand why people can't accept one thing without trying to get more. I chalk it up that people in my life had no respect for me. Probably not. I would assume the same as you in that regards, that you're unfortunately surrounded by people that I guess didn't really like you all that much or something, and well, here you go. I really hope that things have gotten a lot better though, and can I borrow $20? 100 stories I've read like this. If I ever won money, nobody would know. Oh, I wouldn't be actively telling people at all. If I could hide my identity when I claimed the prize, you bet I would. And then people that I know I could trust. I mean, I wouldn't say, hey, by the way, I got $10 million up my ass. I would probably do something like just start spending money on people. Like I've got friends that have debts I would probably wipe out. Try to do it maybe anonymously or something like that. If possible. If not, I'll just, be vague and weird about it. Like, don't worry, man. Just don't worry. No, I got it, man. It's okay. Yeah, your car's breaking down. Well, let me get you a new one. It's fine. Don't worry. But no. Everything's okay. My brother received a settlement from a work injury. He's a millionaire. I am far from it. I have never asked him for anything. After his injury, while he was fighting for his settlement, I helped him and his family get out a lot. It was never explicitly, but heavily implied that he intended to give me a substantial sum once he got the settlement as a thank you for all the help. That wasn't required, as we're family, and I would have helped anyway. He got a settlement about 8 years ago. That gift never happened, and once he got his money, was never mentioned again. I'm not jealous of what he has. I would never want to go through what he had to in order to get it, but there is a part of me that still thinks about all the times he talked about how much he was going to give me once he got his settlement, and that part of me resents him. I can see that one for sure. Like, you're a good person, for certain, and I don't think your brother's a But I can say, as big a game as I talk about what I would do if I suddenly had $1 billion, I understand that suddenly having what seems like infinite resources at your disposal, especially after living a life of having almost no resources at your disposal, would do something to your brain. There's gotta be some kind of a study done on what it's like to suddenly have money, like legitimately have tons of it, more than you'll ever need, right? Again, not to say that your brother's got more than he would ever need, but still. It changes your brain, and then it suddenly becomes, for a lot of people, like, well, I don't want to get rid of it. No, I want to be really smart. I don't want to go bankrupt. I don't want to do this. So I gotta just not talk about all the times I implied. But it does suck. It does suck that it seems like your brother potentially more than hinted at helping take care of you when you helped take care of them. It does suck. Hopefully one day he goes, look, man, I was just getting everything in order, and you know what? Happy birthday. Here's a new car. Or happy birthday. Your next year of mortgage is taken care of. Something like that. You know what I mean? I cheat when I play Mario Kart with my wife and son. I played Mario Kart when I was a kid, a lot. I noticed that for newer Mario Karts, if you don't get an early lead, you end up fighting with a bunch of CPUs, and you'll often get stuck in 8th or 5th place or whatever. My wife and son don't game, and they get easily discouraged when losing again and again, getting shot and zapped, never able to get first. It's not hard for me, and I like playing with them, so I always intentionally get 3rd place. I sit back when the race starts, and I basically just f*** over the CPU players, never letting them get close to my wife and son. They're so ecstatic and love playing now, and they even tease me. But honestly, it's a more fun challenge anyway. I'll never tell them I'm not playing the game normally. Wait, let me go back for a second. This is cheating? I mean, is holding back to let them win considered cheating now? I mean, I don't know if I agree with that sentiment. I mean, if that's how you see it, that's how you see it, but that's not what I would consider it. My opinion being incredibly valid here, and you actually watching this video, for sure. I don't know, I just don't see it that way. It's nice, and it's cool that you found a way to make them feel better about the game, while also still giving yourself a challenge of sorts. Just screwing over the CPUs and not frustrating them, because it's one thing for a bunch of sweaty-ass gamers to bitch about people not playing Dark Souls correctly or something like that, but it's another thing when people who don't play games, or don't even really care about games, or are really young and don't have those skills built up yet, are constantly trash-talked by people that do, and played against like they're pros or something like that. It's discouraging, and gamers, if you do that with people in your life and actively like frustrate them and make them maybe not want to play video games or something anymore, you need to chill the out. I'm just saying. This guy found a way to make it more entertaining for himself, and you know what? Maybe one day in the future, the kid is gonna grow up and go, I know, Dad, you don't have to hold back anymore. We should still let Mom kind of win, though, every now and then, because that's just nice. Let's let Mom enjoy this thing she normally doesn't enjoy with us. You're playing the long con. When your kid comes home from college and wants the family to go play for old time's sake, the gloves come off and you eviscerate them. You better keep playing daily if you want that to happen. I did that with my son in Madden, let him win by a few points here and there just to keep him interested. Then I stopped playing for like 6 to 8 years. I can't score on him now. That's right. You had better be prepared to keep your skills fresh, man. Don't let that go. Keep practicing, and one day he will have to earn his place in this family, in this household, by finally dethroning you. I kept my promise to my mom that I made 20 years ago. Oh boy, what's the promise? My mother didn't help me pay for college or any expenses. Ever since I was a senior in high school, I worked 2 jobs so I could pay tuition. If that wasn't bad enough, she started to ask me to help pay for rent. My mistake was being honorable by helping her with rent, whereas my siblings didn't, or they didn't go to school or work. I knew I was subsidizing them. In my junior year of college, I needed my wisdom teeth removed, and my mom had never given me my health insurance card from her job. My jaw was killing me. She was so evasive about it. I called her HR to see if they could get me a copy of the card, and they said my mother removed me off of her insurance plan. So for 6 months, I had no dental or health insurance. Instead of a $400 copay, I ended up paying $3,500. I had to get care credit and make payments. The f***ed up part? I couldn't afford to be put under. So I just got Novocaine, which did very little to help. That wasn't cool, and even worse, that she didn't tell me that she did that. So I told her that I will not help her when she gets old. 20 years later, my mom is declining and definitely needs help with everything. She relied on my other siblings, but they had their own families. I'm single, without kids, and have disposable income and work from home. I was asked by my siblings if I would help my mom with groceries, doctor appointments, and even taking her out for strolls. I said no. My mother knows why I won't help her. She never apologized or offered to help me pay to fix my teeth. No matter what anyone says about my choice, my mom's choice to take me off of her insurance is way more f***ed up. Not that it matters much, but I can now authentically forgive her. I hope. What a messed up situation all around. I know that what you've given us here in this story is what is our business. The rest of it, not really our business, okay? But I am very curious if there was ever a reason. Did you ever confront your mom and go, hey, why the f*** did you do that? It doesn't, because to my knowledge, it does not benefit you to remove people from your family's insurance, right? I mean, did she get like 50 extra bucks a month back on her paycheck or something? What was the part there? Because I tell you, my mom never even for a second thought about removing me from her insurance until the day I was legally required to be removed from it, which really cool. That's a thing here. But what was the goddamn reason? You were doing all this work to help out, not just her, but your siblings, and she took you off. I don't know. That's insane. That's just absolutely insane to me. Hopefully some things can be reconciled. I really do hope that, you know, but keep that promise, I guess. She made her bed and now she has to sleep in it. I don't know why your siblings can't help. Seems like they got a free ride compared to you, and plenty of people help their parents even when they have families. They should be willing to help her. Seems like they just want to take advantage of you. I'm assuming you're the oldest. Good on you for not giving in. Yeah, that's the other part is the siblings. Why aren't they helping at all? What's their problem? I mean, you can have a family and still do stuff. That's very possible. But sure, it's a little more difficult for sure. But it does sound like they just don't really give a shit about their mom in the same way she didn't really give that much of a shit about you. They just won't admit it or anything like that. They want you to do all of the goddamn work because why should they have to? They're just used to not having to, I guess, at this point. Again, based on what little information we were given here, that's just what it seems like. I'm angry for you because I know that if you have one child or 10 children on your insurance, it's the same cost to you. So your mom screwed you over for no reason whatsoever. You don't have to forgive her. You just have to be able to live with yourself. Man, if that is true, I didn't know that part was true. I assumed that like it might be a little more extra here and there off of your paycheck or something, because that is how that works. You get a decent rate, I guess, but it is taken out of your paycheck. At least that's how it worked when I had it. But no, that's kind of crazy. 1 or 10, the insurance is the same cost to you. That's really cool, Mom. That makes the whole thing significantly worse in my mind. How neat of her. I'm not even dead yet, and my family is fighting over my assets. I have terminal cancer and opted to cease treatment. I don't want to suffer for 6 months or torture just to live 6 more months when I can do in 3, but be high as a kite every day. Oh, I see. I have about $500,000 in my pension and recently cashed out 2 life insurance policies worth $1 million each. Damn, you could do that with a terminal illness? Anyway, originally my beneficiary was my niece, but she found a and there's no way I'm giving a tweaker $2.5 million. Probably a good call. At first, I thought my family cared about me, but they were just jockeying for my money. I've never heard the term jockeying before there, but all right. They've gotten to the point where they openly badmouth each other to me and fight like cats and dogs. The worst is my sister-in-law. She wants that inheritance to pay off her debts and their family home because she's planning on divorcing my brother. My other sister doesn't need the money and would probably spend it on her spoiled kids. My other sister is a loser and her kids are all messed up. Her daughter is the tweaker. Ah, I see. Okay. If I leave it to my mom, then she'll give it to my siblings. I have an aunt who doesn't want the money. I told everyone that they will all get a piece of the pie, sister-in-law included. Reality is, I'm not leaving them. I'm leaving it all to help Ukrainian kids. Man, I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here because goddamn, I hope you miraculously make it out, man. Unless you've already given all that money away. I'm kidding. That would probably make you crack a smile, okay? That is probably the best course of action. It seems like they're just gonna do all with it properly. Have you thought of donating a large portion now so that there's less for them to try and fight probate for? Because they definitely will fight your will. I've known of some people leaving family members as little as $1 so that they can't say they didn't get anything. I wish you the best for the rest of your days. Yeah, I've heard that same thing too. I feel like we've all heard that a little bit over the years that I've been here, that, they recommend that you leave them at least $1 or something really small, so that way there's not really any way you can contest, like, well, they didn't leave me anything. They forgot about me. They just completely forgot. Well, no, they didn't. They left you $1. They left you a rug in the basement that they didn't want anymore. That sort of, I'm not at all smart when it comes to legal stuff, but that's just what I've heard. I got a paternity test on my son behind my wife's back. Dun dun dun! This one kind of sounds like a soap opera twist moment. What do we get? What do we got? Show me the good stuff. I got a paternity test on my son behind my wife's back. 2 years ago, we had a baby boy, and from the moment he was born, I felt like something was off, and it was obvious. Our child didn't look like us. Now, I get that children don't look like parents often, and you have to wait to see how they look later, but this was different. My son was blonde, blue eyes, with very fair skin. Uh-oh, it's not me. I didn't do it. I am Mexican. My wife is Colombian. We both have a slightly darker skin tone. Think Salma Hayek's complexion. Okay, I can see it. We both have dark brown eyes, black hair, and dark brown hair. Not only that, both of our parents have dark hair and brown eyes, with the exception of my mother, who has hazel eyes. All of our grandparents had dark hair, brown skin, and dark eyes. How was my child blonde with blue eyes and hair? I had people tell me that lots of babies are born with blue or gray eyes and darken up, and their skin and hair change vastly as well, which is true, by the way. That can't happen. So I waited it out and assumed the child was mine, but here we are, 2 years. And if anything, his eyes are more blue, more blonde, and lighter skin. Oh my God, your son's getting white. Your son's turning white. No, okay, anyway, sorry. He does not look like us. I started getting comments on how he must be the mailman's son or some weird looks or jokes. I was once questioned at a park if the child I was playing with was my son. My wife has always been asked if she is his nannies. Anyway, and it makes me feel so angry. My wife never thought it was a big deal and would say people are just playing around, but I know some people think I'm raising another man's child. It started to wear on me. I had no reason to think my wife cheated on me other than his looks. It was eating me inside, and I took my son to get a paternity test without telling my wife. Well, turns out he's 100% mine. I was so relieved. I wanted to show this to anyone who made comments or joked about my son not being mine. That night, I casually asked my wife if she would have been now the secret's spill, dog. Mad if I got a paternity test when our son was born, and she reacted very offended that I would even consider that she cheated on me. She said it would have affected our relationship negatively, knowing I couldn't trust her. I played it off that I was joking, but now because of the test, she was correct, and I had no reason other than the way he looked. Now I have replaced the feeling of doubt of my child with guilt. Now I feel like an insecure asshole. I don't know if I should tell her or keep this locked away forever. I can't entirely blame you for this, although I guess it doesn't really... Like, if my son didn't look entirely like me or like mom, usually you just take that up to, a recessive trait or something like that that's just been carried down for generations in the family, and just BAM! There you go. I feel like that was probably more likely. But I can see how someone that doesn't know about genetics, 99% of us really, would probably go, yeah, no way, my wife totally slept with another guy. Well, I reckon that you learned about recessive genes. He sure did, folks. I've been pretending to be a far-right extremist to show my family how stupid they sound. Title sums it up. Helps that I have an anarchy tattoo because I'm far left. Adds to the far-right persona. I've grown sick of my family's MAGA rhetoric, so I decided that I'll pretend to be extremely far-right to make them as uncomfortable as they have made me. Maybe it'll show them how ugly their views are. Here are some of my talking points I've used throughout the past few months. Elon's a dirty immigrant. He's not even a real American. He's a filthy foreigner. He needs to get the out of government and go back to Africa. Look at this DEI hire. Kid's got brain cancer and gets the job over a more deserving white man. Bullshit. Why do I have to send my money to Israel? They mistreat Christians and nobody wants them. They've been kicked out of 109 countries. Don't you think there's a reason for that? For the record, that's a lie floated around among anti-Semitism online. Jewish people weren't actually kicked out of 109 nations, but my dumbass MAGA family won't fact-check that. And finally, my personal favorite. For reference, most of my MAGA family members are old and rely on social media. I can't wait until they take the Social Security away from these old. They're just takers. They take and don't put back in. If they need money that bad, get a job, freeloading pieces of shit. All of them are parasites that don't know hard work. That's the gist of it. I feel bad for some of the groups and individuals I have to speak ill upon to keep this persona, but it is what it is. I admire your commitment to this bit, but people that think that way, they're probably just gonna go, yeah, hell yeah, brother. I mean, I'm sure that some of them get a little bit like, well, you gotta calm down, man. It's not that serious right now, stop it. But none of them are gonna ever see what you're trying to show them, unfortunately. They won't. And it's not because they're actual dribbling, drooling morons like we think they are. It's because they don't want to be embarrassed. They do not want to be wrong because it's embarrassing. And in that fear of embarrassment, they will actively plug their ears. La 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 la, I can hear you. They won't do it. You know, they'll give up all the benefits that they have worked their asses off their entire lives just to be correct and keep their head down in the sand. I admire your work. Hopefully it gets through to them, but I don't think it's gonna. Any community that gets its laughs by pretending to be idiots will eventually be flooded by actual idiots who mistakenly believe that they're in good company. This may backfire and make them emboldened to voice their worst opinions. Unfortunately, that's also true. I lie to my girlfriend basically every day and have done for a while now. Oh God, what type of lie are we talking about? My boyfriend and I have been together for over a year now. I love him dearly. I have since the moment we started talking. He's the love of my life, and I can't wait to keep enjoying his presence for as long as I breathe. Now, where does the lie come in? Essentially, my boyfriend is currently in recovery from anorexia, and he has been doing brilliantly. I'm forever proud of him. However, he also has emetophobia or emetophobia, the fear of vomiting and being ill. So most days he gets in his own head about feeling unwell and convinces himself that if he eats, he'll be sick. So he defaults to going without. Around a year ago, on a particularly bad day when he had gone 2 or 3 days without eating a single thing, I was crying, trying to get him to eat. He said he couldn't because he was sure he'd be sick. In the moment, I randomly said, open your mouth and say, ah. He asked, why? And I told him, you can physically tell if someone is going to be sick because the uvula raises completely to avoid getting any acid residue from the stomach on it. It's like a warning system for the body to anticipate throwing up. It worked. This lie I made up on the spot has worked wonders every day since then. I have no idea if what I said is even remotely true. After all, I made it up. But if it is, great. If not, it's still great because it helps. My boyfriend is now well into recovery and has been for a while. And I don't mean this in a way to take credit away from this amazing man whom I love so much. But I honestly don't know where he would be without this little white lie. It instantly calms him down and allows him to eat without worrying too much about being sick. He now eats 3 meals a day with me, and this small white lie has played a big part in that. I've never told him, and I probably never will. I'm just glad it's had the intended effect. Thanks for reading if you did. I really hope he doesn't stumble across this, because Lord only knows how he might react if he found out that it indeed weren't true, because I don't believe it works like that. I mean, I don't know either, but I don't feel like that's how it happens. But I mean, yeah, I don't see this lie as an inherent bad thing at all. I thought it was going to be something way crazier than this, but no. Your pretty small little offhand lie has saved him, or not saved him completely, but helped save him. And I'm sure that, you know, as recovery goes on, if he does learn about this, he'll probably go, dude, holy shit, thank you. Like, obviously he's in some form of therapy, so, you know, anyway, what do the commenters have to say? This is really sweet. I know it probably feels like crap to lie, but if it's for her health, quite literally to keep it alive. Okay, wait a minute. The he and her thing is all over the place. Hang on. Let me go back here. I lie to my girlfriend basically every day and have done for a while now. My boyfriend and I have been together I love him dearly. I have since the moment we started. Something got messed up here. That's okay. Either way, I think your white lie is more than fine. I tell customers at my work that I'm dyslexic because I can't count. I'm literally just stupid. Like, really dumb. When I'm cashing someone out and then they decide to go, oh wait, I have 68 cents, my brain turns off and I can't do the math. This is me. This is me! God damn it. This is me. I had to say that a few times in a row to get that across. Okay? It's so hard to deal with this sort of issue, okay? Let's see how they're dealing with it, if at all. My brain turns off and I can't do the math. I don't want to pull out my calculator either. I often say, oh, sorry, I can't add the change in because the system needs to count every coin or bill, which is not true. Other times, they go to hand me the change and then I freeze and look confused. The customers can tell and is able to tell, or the customer, can tell and is able to tell me exactly what I need to give them back, so I just go, oh, sorry, I'm dyslexic. I usually just go off of what the customer tells me and pray they're not ripping me off. And as soon as they leave, I double check with my calculator. I hate to fake a disability, but the absolute embarrassment and harassment I get from some of these customers is excruciating. When I tell them I'm dyslexic, they kind of relax a little bit and apologize for being rude. I've actually gotten to the point of almost crying because I'm so stupid and can't count change. I hate when they make a scene. Sounds like... Wait, what is this? Dyscalculia? Hold on, I need to look this word up. Well, what do you know? Check that out. A learning disorder that affects a person's ability to understand number-based information and math. Well, I love learning words that put to, sort of a different meaning, or rather bring meaning in general, to something I've felt for a long, long time. I didn't even know this was a thing. Thank you. Yeah, I need to look into that. I want to ask around about that. I'm super curious because, yeah, I'm the exact same way. Like, I have serious learning issues across the board, but man, when a 68-year-old woman at the UPS store would be like, oh wait, I have 2 pennies. I got to a certain point where I just had to tell them, I don't know what that means. I already hit the button. You're too late. This is how it's gonna go down. Not like a dick, but of course I have to tell people, hey, sorry, don't know how to do that in my head. No, it's not because the younger generation is stupid and you're superior or something. It's just, welcome to the world. We can't all be the same, baby. When I was 5, I pulled the fire alarm and pretended I didn't know any better. Oh. When I was 5 years old, we were coming back from lunch, and the teacher had told us before lunch we weren't having recess that day. So that made me mad because I wanted to go outside. I saw the opportunity to go outside. A little red box that said fire, pull down. I pulled it. My classmates looked at me in disbelief. Then I heard the loud shrill of the fire alarm, and we went outside. My kindergarten teacher comes up and stoically tells me I'm going to the principal. Anyways, I go to the principal and he's grilling me. I'm getting scared, I'm going to be expelled, so I play stupid. I say, well, the box said pull down. I was just obeying what the sign says, like whenever my mom sees a stop sign, she stops the car. I was just trying to be a good citizen and obey the signs. Principal goes silent for a second and then lectures me on how dangerous it is to falsely activate the alarm. Then he tells me he's calling my parents, but that was it. My mom only said one thing to me about it. Why would you do something like that? You're better than that. The way she said it made me feel bad. After that, some kids thought it was really cool and would high-five me in the hall. Looking back on it, I realize now there was another reason. I wanted to show my classmates how cool and brave I was. I don't know why I still feel bad about this. I'm 21 and this happened 16 years ago. You were 5. 5-year-olds do stupid things. If you knew a 5-year-old right now who did the same stupid thing today, you'd be kind to him. Now, do the same for yourself and let yourself off of the hook. You're wasting too much energy on this. Me too. I would have been 7 years old and we visited my mom and baby brother in the maternity hospital. I went to the bathroom and they had the buttons you push and they slowly turn off automatically. Well, about 6 nurses rushed to me, washing my hands and feeling so badly. Intrusive thoughts for the win! Well, thank you. You're being so helpful right now. I am hiding my child from my father and family for 2 years. Hi, all. So for some context, while trying to stay anonymous, I'm 21, male from Canada. I come from a Desi Muslim immigrant family. I'm not sure if that's the proper way to say the word. My parents are separated since young, or youth, or whatever, and my dad lives in the States. Both of my parents remarried. When I was 18 years old, I got a girl pregnant because I had been screwing around with her for almost a year at the time. Yes, we used protection, but it broke, and by the time we noticed, it was too late. Plan B pill was used, which also failed. I obviously never wanted to have a child, not at least until I was established, and at first, she agreed to an abortion, but once her family found out, they convinced her to keep it, so she did, and obviously there was nothing I can do. I've only told my mom, and that's it. I feel too embarrassed to tell anyone. Not even my stepfather, who lives with me, knows. I just felt like a huge disappointment because my parents fought with blood and tears to come to this country and give me a better life, just for me to screw myself over like this. Not to mention my whole family is very judgmental and gossipy type, and also Muslim. Fast forward to the present. I am involved in my child's life and have a good relationship with my mom, yet I am still hiding it. I say it so I don't disclose the gender. I know I can't keep doing this forever, but I was planning to reveal it to everyone once I finished school and or have a career going for myself. I just feel like it's bad that I have a child. I can't even support on my own. As far as my other family knowing or my stepfather, I really don't care for, but my biological dad has the right to know he has a grandchild. The thing is, my dad has 2 little toddlers of his own, and they're only 1 to 2 years older than my child, and I have a bit of a rocky relationship with my father. He left us when I was a toddler and was barely present in most of my life. Although we have a decent relationship, or have had one for the last 5 years now, he is a very education, career first, kids and marriage later, not until like 30 type of guy. He already thinks I'm a screw-up because I took a 2 gap years, whatever, after graduating high school. He's very successful and has high expectations of me. Nonetheless, I know it's wrong to hide my child from him, but I just can't get over how to tell him. Do I tell him in person when I go to visit? Do I tell him over the phone? Ooh, this is a tough one. I completely understand why you tried to keep your little one quiet, but the truth is, the longer you hide them, the more damage you'll end up doing. Plus, eventually the kid will find out you've been hiding them, and that's a recipe for very hurt feelings. Maybe sit your dad down and run through your reasoning and how you've made sure, since, to look after the kid and prepare for your own future. Best of the luck. Sounds like you have a better head on your shoulders than your dad. You're already better than him by being present in your kid's life. I lied to get my current job, and it pays really well. I lied on my resume to land a job I wasn't qualified for. The initial interview went smoother than expected. My fabricated qualifications seemed to impress them. Before I knew it, I was advancing to the next round. The job offer came, and I accepted, despite the sinking feeling in my gut. As I stepped into the role, it really hit me hard. I was drowning in tasks I had no idea how to handle. Panic set in as I struggled to keep up with the demands of the job. I sought help online, connecting with others in similar positions who generously shared their expertise. Day by day, I learned the ropes through trial and error. Slowly, I started to grasp the intricacies of the job. The feeling of being overshadowed began to fade as my confidence grew. I persevered, determined to prove myself worthy of the position. 15 years have passed since that fateful decision. I am now a master at my job, a testament to resilience and hard work. The lie that got me in the door has transformed into a success story of perseverance and growth. A part of me is very proud of what I've been able to accomplish, while the other side is disgusted with me for cutting corners. I've never told anyone besides my husband, and he even told me he doesn't believe I really did that. Well, I guess it depends on what you're doing. We don't know what it is you're doing. However, I do fully believe that, like most jobs out there that require master's degrees and experience and stuff like that, probably don't really actually require as much as you think. And I'm not talking about professions like surgeons and shit like that, so don't even throw that crap at me, okay? I feel like just so many jobs that want 150 years experience and a PhD in butt mechanics can be easily trained by the people around you, or the person above you, or by watching a YouTube video. I'm not even kidding, all right? Nice. This is what two of my good friends usually do to get their jobs. They lie. They expect me to do the same, but I just don't have the guts to do it. I feel like I'd screw up an answer in the interview. Also, I don't want a job for more pay just to not know what I'm doing the first couple of months. But hey, good for you. You played the game by the rules. You lied on your resume. They didn't catch you. You did the job. Nothing to be disgusted about. Yeah, I think that's the other thing to take away for, honestly, is you did it. You proved that you did not need the qualifications they required. You persevered, as you said. Now you're making them fat stacks. You didn't need what they required. Needed to hear this today. Recently saw a job posting for a job I'm mostly qualified for, and this gave me the motivation to apply. I'm just a year into my career, and it's pretty daunting. I am a thief. I only steal from stores, but I constantly do it. I have a good job, and could honestly afford things that I steal. However, it's something about stealing things and not having to pay for it that I get a rush from. What is that? Is that kleptomania? My friends, the ones that do know, are super judgmental about it. I try to stop. I just can't. I wouldn't say I'm a bad person, and I would never steal from somebody. Opinions? No opinion, just a warning. Depending on where you steal from, they may be letting you get away with it till your theft reaches a certain dollar amount, and then they can have you arrested for felony larceny. Target especially is known for this. Lay off Target, OP. If that's part of your thing, they absolutely let you keep stealing until it adds up to felony. Now, instead of simple shoplifting charge, you'd be looking at prison, okay? Opinion? No, dude, just get therapy for kleptomania and a bunch of other shit you're repressing. Dude, I went to jail for 100 days for stealing a $15 phone charger. I got away with much worse before that, but I'm telling you, man, it's not worth your freedom or the record. It happened 8 years ago, and I still miss out on good jobs because of the petty theft misdemeanor on my record. Yeah, it's super not worth it. The only time that I have ever, no, I can't say routinely, I only ever did it a few times. The only time I've ever stolen is when I was completely flat broke, and I needed to eat. So you know what? Walmart's gonna be the victim there, baby, because screw them, honestly. That I don't feel guilty about. You ever catch me stealing food? No, you didn't. I lie too much, but the lies don't really make sense. All over my life I've lied. But I don't lie about things that make others feel bad or about other persons. I just lie about dumb things that I swear, I don't know why I do it. For example, yesterday I was taking out the trash at 5 p.m. and for some reason I tell my friends that I did it at 6 p.m. Why? I don't know. You know, I found that I do little tiny things like that as well. I'll add like one number up to certain things. I can't even really call that exaggeration. I know what it is. Why do I do that? I'm not confessing this because someone discovered me or something bad happened. I just started to think about all the things I've been lying about, and I really want to stop because I think it's too dumb to be living like this. And these days, I started to feel unhappy because of it. I consider, as a very sincere person, I consider myself a very sincere person. About things that can just affect a bit someone or things that affects me. Wow, this sentence is all messed up. This been following me or has been following me all my life, but one thing I can notice, it's that I don't lie now with big things. Like, back then, I just lie about my parents, cars, my house, and stuff like that. And now it's just these small things that have started to ruin me inside. I do this too. It gets very hard. By chance, do you have ADHD? Because I do, and I was told it's an impulse thing. Like, you think, I could say I took the trash out at 6, and then you say it, but the thought goes by so fast you don't even process it, so you just say it, and then you feel guilty for lying. But don't want everyone to think worse of you because you lied about something you shouldn't even have lied about, and so the cycle continues. It makes no sense, but nothing about ADHD does. If you don't have ADHD, then perhaps it's just me, but just a suggestion. What? People lie because there's a fear hidden. What's yours? Thinking about that could be the first step to figure out how to move forward from that habit. I drowned myself, so a hot lifeguard would hold me. So this happened when I was 10, I think. I could always swim and went on vacation with friends and family. I went beach and saw this hot lifeguard. I'd never felt so enamored by another man before. I wanted him to hold me. I tried talking to him, but he was distant and focused, which makes sense considering I was a 10-year-old and he was doing a life-saving job. However, even then, he was sweet and patient, and I remember he said he liked anime, and that was all I needed. I think he was maybe 17. He was also very warm despite his focus. I could tell in a normal conversation he was probably even more so. I never had a problem flirting with girls. It was so easy, it was boring even at 10. It wouldn't be anything weird, but I like your hair, we should go watch the new Transformers, stuff like that. Damn, you the Riz Master, dude. But he felt so untouchable, it made me want to try harder. So I kept thinking of ways to get his attention, and I decided to drown myself. Not as a joke, though. I went underwater and took a breath. It felt so bad and I was panicking so much, I ended up flailing like I was really drowning. Are you saying that you inhaled the water? What? Which I guess I was. So it's really painful. Salt water in my eyes and you did. Wow. And I feel like throwing up and I'm forgetting how to swim or stay buoyant. It only lasted for maybe 15 seconds. Eventually, I was rescued. Not by the guy, but some teenage girl really close by. She was like 16 and apparently the only one that had noticed something was wrong. My friend said I was lucky I got saved and got CPR or whatever, about her being hot, but I was so disappointed. Oh, I see what you're saying. I am and was attracted to women, but that was not what I wanted. I was disappointed and drowning hurt so much. I asked my friend not to tell his parents. He knew about the plan. I don't know. I don't really feel guilty. I feel annoyed that I know what drowning feels like. What? But I do feel guilty that I could have been saved while someone who was really drowning needed help. Also, the parents are not at fault. They've watched me swim laps around them, and I purposely went within 5 minutes, or the 5 minutes they went to get us snacks. My friend's older sister was watching us, and I purposely went where she couldn't watch me and her brother at the same time. Luckily, the lady that saved me took me to her umbrella thing so his sister couldn't see. What? Okay. I barfed up water and could have died from infection, but I got lucky, I guess, since I didn't tell anyone so I wouldn't get in trouble. I'm told it helps it was salt water, though. You found it too easy and boring flirting with girls even at the age of 10? Man, I wasn't even thinking about flirting when I was 10. Pretty sure the only thing on my mind at 10 were my stats on RuneScape and my Club Penguin Igloo. Those were the days. I cannot believe you willingly took a breath of straight up water. I'm laughing so hard. Honestly, you know what? Can we get a round of applause? Just the commitment to the sheer stupidity of that bit, my guy. You certainly learned a valuable lesson that day. I have snuck outside of the house fully naked before. Oh, you slut! And no, not just a one-time thing. Keep in mind, this was usually done in the winter, so before I had a vehicle with auto start, I'd walk out to my car early in the morning. This time of year I had somewhere to be in half an hour, wearing either just my robe or a shirt and shorts with no underwear. I'd open or drop the robe/clothing for a brief moment after walking behind my house after starting my car. The thrill of it was just incredible. I immediately regretted and stopped doing it, mainly because it was still within city limits and I could be caught by a neighbor if I wasn't careful. I do not suggest doing this if you live in a town. I mean, why would you do it anyway? I once showered in a hurricane. It was fabulous. I usually wake up before dawn. I'll grab my coffee and go sit on the deck in the backyard naked while I drink it. I started hanging around inside my house naked. That led to sitting on my deck drinking a beer naked. Then one day I noticed some flowers needed to be pruned while having one of those beers, which led to naked gardening. Being naked is fun! You know what? They're so goddamn right about that. I ripped out a girl's hair because I couldn't roast her. When I was 11 or 12, I don't remember, I ended up in a roast battle with a 13-year-old girl from my neighborhood. I was losing badly, in front of about 5 of my close friends, and was extremely embarrassed. Things got more aggressive, and it was at the point where everyone around me was making fun of me. I, at the time, was not taking any medicine for my anger issues, which are now treated much better. I took aggression and went to tackle her. Everyone was yelling at me, telling me to stop, but at that point I didn't care. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I know that this incident caused that girl to move out with a bunch of... with a bunch of bruises, cuts, and about half of the hair, which I was told she spent almost her whole life growing, pulled out by me. That day I lost 6 friends. You lost the battle and your friends. Massive L. Good luck. I think most of us spend our whole life growing our hair. Damn, acting like a mini chimpanzee. I nearly set our whole house on invisible fire with hand sanitizer. Okay, so this is gonna sound very, 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 very stupid, but there's like 1,000 flies and other bugs on our window. So when I was bored, I smack them but not kill it. Unable to move but still alive, when I got like a lot, I put them close to each other and put hand sanitizer on and around it, then set it on fire. I couldn't see the fire, but when I put my hand on top of it, it was very hot, and I can see the fire like barely, and it spreads fast, and I had to put it out with water, and I had to... Are you 12? And I did it again, but with bug spray, but on a wooden floor. Now I just don't do that anymore. Yes, I am stupid. Our house is like 85% wood. Ethanol fires are terrifying. Please continue to not do that anymore. My neighbors straight blew up their garage over hoarding ham desanitizer. We had temps well into the hundreds, and the pressure and heat, I guess, more or less turned it into a giant Purell napalm bomb. Wife was one of those coupon chicks. She would stockpile stuff, then flip it on OfferUp. Wow, that's pathetic and lame. I mean, seriously, it's one thing for, like, crap that might hold value, but another thing for something that could have helped out during a global pandemic, like hand sanitizer. Anyway, they got a shit ton of fines, and she barely escaped jail time. Turns out you need hazmat clearances, permits, and all sorts of shit to store that volume of chemicals for resale, and she had none of that. She's also lucky as hell her house was within visual of the fire detachment because we live in the middle of nowhere. I didn't know them, but it was the talk of the town for at least a year. Why are you needlessly torturing insects? You need therapy. I mean, they kind of deserve it if they bother me 24/7. Real, though. I used a kid in middle school for chocolate and snacks. Okay, so this happened back when I was in the 7th grade. Back in the 7th grade, my family was hella poor, so we really never could afford luxuries such as candy and toys. I only ever got the essentials growing up. I had a best friend at the time who was the best lineman on the team. You all know what I mean by that. Every day he would come to school, he had hella candy and snacks that he would eat throughout the day, but he wouldn't share unless you were dating him. So about 3 weeks go by and he gets a girlfriend and buys her a ton of candy and snacks. About a week later, they broke up, and I had the bright idea to fake liking him so that I could get snacks because I knew he liked me. So he asked to be my boyfriend. I said yes, and the next day at school, I had hella snacks waiting for me. I broke up with him after I took them. Man, one day? Man, you did this gambit for a day? Too bad this doesn't work for your food stamps. Ooh, that's kind of cheesy. Cracker me up. Whoa, you can't say that. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. As I see it, you were a kid just trying to survive. It was like that for me too in elementary to middle school. I was thin as a twig and had almost collapsed because I wasn't getting enough to eat. I couldn't stand to keep this quiet anymore. I hyperfixated on someone, and I regret it. It was March, and I went to Pink to grab some stuff. There I met someone, and immediately I hyperfixated on them. I went to Pink once a week just to see them. Before Mother's Day, I went in to see them, but they weren't there. So I asked if they were there. Their coworker said no, and I thought maybe I could see them when I come back. A day later, I checked in, but they weren't there again. So I gave their coworker my number so that they can talk to me. Immediately after I left, they texted me and said that it was weird that I was talking to them, though I never knew who they are. Instead of just keeping my mouth shut, I told them off and deleted their number. I felt guilty for doing this, even if it's normal. I avoided that place like the plague, but that stopped when I went into Pink yesterday. I didn't see them and I was kind of relieved until I saw their figure walking away. I panicked and I left without saying a word or looking for them. I hated myself for going in there not knowing that it wasn't the best time to go. I hated that I did this to them, and I hate that I did such a thing in general, thinking that it was a good idea. That's stalker behavior. You should really leave them alone before you get into trouble. Also, perhaps talk to a trusted person or therapist about your feelings. Yeah, that could be a problem. You might want to get that checked out and dealt with. Nip that in the bud, dude. Seriously.